Chapter 49, 49 The Dragon's Rescue. Chapter 49, The Dragon's Rescue. It was morning now, and I was sitting on the edge of the bed with my sword on my lap as I polished it with a clean piece of cloth. A throaty rumble of Viserys gnawing on her breakfast, some poor sheep or what remained of it, brought me out of my focus as I looked up. A morning breeze rustled the camp's tents, carrying the savory sour smell of churned mutton through the air. I locked the sword on my waist and walked out, stepping into the commotion that was a war camp. People stared at Viserys eating, their eyes full of awe, and I enjoyed it. I approached her, noticing what she was eating. It didn't look particularly appetizing, but my dragon enjoyed the raw, bloody feast nonetheless. Well, I say it's not particularly appetizing, but somehow, I also felt hungry looking at it. This was not a good sign. Was I losing my rationality? Shaking my head, I patted her golden scales, feeling the tension in her body as she tore off another hunk of flesh. She probably wasn't hungry, she'd feasted yesterday, but she clearly didn't mind eating more. I didn't mind, a well-fed dragon was safer for everyone involved. Yawning, I glanced around, observing the camp, the people, and the burning scent of meat. My eyes fell on a small entourage that had gathered in the clearing just beyond Viserys. Robb Stark stood at the forefront, with his mother and sister not far behind. The older woman's stance was prim and guarded. A few of the important northern lords flanked them, recognizable from the night's extended meeting, some with bandaged arms, others with stern, soldierly faces. A cluster of men in thick cloaks lingered at the edge, curious but respectful. "You're up early, Your Grace," Robb said, stepping closer. His hair was tousled in the morning sun, and though he tried for a neutral expression, he looked curious. "We've prepared a feast for you." "Well, as much as we can prepare in a war camp." I shrugged lightly. "That won't be necessary. I plan to leave soon." "Well, as soon as she's done," I replied, nodding toward Viserys' current meal. "She'll be full enough to fly without complaining." Behind Robb, I spotted Sansa and Lady Catelyn. Sansa's gaze was downcast, her lips pressed in a wistful line. I guessed she was sad to see me depart, no surprises there, considering the closeness we'd developed in such a short time. But her mother's expression was as formidable as ever, doubtful, protective, and appraising. Nearby lords looked on with polite interest or mild curiosity as Robb cleared his throat, sighing. "A pity. But I'm sure the soldiers will enjoy the food." I laughed, "That they will. And just call me by name. It doesn't matter even if people are around, Robb. Fellow kings should have that much liberty. Plus, we're friends, right?" He smiled. "Of course. You saved my sister, so we certainly are. I appreciate everything you've done, Viserys. Last night's talk ended on a good note, and your promises made us look forward to the coming months. My lords are grateful, and will be waiting for when you call." His voice lowered. "Once you ride out, I trust you'll send word when the time is ripe?" "I'll lead my army into King's Landing then." I offered him a firm nod, smiling. "Count on it. I'll send a raven when the right moment comes. By then, Viserys should also be large enough to cast a real shadow of fear over King's Landing. So don't be late to the game, otherwise I'll enjoy it all by myself." He chuckled genuinely. "I look forward to that." Then his gaze flicked to Viserys. The dragon had, by now, devoured the better part of the sheep. Gore stained the grass in her jaws. Still, the sight didn't seem to unnerve Robb as much as it might have a day earlier. I'd say this was a pretty good visit. We made decent strides in bridging old animosities. The Starks and Targaryens were historically enemies, yet here we stood almost real allies. Mutual respect was a pleasant change from Doran Martell's doubt to Olenna Tyrell's desire to take advantage of me. By this time, Viserys let out a quiet huff, flapping her wings in a lazy stretch. Satisfied, apparently. I took that as my cue to mount. With one swift motion, I approached her side and laid a hand against the scaled curve of her neck. She grumbled softly but didn't protest as I hoisted myself onto her back. The northern lords stiffened, shifting uneasily at the prospect of me taking flight right before them. Perhaps instinctually, they feared what I could do on top of Dragon's back, away from their attacks, and a weapon of mass destruction under my command. "All right then," I said, patting Viserys. "We'll see." Before I could finish my goodbyes, Sansa stepped forward, desperation on her face that hadn't been there a moment before. "Viserys," she called, her voice almost cracking. Then she caught herself, remembering protocol. I mean, Your Grace, please, before you go, I have one last favor to ask." She stammered, making the lords exchange looks. Her tone made me pause. Even from my vantage on Viserys' back, I could see the guilt and fear shining in her eyes. Robb scowled, and Lady Catelyn let out a sigh. Whatever Sansa was about to say clearly wasn't new to the rest of her family. "Speak up," I told her. "If there's something important, I'd rather not leave with regrets." Sansa swallowed, her voice trembling. "Well, last night, after I finally felt relief being free, I found out some terrible news that my mother was hiding to spare me more sorrow. It's about my younger brothers, Bran and Rickon. Theon Greyjoy, the imbecile that House Stark raised, has taken Winterfell. My brothers are in his custody." Her lips quivered. "Please, help us. Save my brothers. Save Winterfell from that traitor." The gathered men fell silent, and even the soldiers nearby watched the scene. I detected a note of dismay on Robb's face. He quickly recovered, turning to Sansa with a placating gesture. "We've already sent men to handle it, Sansa. Lord Bolton dispatched his bastard son to reclaim Winterfell. Just give it some time. Viserys is a guest and ally, yes, but we can't impose on him like this." "But it's the Ironborn," Lady Catelyn cut in sharply, fists clenched. This time, she was on her daughter's side. "I told you, Robb, but you didn't listen. Theon grew up with you and then betrayed you. Imagine what those who grew up in the Iron Islands are like. Who's to say they'll spare hostages? We can't risk delaying. If those filthy men hurt Bran or Rickon, then... I don't know." Robb exhaled, clearly torn. I hummed momentarily and lightly tapped my fingers on Viserys' scales. "Your mother is right, Robb. The Ironborn are infamous for cruelty. And we're allies now, friends, even. Seeing you, especially Sansa, lose her precious brothers would pain me as well," I said, and watched Sansa's eyes widen in surprise. "And it's not as if I'm in a hurry to return to King's Landing. So, I can head north and teach the Ironborn men a lesson." Sansa brightened, hope lighting her face. Then I'm coming with you." "No, you're not," Catelyn barked, whirling on her daughter with a glare that would have withered lesser souls. "I won't allow such madness. You're to stay here, with me, and with your brother who'll keep you safe." Robb placed a hand on his mother's shoulder. "Mother, please. Sansa has endured so much. And honestly, perhaps she's more safe with Viserys. He's on top of a dragon, as you can see. Plus, a Stark needs to go with him to Winterfell. The people of the north would tremble in fear otherwise if they saw a dragon-riding Targaryen circle their sky. With Sansa there, they'll see the alliance is real. Besides, we can't spare the time or resources to ferry Sansa back here." If Catelyn's expression colored with anger, but Robb pressed on. "Don't give me that look, Mother. Let's not pretend any of us here forgot what you did. You still haven't received a verdict for releasing Jaime Lannister. If not, I'd have requested Viserys to take you back to Winterfell, as well. So just stay quiet, and trust that Sansa will be safe with Viserys." She opened her mouth, clearly wishing to object further, but words failed her. Her eyes flicked from Sansa's pleading expression to me, perched on Viserys, and she let out a frustrated breath. "Fine," she said at last, voice cold. "But if any harm befalls my daughter it won't," I assured her, my tone calm and confident. "I delivered her safely. How can I let her be harmed when you're trusting her with me willingly? Fear not, she'll come to no harm under my watch." Robb stepped closer, offering me a respectful nod. "Thank you, friend. Keep her safe, and I trust you'll do whatever you must to free our brothers." Theon was once my friend, but that friendship is dead now. He chose his path. "Understood," I murmured. "We'll leave at once." Sansa wasted no time. She ran forward, hands delicately resting on Viserys's golden flank, searching for a foothold. The dragon let out a soft grunt, whether annoyance or mere acknowledgement, I couldn't be sure, but didn't flinch as Sansa clambered up in front of me. The watchers stared, breath held, as she settled onto the dragon's back. They watched as a Stark climbed onto dragon back. I offered one last glance at the Starks. Robb raised a hand in silent thanks. Catelyn stood taut, arms folded, eyes brimming with worry. The northern lords surrounding them exchanged odd whispers. Then Viserys spread her wings, stirring gusts of dust and hay in the clearing. Sansa gave a final wave, her hair tumbling in the breeze. And then we lifted off. Viserys launched herself into the bright morning sky, hoisting us clear of the camp, the men below shrinking to ant-like shapes. A swirl of cold air rushed against my cheeks, and Sansa let out a soft gasp. I tightened my verdict around her waist, making her relax. Over the roar of the wind, I heard the distant cheers, the murmurs, and the faint clang of steel as the world fell away beneath us. We soared northward, the horizon wide open. My mind raced, plans for subduing Theon Greyjoy, and perhaps his father, for winning over the north, for everything that might follow if my rescue mission succeeded. "Hang on," I whispered to Sansa's ears. "The real ride begins now." Each time Viserys flapped her wings, I felt one step deeper into the Game of Thrones. Chapter 50, Reclaim Winterfell? Chapter 50, Reclaim Winterfell? The wind whistled against my face as Viserys' wings carved through the air, her flaps a deep, steady rhythm that carried us. The sun angled low on the horizon, tinting the sky with a soft gold that cast our shadows far across the rolling landscape. House Reed's seat, the neck, stretched out below. It was a patchwork of marshes, green wetlands, and narrow causeways threading through boggy water. I observed the land in a light of wonder. From this height, it looked peaceful, almost serene, an emerald painting speckled with streams of sparkling water. Sansa sat snugly before me, my arms lightly circling her waist. "Sansa, take a look," I nudged her, and she flinched. She'd been dazed. "Why yes," she said, clearing her throat and looking around, "it's pretty." She wasn't in her right mind, her heart full of worry, that much was obvious from her voice. That was why I hadn't tried anything with her yet. My chin moved to rest on her shoulder, the curve of her cheek close enough that I caught a faint whiff of lavender or whatever perfume lingered in her hair. Her breath hitched as I murmured, "Why are you so worried? Your brothers will be fine." The tension in her posture melted ever so slightly, and she let out a small, muffled sound, half relief, half uncertainty. "I hope so," she whispered. The gust of wind and the rush of Viserys' flight finally soothed over her, and her body relaxed. She leaned back into me slowly, her posture soothing against my chest. I tightened my hold, giving her what reassurance I could through the warmth of our shared closeness. Far below, a broad river twisted through the neck's muddy banks, while above us, the sky opened wide as if welcoming our journey north. This journey would take longer than our earlier one, but we'd enjoy it. We soared onward, the damp wind carrying us onward to Winterfell and whatever awaited us there. Maester Luwin stood in the corridor outside the Great Hall of Winterfell. He'd been serving House Stark for decades, but after a long time, he recalled that time when he'd come to Winterfell for the first time, seeing its 1,000-year-old stones that looked dark and oppressive even during the day. Today, he felt the same. This place felt foreign to him. He paused, knuckles hovering an inch from the oak door, before breathing out a sigh and rapping softly. A muffled sound from inside, furniture scraping, footsteps, then the door swung open to reveal a guard's stern face. "Come in," the man stepped aside, allowing the maester to pass. Maester Lewin walked inside. On the second floor, he found Theon Greyjoy slumped on the lord's chair, making him pause. Theon had tried to fashion himself a makeshift ruler, but the posture looked more like a child playing king than anything. He kept glancing at the window, watching the wall gates. On the other side of that wall, although it wasn't visible from here, two small forms were wrapped in cloth, a burnt stench clinging to the air. The sunlight highlighted the hollows under Theon's eyes as he stared at it. "So he does feel guilt for what he did, I see." Maester Lewin noted and bowed his head, entering with cautious steps. "My lord," he murmured, voice collected but devoid of approval. "You called for me." Theon barely spared him a glance, drumming his fingers on the armrest. "You don't sound pleased calling me that," he muttered. "I'm no lord, just a Greyjoy bastard in a den of wolves." "Right." His tone was full of challenge. "One would think he knows his place, but he just wants me to admit it for him. Ha! I never realized how pathetic this boy is." Lewin controlled his emotions and cleared his throat gently. "You hold Winterfell now, doesn't matter if it's by force. You are, for now, its master. And as the maester assigned to Winterfell, I'm at your command." Theon stared at him, and then his gaze shifted to the wall gates again, imagining the churned remains of the children. His knuckles tightened around the armrest. "They're saying I went too far, Maester Lewin," he said, barely containing his anger. "I called to ask. Do you agree with them?" A flicker of anger crossed Lewin's face, despite his years of training, but he quickly hid it. "Those boys this morning, the ones you burned." He lowered his voice, choosing each word with care. "They're not Bran and Rickon, are they?" "What?" "No matter how poisoned your mind has been in desperation for power, I doubt you'd do that, Theon my lord. They were practically your brothers. Tell me, was it truly them?" he asked, and in response, Theon went silent. "Either way, the cruelty only begets resentment. It won't earn you the fear you crave, only hatred. Why are you surprised?" Theon snorted, pushing himself upright in the chair. "I don't expect them to love me," he snapped. "I took Winterfell because it was there for the taking. If it means burning some brats to assert authority, so be it." The way he spoke of the boys implied it wasn't the Stark boys, but he glared at Lewin as if daring him to ask about that again. "I know what I did, but that's my decision. I don't care. Let Robb choke on that news for a while. My sister will arrive with her army soon, and we'll hold Winterfell with everything, no matter if Robb comes to reclaim it himself." A short silence passed between them, and Lewin shook his head, sadness lining every crease in his brow. "Your father's men might do worse when they come," he said softly. "And the men here, your men, are unsettled, Theon. Many of them left the Iron Islands to plunder, not to keep a castle. They grow bored, and they take out their boredom on the townsfolk. The townsfolk you grew up with. Do you really want this?" Lewin wondered if the boy would get mad at being called by his name rather than title, as he'd been a day before, but Theon's gaze only flickered across the wall gates. A flicker of something that might have been regret flashed before his eyes and then vanished. He raked a hand through his disheveled hair. They'll learn their place. My sister is a woman and has no claim to the Salt Throne when the male heir is alive. I'll win over my men soon enough, I just need some time. And you?" he fixed the maester with a wavering glare. "Just remember who's in charge, old man, you're talking a lot of shit. Just in case, if you think to help those I despise, I won't be so forgiving." "Those he despises?" Does that mean he truly didn't kill Bran and Rickon and fears I'm aiding them? Luwin noted, calculating, feeling relieved, and then sighed. Of course, my lord. I have always served Winterfell, he replied evenly. And while I breathe, I will do what I can to protect it. Theon just looked at him. A moment later, he opened his mouth, but before he could respond, a distant screech rang out through the stone corridors. It was an unnatural, resonant, and chilling sound that rattled the bones of every living being. Maester Luwin's eyes widened with alarm. Gods be good, what the hell was that? Theon jerked upright, his head snapping toward the high windows that lined the hall. But this time, rather than looking at the gates, he looked at the sky where the sound had come from. His heartbeat thundered as he realized how foreign and bestial the sound was. What kind of beast can make that kind of sound, Maester Luwin? Theon turned to the wise man and asked, but he already knew. He'd heard the stories. They exchanged one glance and then rushed toward the nearest window. Theon fumbled at the heavy shutters, throwing them open fully. The sunlight spilled into the hall, and they both leaned out, their breath catching in their throats. Against the bright expanse of sky, a huge, winged silhouette sliced through the air. Golden scales glimmered under the midday sun, and it let out another piercing cry. In that single moment, Theon felt his grip on Winterfell slip further. I angled Viserys in a slow, spiraling descent above Winterfell's outer walls. A gust of cold air whipped at my hair, and the familiar rush of being airborne kept my blood humming. Below, I saw broken battlements and scorched patches, clear signs that Theon's Ironborn had made a mess of this place. Sansa was pressed tight against me, her breath short and quick as the ancient fortress unfurled in our view. "Are you all right?" I asked, speaking just loud enough for her to hear over the whoosh of wind. She nodded, though I felt her body tremble. "It's just, seeing home from above." She swallowed. I never imagined Winterfell like this from a dragon's back. It's breathtaking and terrifying. But I'm also relieved to see my home. Let's head down. I guided Viserys into another circle around the courtyard below, searching for the Ironborn. My sharp Valyrian eyes helped me see better. "I see a few men in those corners, hard to tell if they're your people or not. Where should we touch down?" Sansa straightened a bit, her gaze darting frantically across the courtyard. "There." She pointed at a stone-walled section near the broken gatehouse, where a group of armed men milled about, wearing rough leather and mismatched steel. Their attire was nothing like the Northmen's furs or stark sigils. A slow smile curled on my lips. "They're no Northerners, that's for sure." I leaned forward, tightening my arm around her waist. "All right, let's pay them a visit." Viserys responded to a slight shift in my posture. She tucked her wings and descended, dropping into the courtyard with a powerful air backwash. The men below staggered, bracing themselves against the sudden gust and screech. Spears clattered on stone. "What the fuck is that? Did I drink too much ale?" I kept a firm hold on Sansa as Viserys's back legs touched down. She shrieked fiercely and loudly, and the Ironborn scattered in alarm, half of them rolling on the ground. They were screaming at me, eyes full of terror, but I ignored them. Still mounted atop the dragon, I squeezed Sansa's waist in a reassuring gesture. "Now," I said calmly, "tell me which ones you want dead." Sansa's breath hitched. She hesitated momentarily, turning to look at my face. Then she pointed with trembling fingers at the men she recognized as foreigners. "Those few," she whispered. I don't know them. They aren't from my home." And they were wearing Ironborn armor, but Sansa didn't seem to notice that. "Good enough for me." I lifted my head and raised my voice. "Dracarys." Flames erupted from Viserys's jaws. The roar of the dragon's fire drowned out the Ironborn's horrified cries. The next sight was something to see. Their pleas for mercy caught in the inferno, and the entire area heated up. The men were consumed within seconds, embers and ash swirling in the wind. The stench of charred flesh burned my nose, but I welcomed the flush of triumph. Pity they died too quickly. That should have been most of them, but some more should be around the area. Let me speak, Sansa, I murmured, swinging my leg over the saddle to stand upright on Viserys's back. I raised my voice for the northern folk who peered out from doors and behind ruined walls. People of Winterfell. I am Viserys Targaryen, the rightful heir of the Iron Throne. I know you must be confused, but fear not, I come as your ally. I've come to free you from these iron-born cunts as you just saw. Spread out now, search every corridor and cranny for any ironborn still skulking about. Bring them here alive, preferably. I have plans for them. For Winterfell. A wave of confusion rippled through the ragged onlookers. Most had never seen a dragon in their lifetimes, and the Targaryen name meant enemy. Shock gripped them. But then Sansa steadied herself, shakily standing atop Viserys. I held her to stop her from falling, and she spoke out in a shaky but resolute voice. Everyone, he's not lying. You know me, I am Sansa Stark, she called, forcing her chin up. Daughter of Eddard Stark. Listen to Viserys, he's here to help us, to save Winterfell. My brother, the king in the north, sent him here. That rallied them. They truly trusted a Stark with their lives. A murmur of awe passed through the crowd, turning into a ragged cheer. Men and women scrambled off, armed with whatever they could find, determined to flush out any remaining ironborn. My gaze followed them to the gates until I heard a sound coming from the opposite direction. The castle. A lone figure strode out from the castle door, Theon Greyjoy. He wore no helmet, unprepared for battle, and I spotted fresh burns on his hands. Speaking of, I noticed 2 churned bodies hanging from the gate earlier. Sansa hadn't, and I didn't bother to notify her about it. Looks like he already killed 2 innocent boys. Theon Greyjoy, I called out loud, and Sansa's head snapped to look at him. The puny ironborn filth looked at me in shock and stumbled on seeing the blackened remains of his men, half crouching as if the sight physically wounded him. Pale fury edged across his features. You bastard Targaryen, he spat, voice tinged with trembling anger or fear. He bit his lip when he saw the dragon I rode, but then he met my eyes again. I don't care who you are, but who gave you the right to? I felt Sansa tremble in rage at the sound of his voice. She pointed a finger, her eyes alight with hatred. He betrayed my family. Kill him too, Viserys. Nah, that won't do. Viserys of course didn't listen. She was my dragon, not this Stark's. I leaned in, hey, I held her chin and turned it toward me. She looked surprised, but I brushed a light kiss on her nose. Calm down, he's no danger to us. He's more valuable alive, I murmured. That said, he did deserve punishment. Without further warning, I let go of Sansa and hopped down from Viserys' back, rising high, boots hitting the courtyard in a puff of dust. Theon was surprised seeing how high I'd jumped, and tried to step back, raising a sword but I didn't give him the chance. I closed the distance between us, seized him by the collar, and slammed my fist into his face. Arg! Theon shouted, but it was cut off halfway through as his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot, unconscious. A few curious bystanders gawked, uncertain whether to cheer or flee. Welcome to a new day, Theon Greyjoy, I said, although he couldn't hear. You'll get what you deserve soon enough. Behind him, Maester Luwin stood at the castle entrance, eyes huge with disbelief as they fixed on my dragon. He barely spared a glance at me or Sansa. The Maester was in awe seeing a living dragon, a creature from the pages of history. Before I could say more, a rush of movement caught my eye. 2 small forms darted forward from behind a collapsed section of the yard. I almost moved toward Sansa to protect her, but I recognized them as Bran and Rickon Stark, accompanied by a lanky, wild-looking woman Osha, if I recall, and a hulking man carrying Bran in his arms. Ah! They must have been hiding in the crypt, From what I remember, the boys' eyes were wide, scanning the courtyard. Then they saw Sansa perched on the dragon as they froze. Sansa! I knew that was your voice. Bran called, voice cracking with relief. The younger one, Rickon, wasted no time and ran for his sister. Sansa leaped off the saddle, stumbling a bit but ignoring any sense of decorum as she raced to meet them. She enveloped both in a hug, tears shining in her eyes. I smiled. A rescue mission? That didn't take long. Most of the delay was because of the flight. And in a single, brutal encounter, we razed the Ironborn's threat to cinders, found the Stark boys safe, and seized a living prisoner in Theon Greyjoy. The courtyard quieted except for Sansa's choked sobs of joy. Above us, Viserys lifted her head and roared to the sky, sealing the fact that Winterfell, at least for now, belonged to the dragon and the wolves once again. Winterfell was reclaimed. Image here. Author note, Chapter 50. And we already took Winterfell. It's been fun to write this so far, and I think I'll be having fun till the very end. Many thanks to @Glassy, and as always, homeboy at Short Motor, for proofreading all these chapters so far. Goal: no Power Stone goal this time since I've already posted 5 chapters this week, but rather will do ranking goals. Currently ranked top number 4th in Power Stone ranking, so the goal is reaching top number 3. If we're top 3 by tomorrow this time, I'll post 2 chapters once again. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 51, 51 Promise of a Good Show. Chapter 51, Promise of a Good Show. Note, got 430 and stones today, and also reached the goal of number 3. Enjoy the 2 chapters while I slave away writing. I found myself standing in what had once been an old storage chamber under the Great Keep. It was a dark, cramped room lit by a single flickering torch. Shadows flickered across the stone walls, revealing cracks and chipped mortar that spoke of Winterfell's age. This place was over 8,000 years old, after all. I felt the cool underground air steady my thoughts as my lungs were filled with them. I was mostly done, except for this. I had spent most of the morning settling the unrest. After Sansa reunited with Bran and Rickon, the people of the north went hunting for the remaining Ironborn. No shortage of them tried to hide in the corners and cellars of Winterfell, but all were found. Unlike my initial plan, I had them executed. What use were they, after all, if Theon Greyjoy was already in my hands? Sansa had stood with me as I addressed Winterfell's surviving folk. With her calm, resolute presence, the crowd settled, and we promised to hold the castle until proper order could be restored. A few questioned having a Targaryen in charge, but Sansa vouched for me, so they begrudgingly bowed their heads. I loved my wolf pup already. No doubt some would remain wary, but I wouldn't expect otherwise. For now, peace was held by a thread. And that led me here, inside this dim corridor, facing Theon Greyjoy. Can't believe he's still unconscious in a situation like this, I said, taking a look at him. The fool was bound to a wooden chair, wrists tied behind him with rope thick enough to restrain a dire wolf. He'd been unconscious when we dragged him down. Blood crusted near his temple where I'd struck him earlier, and his mouth hung slightly open, shallow breaths escaping. I stood near his shoulder, Sansa close by my side. She stared at him, her expression one of anger and disappointment, perhaps betrayal. Although the last one had lost its edge by now. They'd grown up together once upon a time, so she felt betrayed, but she'd already come to accept that. What are we going to do with him? Sansa asked, and I gestured my chin at her. I approached the chair. My footsteps filled the hollow halls. I placed a hand on his shoulders and jerked him slightly. Wake up, Greyjoy. Slowly, Theon's eyelids fluttered. A low groan came from his throat. He shifted, then jerked upright, blinking furiously as he realized his predicament. Panic flashed across his face, his gaze darted around the dark room until it settled on us. You, he rasped, voice scratchy. His eyes trembled when he recognized me. This must be a bad nightmare. Yes. A Targaryen in Winterfell, a dragon, all that can't be right. I let out a low, humorless laugh. Are you truly that surprised, Greyjoy? It's been an interesting turn of events, but it's not a dream. He flicked his gaze to Sansa, and some sort of desperate cunning lit in his eyes. Sansa, listen to me, he said, tone cracking into a plea. This man. He can't be trusted. He's just using you and your family. Targaryens have always, I laughed, which cut off his words. Look at this guy, I said and slipped behind Sansa, sliding my arms around her waist. She stiffened at the public display, but she didn't pull away. My chin rested on her shoulder, and she let out a shaky breath. He thinks he can turn you against me, I said, amused. Isn't that funny, my dear? Theon's face twisted. What are you doing to her? He demanded, voice brimming with alarm. Sansa managed a small squeak, turning her head slightly to look at me. Hey, someone is right in front of us and... I gently turned her chin to face me better, ignoring Theon's sputtering. Why should humans care if a dog sees them mate? Her eyes widened, and my lips met hers in a deliberate, unhurried kiss. She melted against me with a stifled moan. It was our first true kiss, more than a quick brush of lips on cheek, and the sensation of her warmth, the press of her body, flickered through me with satisfying heat. My hands tightened around her waist, feeling the heat of her flesh. For a moment, it was as if Theon and the rest of the world ceased to exist. She wiggled, pushing herself into me, her body craving my kiss. At one point, she started liking this. She started liking showing this side of her to the dog. When the kiss broke, I kept my forehead lightly against hers, savoring her breath. Your lips are delicious, Sansa. Theon let out a low growl. You bastard! I returned my attention to him with a sly smirk. In the books, I heard that Theon dreamed of marrying Sansa. He must be losing his night right now. That's when I noticed something else about him, an uncomfortable bulge in his trousers. Oh! I said with mocking sympathy. Look at him. This iron-born pig definitely had his eyes on you, Sansa, from the day he was a ward here. Look at that little tent. What a weird bastard. And you Stark kids considered him a brother. Sansa stiffened, then scowled in Theon's direction. You're so disgusting. Even this aside, you killed 2 poor farm boys, she snapped. You loser, you piece of shit. You betrayed my family, Theon. My father believed in you, Robb believed in you. We all trusted you. Theon's face twitched, shame warring with anger. At least they weren't, he swallowed. Bran and Rickon. You should be grateful that I didn't kill your brothers. What? Sansa was stunned. I moved in a blur, my fist cracking across his cheek. Theon shouted in pain, head snapping to the side. You speak like that in front of me one more time, Greyjoy, and you will never speak again. Whether they were Stark boys or not, you still murdered innocent children. You're in no place to defend yourself, or bait rage from Sansa. He glared back, bloody lips curling up in a sneer. You'll pay for this, lizard, he spat, the corner of his mouth bleeding. My sister, she'll come for me. She's already been traveling for a while now. Asha is not like me, she's stronger, and her iron-born men are Asha, is it? I mused aloud, stepping beside Sansa once more. My hands drifted along her waist, drawing a small whimper from her. Good. That's what I needed to know. That's why I came to you. How nice of you to tell me about the Ironborn's next plans so easily. Very good. But Theon, do you really expect your sister to defeat my dragon? He froze, realizing he'd just handed me a vital piece of intelligence. Anger flared in his eyes, but no words came. Smiling, I leaned into Sansa's ear. "You should go, baby," I murmured. "Let me finish with him. We don't want you to see things you'd regret." She swallowed, color high on her cheeks. Fine," she said softly, glancing at his bound form one last time before stepping away from me. The door creaked as she left, leaving only me and the prisoner, along with the quiet drip of water from somewhere in the darkness. I watched her retreating figure for a heartbeat, savoring that bright red flush across her face, and the sway of her full hips. I loved that she was already an adult in this world. It was much better to look at. I turned to Theon, who glared defiantly despite the ropes biting into his wrists. "Now that we're alone. What will you do to me?" "Oh no, don't get me wrong. I didn't send her away to torture you. I just want to tell you something that I can't in front of her," I smiled. "What is it?" "Let your sister come," I said lightly. "I'll be waiting for this, Asha." "And you, Theon," I laughed, stepping closer, letting him see the glint in my eyes. "Since you like to watch so much, you'll have a front row seat to the show. To what I'll do to your dear, strong, sister." Theon's lips pressed into a thin line, fear, frustration, and dread visible in the set of his jaw. I ran a hand over the stubble of his scalp in a mock-pitying gesture. This was fun. "Just be patient," I told him. Then, with that, I spun and strode out of the room, leaving Theon alone in the darkness to seethe. Outside, the torch-lit corridor smelled faintly of old stone and dust. I paused, collecting my thoughts, already forming new plans for dealing with Asha Greyjoy. "Hey, you're out." Sansa was waiting, flustered by our little display earlier. A smile touched my lips. One more loose end to tie up. Admittedly, I should deal with Sansa properly before Asha's Ironborn forces came. Chapter 52, 52 What a disappointment. Chapter 52, what a disappointment. "Hey, you're out," she said, a trace of nerves lacing her words. The dark stones of Winterfell flickered with torch-lit stones that felt deceptively peaceful after the day's turmoil. Each gust of night air carried the faint scent of ash and old dust, remnants of the Ironborn's short-lived occupation. I offered her a small, warm smile. "Why the long face?" Despite my success in stabilizing the castle and learning the Ironborn's next moves, there was much yet to do, and I had one more task tonight. Sansa's cheeks bore a soft redness, and I could sense some tension in the air. She caught my eye and cleared her throat, a memory of our earlier display before Theon's eyes still evident in her posture. "Long face?" "No, I was just thinking about some things," she said. She didn't look like she minded our earlier actions. "I see." I looked up at the darkening sky. Night was here. "Let's go somewhere private, Sansa. We need to talk." Her gaze flickered with curiosity and perhaps a flicker of worry. She nodded, guiding me along the corridor. We passed a scattering of northern guards who quickly averted their eyes. The news of a Targaryen commandeering Winterfell was received with mixed feelings. Nobody showed disrespect to me since I did kill the Ironborn, but they weren't very welcoming either. Our footsteps were the only sound that exchanged between us. The torches lining the walls cast shadows that seemed to shrink away from us as we went, and I could feel Sansa's closeness as she walked just ahead of me. Her red hair caught occasional glimmers from the flames. Sansa came to a stop before a sturdy oak door. She cleared her throat, "this is my room." "Come in," she said softly and opened it, stepping inside, the room beyond dimly lit by the faint glow of embers in a hearth. "Must be fun, having servants prepare the hearth even before you tell them to." I was not particularly rich in my previous life, and even as Viserys, I barely got to enjoy wealth because of the rebellion. I plan to make up for all that once I take the throne. I followed her in, the door clicking shut behind me. The chamber was small and oddly intimate, the walls draped in an artwork of the Stark sigil. The furniture was a simple table, a low bench, and a curtained bed. They spoke of comfort rather than opulence. Winterfell was created for survival, not luxury. Never mind, maybe it's not that fun to be a lord in this world. I noted, and she spoke. Give me a moment. Sansa set to work at once, tending to the hearth. Within moments, newer flames danced, chasing away the corners of darkness. It heated up the chamber well. Orange light flickered across her face, and her auburn hair gleamed like polished copper. When she turned to me, her blue eyes held both warmth and hesitance. "Viserys, is something the matter?" "No, because you wanted to talk in private." I allowed myself a brief, practiced smile. "Nothing's wrong exactly. I just wanted us some private time." I crossed the room and sat beside her on a low bench. Even through her uncertainty, she seemed relieved at my calm tone. "Well, we're alone now, hee." We began with a gentle conversation and discussed how the day had finally brought peace to Winterfell, and how the city's residents were learning to breathe again without the Ironborn's shadow looming over every stone. "I'm still scared, though," she said, her eyes full of doubt as she looked at me. I was confused about what she was so worried for. About what? About what Theon said. Despite riding on top of a dragon, Sansa was worried that this peace will end. That Asha Greyjoy will put an end to it all. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Seriously, Sansa?" I asked, "what are some stupid Ironborn against me and my dragon? You saw me beat the shit out of the Hound. You saw Viserys murder a dozen." She cleared her throat at that, looking away in embarrassment as she realized how stupid she sounded. I gave her the time to think it through, both of us sitting beside the fire, the crackling flames creating a lovely atmosphere. "You know," a minute later, she spoke up. "All this still seems like a dream. It's hard to believe I'm back home, whereas, just a few days ago, I was crying from Joffrey's torture. It's all thanks to you." "You're saying it like I had nothing to gain from it," I laughed, throwing a piece of wood into the fire, and resting my shoulder against hers. "I got myself an alliance out of it." "Yes, but still," she scowled playfully. "It's the behavior, you know? Someone else, and I can't imagine feeling this, blissful. It's all because of you." "Is that so?" I trained off, and she didn't reply. We stared at each other, our eyes looking deep, and I leaned closer. The space between us dwindled into something intimate. My fingers found Sansa's hand, and her breath caught. I could sense the tension that never fully left her, a tremor born from captivity and trauma. She didn't pull away though, letting my touch linger. "You've been through so much," I said softly. "You deserve better than this cold castle, better than these burdens on your shoulders." Her cheeks colored under the glow of the fire. What? "You've done so much for me already," she whispered. "I don't know what you're implying." "Don't you?" She averted her eyes, cleaning her throat. "Hey! I don't even know how to thank you, but now you're saying this." I let my hand rise to brush the curve of her jaw, feeling the heat of her skin. "You don't need to thank me, Sansa," I said. "I am almost offended you're considering it. Are we that distant that we need to say those fancy words to each other?" I leaned in, letting my lips graze hers in a soft, lingering kiss testing the waters. Sansa blinked. There was a moment's hesitation, but then she responded, her hands lifting to rest against my chest, her eyes closing under my touch. Time stretched as the kiss deepened. My hand slid down her side, the texture of her gown and the slight quiver in her stance telling me more than words ever could. I roamed her body, pulling her onto my lap, devouring her mouth while my hands went around her body, her curves. "MMPH," she whimpered as I bit her lips, moving to lick her long neck. It was tasty. I hit down on her shoulders, while my hands squeezed her ass under her skirt. I lifted her up, holding her ass and raising her into the air. She gasped and I led to the bed, dropping her on her back. Ahn. She bounced on it as I loomed over her, my eyes appreciating her beauty. Sansa Stark was ripe and ready, her curves spilling out, begging to be savored. I leaned forward, going for a kiss, our lips meeting once again, while my hands went into her skirt again. This time, they went between her legs, on her heat core. Wait! Just as I started pressing a little further, her palms flattened against me, a gentle but firm barrier. She broke away, breath ragged, face flushed. Sansa. We can't, Vis, she managed, voice trembling. Not before marriage, please. My mother, she'd never forgive me. I drew back, letting my expression darken just enough to feign a hint of hurt. Slowly, I stood up, turning away so she couldn't see the flicker of triumph in my eyes. I see, I said, injecting a clipped tone. I would have thought we had more than just a political arrangement. Ha, forget it. Her eyes widened, and she reached for me in alarm. No, please, I didn't mean Viserys, don't be upset. She stumbled over her words, guilt and confusion knitting her brow. Don't worry about it, I said, looking at her from my shoulder. I shouldn't have assumed. Then I stepped away, letting the chamber's door open behind me. Wait, please. I cast one final glance at her, making sure she saw the pain in my expression. Rest well, Lady Stark. The door clicked shut, and I exhaled, the facade slipping from my face. A slow, pleased smile pulled at my lips. Sansa's reaction played exactly into my plans, fostering just enough guilt to keep her tethered. I couldn't be the king who'd rule it all if I shared a passionate night with her so easily. Things had to be more difficult, and follow my plans. Especially with Yara Greyjoy soon coming. She'd spend the night second-guessing her decision, grappling with whether her reluctance had driven a wedge between us. That doubt would allow me to manipulate her and stamp her away. Why're you mad I slept with someone else? Wasn't it you who pushed me away? That was the result I was going for. A gentle relationship with a High Lord's daughter wouldn't work. I'd decided otherwise from the very day I touched Arianne Martell. The corridor lay empty, save for the distant flicker of torches and the faint hum of night wind through the outer windows. My footsteps echoed softly on the worn stones as I moved away from Sansa's chamber. The Game of Thrones had multiple styles that one could choose to play from. I'd chosen the one where I'd dominate not only the kingdoms, but their families too. Author note, we got 430 end stones today, so next day's goal is a bit more. 500 stones from here. Crazy number, but you guys might be able to pull it off. Let's see. Start voting. Goal, 1220/1720 Chapter 53, 53 Invasion of the Ironborn Chapter 53, Invasion of the Ironborn. The Great Hall of Winterfell felt subdued. It had been only a few days since I drove the Ironborn out, or more accurately, burned them out, but many of their scars remained, affecting the people of North. Torches flared along the high stone walls, casting flickers of light that struggled against the lingering shadows. Local farmers, tradesmen, and various other common folk filled the benches of the hall, waiting their turn to speak with the Stark children now holding court. Bran sat at the head of the gathering, dressed in a heavy fur-lined cloak. Though young, he wore the mantle of leadership here. Rickon, smaller and more fidgety, often glanced around the room, unsure of his role. Sansa sat to Bran's left, her gaze downcast, hands clasped in her lap. Now and then, she lifted her eyes, troubled blue light meeting the swirl of light from the torches overhead. Across the hall, I leaned against a chilly stone column, watching everything with a lack of interest. I barely paid attention to the soft murmurs of the people or the occasional cough echoing through the hall. Instead, my focus drifted to one of the tall, narrow windows that ran along the outer wall. The window showed my lovely dragon outside. She was hard to miss with that golden sheen of her scales. A pair of nervous stable hands were unloading the carcass of a fresh sheep, dropping it unceremoniously near Viserys. My dragon stretched her neck, yawning. A burst of orange flames left her yawn, and it singed the sheep before starting to devour it. Several onlookers watched from a distance, murmuring in both awe and fear, while Viserys's tail lazily flicked through the trodden snow. A smile touched my lips at the sight. They're still frightened of her. Good. It'd been a few days, but the fear of a dragon didn't pass so easily. I turned my head just in time to catch a raised voice in the hall. Please, Lord. An older man, face lined with grief, eyes downcast, stood before Bran and Sansa. His voice cracked as he spoke of the Ironborn's cruelties. Please, my daughters, my poor girls, raped in our own home. My wife was the same, and she took her own life out of shame. And I could only watch. In all cases, I couldn't stop anything. A deep silence overtook the crowd. Rickon's lips parted, seeming unsure what to say. Maester Luwin patted him on the back, stopping him from saying anything. Sansa was horrified, while Bran's expression hardened, knuckles whitening on the arm of his chair. After a silent moment, Bran drew a breath. That is incredibly disheartening to hear, but the Ironborn have received their punishment, he stated quietly. They died by dragon fire. The old man sniffled, shoulders trembling. I know that. It's good that they burn, it's their punishment. But my wife, she's gone. My daughters, they look dazed all the time, staring into the air. His voice wavered. Who's going to fix them? The silence returned. It was a quiet so deep it weighed on everyone's chest. Bran's gaze dropped, and for a moment, he seemed very much the child he was, confronted by a grief too large for easy answers. He found no immediate response, only silence and empathy. I pushed myself off the column, footsteps echoing as I approached the dais where Bran and Sansa Saturday, if I may, I said, and the crowd parted slightly, wary of the tall muscular figure with silver-white hair. Sansa shot me a glance, curiosity mingled with uncertainty, but I ignored her. Bran nodded, allowing me the permit to speak. I didn't need his permission, of course, but it didn't hurt to be polite. I turned to the old man. How many men were involved? The man swallowed. F4, me lord. My tone hardened. I see. I cannot bring your wife back to life, and I cannot undo your daughter's suffering. But I can give them a kind of justice, my kind of justice. My eyes swept the onlookers, then returned to the old man's tear-stained face. More Ironborn will come to reclaim Theon, or to raid these lands further. I have intel about that. When they come, I will take 4 of them captive for you. Bring your daughters to Winterfell. We'll let them deal with those men in whatever manner they see fit. Will that give you some solace, Goodman? A glimmer of hope lit the old man's features. It might, my lord. Yes. It might. I can't say if daughters will be satisfied with it, but I'll be happy. And I don't think they'll hate it either. Thank you. Thank you. A buzz rippled through the assembled commoners, a mixture of surprise and satisfaction at this harsh offer. Sansa breathed in sharply but said nothing. I folded my arms, speaking once more. Don't thank me yet. This can only be done if Lord Stark permits it. While I claim to be the king of the realm, the north isn't a part of my rule anymore. It is the land of the king in the north, Robb Stark. In his absence, I cannot rule my own judgment. It's up to him. I shifted my gaze to Bran, voice even. What do you say, my lord? Bran's face reflected a tangle of emotion. There was sympathy for the victim, horror at the brutality that already happened and the new one that I suggested, and a flicker of doubt. But, he started, the 4 men you'll capture will not be the same ones who committed this crime. Is it justice to punish another for one's crime just because they're from the same place? I offered a cold shrug. All Ironborn are cut from the same cloth, especially the raiding sort. They'd have done the same or worse if it had been them. Do you disagree? From what we've seen, they're men of cruelty, burning children alive, raping as they please. Many heads nodded, some vigorously, especially those who'd witnessed or suffered from the Ironborn's short reign. Bran still hesitated, but then Sansa rose a little in her seat. We can't bring back his wife, but maybe this is the only justice left, she said. Her voice softened. We'll do it, just as His Grace Viserys suggested. She turned to look at me, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. I merely nodded, my expression distant, and turned aside. Sansa's smile faltered, disappointed that I didn't react warmly to her support. Everything was going fine. King Viserys. The old man cheered, throwing his hand in the air. King Viserys. King Viserys. Another followed, and people exchanged glances before they cheered for me. It felt good. It felt great, actually. To be cheered by the people of another while standing in the middle of their halls. The cheers continued until a guard burst into the hall, panting. My lord, he stammered, sparing a fearful glance at me. His chainmail rattled as he hurried to the dais. A band of Ironborn, they're near the western road. They're armed, heading toward Winterfell. Bran sat up straighter, lips parting as if to give an order, but he didn't speak fast enough. A faint, predatory smile curved my lips. I set off for the door, cloak swishing around my boots, my voice echoing through the hall. Save your breath, Lord Stark. I'll see to them personally. Sansa's eyes followed me, concern etched across her features. The crowd pressed back as I passed, giving me a wide passage. Soon, gigantic wings took off into the air. The wind carried the salt-laden tang of the sea, a familiar taste that clung to Yara Asha Greyjoy's lips as she rode at the head of her small company. She guided her mount with practiced ease, her sharp eyes scanning the landscape of the north. This place was cold and unwelcoming, with grey skies that mirrored the chill in her mood. She didn't like being so deep into the mainland. Just like how she didn't like riding a horse. The ship was her ride. Her fingers flexed on the reins. Theon, you bloody fool! She'd cursed out loud when she first heard the news how her younger brother had seized Winterfell and later how he'd murdered children and burned their bodies to make his claim. It should have been cause for celebration. Ironborn should never apologize for taking what they wanted. But this was idiocy. Ironborn weren't born to hold a place. That wasn't the nature of a pirate. So when he called her for help to bring an army and hold Winterfell, she could only scoff. That was why her current company consisted of only 36 grim-faced raiders who had followed her from the Iron Islands. Not to hold Winterfell but for something much simpler. Yara wasn't here to bolster Theon's fragile grasp on this land. She was here to bring him back. She tugged at the reins, slowing her horse as they passed into a thicket of frost-bitten trees. She frowned then. The faint crunch of frozen ground under hooves was the only sound aside from the occasional murmur among her men. A hawk cried above, and the air felt wrong. Yara's frown deepened. Her instincts prickled. Something was off. She glanced back at her men, their hardened faces betraying a faint unease that mirrored her own. What's wrong? One of the younger men asked, yet to sense the oddity. We should have seen the castle by now, another one of them muttered. Where's the damn spires? Quiet, Yara snapped, her voice cutting through the growing tension. She straightened in her saddle, eyes narrowing as she scanned the horizon. The treetops swayed, but there was no wind. The world seemed to hold its breath. Something was definitely wrong here. Then it came. A sound, no, a roar ripped through the air, so loud it felt like the sky itself was being torn apart. Like thunder was screaming in pain. The sheer force of it rattled the branches above, sending a cascade of frost to the ground. Yara flinched, her hands flying to her ears as several of her men cried out in alarm. "What the fuck was that?" someone shouted, panic edging his voice. Yara's heart thudded against her ribs as she yanked her gaze upward. A massive shadow swept over the treetops, battering the weak northern sun. Her blood ran cold as she saw it, a creature of legend, fire, and fury. A motherfucking dragon! What the? The beast soared above them, its golden scales glinting like molten metal. Yara's heart began to pace faster. Its wings spanned wide enough to cast their company in shadow, and its roar echoed again, shaking the earth. Yara's heart was screaming by then. "Hold!" Yara bellowed, her voice cutting through the panic. Her men froze, some gripping their weapons, others glancing at her for direction. "Don't move a fucking muscle!" The dragon circled once, its powerful wings sending gusts of wind that flattened the grass and stirred up dust. It growled low, enough to make the earth rumble. Yara's stomach clenched as 3 of her men bolted, scrambling toward the cover of the trees. "Run! Run away! Idiots!" she hissed, but it was too late. Dracarys! The dragon descended with terrifying speed, its jaws opening to release a torrent of flame. The 3 Ironborn screamed as fire engulfed them, their silhouettes writhing before collapsing into ash. The remaining men stood paralyzed, weapons half drawn, their courage evaporating in the face of the fiery display. A voice boomed from above, calm but carrying an edge of mockery. "Should have listened to your princess, Ironborn pigs!" Yara's head snapped toward the sound. The dragon came to a hovering stop, its golden body a mere blur of motion as it flapped its wings. Atop its back stood a man, his silver hair whipping in the wind, his red armor gleaming in the sunlight. "Rhaegar Targaryen," one of her older men whispered, his voice trembling, and Yara's heart sank, though she quickly hid her reaction. "Not Rhaegar. Too young. Unless it's a ghost. No, doesn't matter. I don't know what the fuck he is, but he's a Targaryen that's riding a dragon." She noted in her head that it was stupid to think about his identity right now when he was ready to burn her and her men to a crisp at any second. The dragon landed with a thunderous thud, its claws digging into the frozen earth. Yara gritted her teeth, keeping her horse steady as the rider dismounted, moving with the fluid grace of someone who knew his power. The man smirked as he approached, his pale violet eyes locking onto hers. "So, you must be Yara Greyjoy. Or is it Asha? I hear you go by both." "Doesn't matter." He spread his arms in a mock bow. "Welcome to Winterfell, Iron Princess. Your timing is impeccable, it allowed my earlier speech to be a lot grander. I've been waiting for you." Her jaw tightened. "Why?" "Good question," he said, his tone almost conversational. "You see, your brother was quite vocal during our discussion. 'Asha will save me,' he kept shouting. It was very adorable and a lot more pathetic." He tilted his head, eyes full of arrogance. "I don't think he understands what a dragon can do, but it seems you're smart enough to grasp it. So let us get this clear. You're not here to save Theon, not anymore. You're here to surrender." One of her men growled, stepping forward with his axe raised. "Who the fuck do you think you are, Targaryen bastard?" The man didn't even flinch. "The man standing between you and your funeral pyre, Viserys Targaryen, and that's your grace for you," he said in an easy tone. "Try me, and I'll let Viserys introduce herself. She loves a good meal, especially when it's still wriggling." As if on cue, the dragon growled, a low, rumbling sound that made the ground vibrate. That'd have made a lesser woman pee herself, but Yara was a proud, strong woman. She raised a hand, halting her men before they could do something stupid. "What do you want, Targaryen?" "It is your grace for you too, false princess," Viserys said. "Don't make me repeat it for a third time. Drop your weapons and follow me to Winterfell. I'll take you and your men into custody. Resist, and I'll burn every last one of you. Even if you manage to kill me somehow, if you're considering it, my dragon will tear you apart." He flashed a smile, all teeth. "So, what'll it be?" Yara hesitated, her mind racing. She didn't doubt his words. The 3 charred corpses behind her were proof enough. And yet, the thought of surrendering to a Targaryen, of leading her men into chains. "Captain," one of her men muttered, his voice heavy with fear. She exchanged glances but saw no hope. Yara exhaled sharply, her resolve hardening. "No point in dying here. Theon, you goddamn fool!" For the first time in 100 years a dragon appeared, and her dumb fuck of a brother went and picked a fight with the rider. Yara dismounted, the snow crunching beneath her boots as she unslung her axe and dropped it to the ground. The metallic clang echoed like a death knell. "Do as he says," she barked to her men. "Dismount and drop your weapons. Now!" There was grumbling and hesitant shuffling, but her men obeyed one by one, casting their axes, swords, and daggers into the dirt. Viserys smiled, pleased. "Good choice," he said, his tone almost cheerful. He gestured toward Winterfell, his dragon shifting behind him, smoke curling from its nostrils. "Let's go. We have a warm welcome waiting for you." Yara's fists clenched as she began to walk, her men falling into a dejected line behind her. The Targaryen punk's smirk burned in her mind as he jumped on top of his dragon, and she swore silently to herself. "This isn't over." Author note: thankfully didn't meet the goal, otherwise I'd have been bedridden pensive face. See you guys on Sunday again. Don't forget to keep voting, the top spots are tasty for Viserys. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 54, 54 A Promise Well Kept. Chapter 54, A Promise Well Kept. I led the Ironborn into Winterfell like trophies, their weapons confiscated, their heads bowed in defeat. Yara Greyjoy walked near the front of her people, shoulders tense, but her chin lifted defiantly. The snow fell lightly around us, gathering on the courtyard's cobblestones and on their cloaks. A silence was present in the air, marred only by the sound of our footfalls and the Ironborn's occasional grumbles. Viserys was taking short leaps, flapping her wings to carry her into the air briefly before waiting for the Ironborns to catch up. When they did, she leaped again. Like that, we approached Winterfell. Townsfold and Stark soldiers lined the courtyard, forming a corridor of wary stares and occasional murmurs. Some whispered my name either with awe, resentment, or plain confusion. I breathed in, savoring the mixture of tension and fascination that clung to the air. This was precisely what I wanted. A spectacle, proof of my power and influence, even on the Starks' home turf. I was starting to like the stares. A man in the crowd spat at one of Yara's men, hurling curses about burned farms and stolen livestock. "Die, filthy bastards!" The Ironborn responded with a snarl, but a swift blow from a Stark soldier silenced him. The soldier glanced my way, uncertain if I'd approve. I gave him a small nod. Let them see that disrespect won't be tolerated by me or by these northerners now acting under my will. "Careful," I drawled from atop Viserys, looking at Yara sideways. "Your men are getting rowdy. Would be a shame if they forced my hand." She scowled, but the edges of her mouth twitched, betraying her internal turmoil. "You're parading them like dogs," she hissed. "Don't expect me to be grateful." I merely shrugged. "Them? You too. At least all of you are still breathing, so don't complain just yet." We surrendered. "You won't kill us," she said, and I might have considered it if she was begging rather than claiming. I chuckled, making her growl at me. She wanted to snap back, I could see it in her eyes, but she held her tongue. She knew her men's lives dangled by a thin thread, a thread I controlled. As we approached the castle gate, Sansa and Bran appeared near the entrance, flanked by a handful of soldiers. Rickon peeked out from behind them, wide-eyed. I met their eyes, careful to only spare a second on Sansa. The courtyard opened into a broad space, watchful northerners forming a loose semicircle. Snow crunched beneath Viserys's feet as she landed again, and I jumped down, patting her scales. "Go rest somewhere," I said, gesturing for the Stark soldiers to step forward. "At your command," one of them said. "Bind them," I said, voice resonating in the hush. "We'll house them in the dungeons for now. If they resist, you may feel free to knock sense into them." A wave of men, some wearing Stark sigils, others brandishing axes and some common everyday weapons, stepped up. Grunts and curses filled the air as the prisoners were shoved to their knees, hands bound behind their backs. A few hissed in anger, one even spitting at the ground. The soldiers repaid them in kind with hilt strikes and heavy fists. Yara glared at me. "You enjoy this, don't you?" I offered a slow, idle smile. "Enjoy is a strong word, princess. I just find it useful." My gaze swept the courtyard, meeting the eyes of more than a few northerners. I let them see my composure, my claim to authority. "Remember this day," I thought, "the day a Targaryen showed mercy to you and cruelty to your enemies. Let's see how true the phrase the North remembers is." Bran, watching from his vantage point, wore a troubled look. He noticed me noticing him, and his lips parted as if to speak. But no words came. Instead, Sansa eased forward, nodding her thanks, trying to interact with me again. Her expression was half admiration but also a flicker of uncertainty. She recognized the power in my display, and I suspected she wasn't entirely comfortable with it. Yara, now tied, stepped closer to me, her voice low. "You think this makes you the king in the north? Parading men in the snow?" I held her gaze. "Are you stupid? I don't need to be king of the north. I'm king of the realm. Dorne backs me, as does the Reach. The north has only recently joined me too. Don't try to insult me, woman, it will not end well." We locked eyes. An exchange more heated than any physical skirmish passed between us. At that moment, I sensed a grudging respect brewing in her as she looked away, even if she'd never admit it. Good. Let her stew in it. "All right, everyone," I turned away from her and faced the crowd. They'd been waiting for me to speak. "I've defeated and captured the Ironborn army. Now, as promised, we should move into the show event." When my words filled the open yard, the mood grew heavier and more claustrophobic. Tied well and under the watch of a pack of Stark soldiers and many more common northern people, Yara and her men stood stiffly. I gestured for Yara, ignoring her huff of annoyance. A hush fell as I addressed her. "Yara Greyjoy, the so-called Iron Princess attacked Winterfell, to support her brother and help him hold it." "I did not!" she shouted. I silence. My hand went flying, and her right cheek went red, face whipping to the side. Her eyes were wide, full of shock and rage. Some Ironborn shouted in response, and 2 northern soldiers slammed the end of their spears into their heads. I smiled. "Now, tell me which 4 of your men are the worst. The real criminals. The rapers, the child killers, the vile scum. We have a request from the local folk." She bristled, glaring at me. "I'm not betraying my men. If you think that I raised a brow. Do you think they'd do the same for you? They burn, they rape, they pillage as they please. You truly believe they're loyal to you? A woman." I took a step closer, letting my voice drop. "Or perhaps you'd rather your entire group suffer the same fiery fate. 4 is better than all, princess." Her jaw clenched, but she said nothing. I saw her struggling, balancing her fierce Ironborn pride with the grim reality. "Fuck," she went silent and then nudged her chin to a man. "Darren," she said, and the man stiffened. Then she spat 3 more names like curses. "Torek, Harlan, and Voron." She turned her head back to me. "There. Satisfied?" "Not yet," I nodded at the soldiers, and they moved to grab the 4 of them. I kept my expression serious now. I half turned toward the Stark children, where I spotted that old man from earlier, the one whose family had been ruined. "Bring your daughters here," I told him, my tone carrying a note of finality. "I've found 4 bodies for them. Let them have their vengeance in the manner they see fit." Bran was not far away, being carried by Hodder. At first, he said nothing, but when our eyes met, he looked at the floor with a distant look. A faint cough brought Maester Luwin forward, and the old man fiddled nervously with his chain of office. "My lord," the Maester said softly, turning to Bran, "we should consider mercy and justice both. These men, perhaps a swift trial," or Bran lifted his gaze, a frown creasing his brow. "Maester Luwin, we must address the people's needs. If I object, would it even matter?" He glanced toward me, then at Sansa, who quietly observed behind him. I withheld a comment. Let them speak openly. Let them wrestle with the weight of their own lands, I thought. I'm simply fulfilling my promise. The tension in the open yard was dense, as though everyone was holding their breath, waiting for Bran's call. The young Stark's eyes flicked to me briefly, a glimmer of uncertainty in them. Perhaps he wondered if giving me so much influence was wise. Yet how could he deny the results of my actions? The Ironborn had been repelled, Theon was locked away, and now this father and his daughters would get a twisted measure of justice. Bran exhaled. "The decision has already been made earlier, I'm not going to go against it." "Sometimes," he began, his voice subdued, "harsh decisions are necessary. I don't like it. But if it spares more people from the Ironborn's cruelty, then so be it." A small flicker of satisfaction ignited within me. He's learning, I noted. This was the North's future. A boy forced to grow up too soon, weighed down by moral quandaries. The realm shaped us all in such ways. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to become some tree spirit in this world. Maester Luwin's face flickered with discomfort. His chain rattled softly as he bowed his head, acquiescing. The old man's eyes showed emotions of burden and resignation. The father had already left at my order, he hadn't waited for Bran's permission to gather his daughters and prepare them for a meeting with their tormentors. The Starks braced themselves for the spectacle of vengeance. A hush settled over Winterfell's courtyard, the first flakes of early snow drifting onto the onlookers as the 4 captured Ironborn were dragged forward. Word of the impending execution had spread swiftly. Merchants, farmers, and soldiers alike had gathered in a semicircle, torches blazing despite the afternoon light. The hiss and crackle of flames provided a low backdrop for the murmurs and harsh whispers rippling through the crowd. Bran and Sansa stood off to one side, flanked by loyal Stark guards. Bran's face was cast solemn, his brow furrowed, Sansa's eyes darted between the prisoners and the men and women assembled. Her lips formed a tense line, betraying her growing discomfort. She caught sight of Yara, standing near the front, bound at the wrists. The Ironborn princess's chin remained lifted in defiance, but tension radiated from her clenched jaw. Her people, in the meantime, were glaring at her more than at me. Ironborn would have preferred to die by dragon flames than be humiliated like this. Viserys strode into the open space, cloak dragging across the packed snow. A set of stakes and rough-hewn timbers formed an impromptu platform at the center of the courtyard. The crowd parted automatically, some stepping back warily as though the Targaryen's very presence demanded space. Yara observed it all. Clearly, they're scared of him too. So what is he doing here? How is there a dragon? Why is a Targaryen helping the Starks? All her thoughts came to a halt as her eyes moved to the 4 Ironborn forced to their knees, each one bound, bruised, and caked in dried blood from earlier skirmishes. Northern soldiers prodded them forward, ignoring the men's curses and spitting. Someone in the crowd whispered, "The Targaryen's out for blood. I heard 3 burnt bodies were found near Winterfell, and now he's going to kill 4 more. For us. I served them right. But let's see how far this goes. Yara was enraged at these fools who were cowards hiding behind a dragon. If not for that silver-haired bastard. She grumbled. I'm here, Lord. No, your grace, spoke a grieving farmer, his face still drawn tight with sorrow. He stepped out from the masses, accompanied by his 2 daughters. They clung to each other, trembling in the cold. Their eyes were puffy and haunted, as though they had already witnessed too many horrors. Viserys beckoned them forward with a sweep of his arm. You have your vengeance today. These 4 Ironborn, he gestured at the prisoners, represent the men who wronged you. Let Winterfell see that no crime against the North goes unpunished. No crime in my 7 kingdoms goes unpunished. The girls hovered uncertainly, exchanging frightened glances. One soldier placed a small weapon into the eldest daughter's shaking hand, a blunt axe with the Stark sigil carved into the handle. She hesitated, her knuckles whitening on the wooden shaft, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. This is cruel, Sansa said. You agreed to it. So did I. Bran sighed. Ah, fuck, Yara noted, Theon's men just had to go raping, hey? Things might have been easier to handle if not for that. It was all her father's fault, truth be told, to put the most rowdy Ironborn in Theon's ship. A wave of restless energy passed through the crowd. Even those hungry for retribution couldn't help but feel a shiver of unease at the spectacle. Yara, forced to observe, ground her teeth in silent rage. The Ironborn, kneeling in the snow, spat curses at the onlookers, and then glared at her. Her men, they who'd travelled far with her, looked at her with hateful eyes, for she'd betrayed them. One of the Ironborn prisoners snarled, "Cowards! All of you! We'd have fought you fairly if not for that damned dragon." His words cut off in a strangled cry as one of the daughters raised the axe. With a trembling gasp, she brought it down. Blood went flying. The blow was messy, lacking the practiced edge of a seasoned soldier. Blood spattered the snow, and she stumbled back, chest heaving. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Some recoiled, others shouted encouragement. Viserys stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on the second daughter's shoulder, guiding her with a gentle but firm push toward another captive. It's okay. Do it, take all your anger out, he said. The second girl's eyes were red with tears, but she set her jaw and took the handle of a soldier's spear. The subsequent moments blurred into a brutal show of retribution and screams. Each daughter struck out, raw grief fueling their strikes, the crowd's cries crescendoing in a ragged unity of wrath and sorrow. Some watchers turned away, unable to bear the sight. Others pressed in, eager for every detail of Ironborn agony. Bran stood motionless, forced to witness the savage finality of what he'd allowed. Sansa grasped the edge of her cloak, lips parted in shock, tears pooling in her eyes. Yet neither uttered a word to halt the brutality, forced by the knowledge that their people demanded blood for blood. When the last of the 4 Ironborn prisoners collapsed in the scarlet-stained snow, the men cheered. The grieving father gathered his daughters in his arms, and they wept uncontrollably. Viserys let the cheers rise, letting every eye see the cost of defying committing crime in his realm and the power he held on the tips of his fingers. Amid this all, Yara Greyjoy clenched her fists behind her back, her smoldering stare locked on Viserys. The last savage blow had shattered any lingering illusions that this was a mere show. The reality of their defeat, of her men's utter helplessness, settled like a bitter stone in her gut. I'll make him pay for this. I definitely will. That is it, everyone, Viserys said and turned slowly, cloak brushing the ground. He cast a lingering glance at Bran and Sansa, reading their reactions as he addressed the soldiers. Burn the bodies and hang them in front of the gate. Lock the rest of them, except for the princess. Send her to my room a few hours later. As you command. A group of guards replied together. Then, with an almost regal composure, he strode away from the crimson snow, leaving the courtyard in a mix of emotions from people. Author note: it's another Sunday. Last week our highest in a day was 430 plus. I wanna put 450 on goal, but I'm feeling generous, so I'll tone it down instead. 420 stones pensive face goal, 0/420 if we make it by tomorrow, I'll post 2 chapters. Start voting. Chapter 55, 55 The Iron Price? Chapter 55, The Iron Price? Author note, one of my longtime readers, Unknown Deist, commented that it's fishy that I'm promising bonus chapters when not updating daily. So just to clear it up, I did post 3 bonus chapters last week. Double releases. It was even mentioned in the notes that we had met the goal, and this is the bonus chapter. Chapters 47 and 48 were posted at the same time. Chapters 49 and 52. Lastly, chapters 51 and 52 were also posted at the same time. Those are the bonus chaps. Friday and Saturday are my break days for IRL stuff, that is why there's no chapters then, regardless. The official update rate is 4 chapters/week, from Sunday to Thursday, but we had 7 chapters last week. Because of 3 bonus, double chapter posts. Just letting y'all know if y'all didn't notice this like Unknown Deist. The night pressed against the walls of Winterfell. It was dark and cold. Beyond the window, a waning moon cast pale light on the snow-laden roofs. In a private chamber on the keep's 2nd floor, torches sputtered in their brackets, sending wavering shadows dancing across the cold stone walls. Yara Greyjoy stood just outside the thick wooden door, her wrists bound behind her. 2 northern guards exchanged glances before the taller one rapped sharply on the door. A muffled voice from within. It was calm and waiting as it called out, "Enter." The guard eased the door open, allowing Yara to stride inside, her head high despite her restrained hands. Finally, those bastards. Despite the short time with these guards, she had come to hate them already. Not that the man inside was any better. The room was modestly furnished. A sturdy bed piled with furs, a small table set with a half-burned candle, and a narrow window overlooking the moonlit courtyard. A brazier in the corner diffused a faint warmth, though it felt far too mild for Yara's chilled limbs. None of that was more eye-catching than the man waiting near the window. It was the man who'd defeated and imprisoned her and her group, and executed 4 of her loyal men. His silver head turned at her entrance, and a slow, lazy smile curved his lips. It irritated her. He wore a loose-fitting tunic and breeches as though he were on the verge of retiring for the night. How dare he act so defenseless? Did he think she was no threat at all, just because her hands were tied? That'd be your funeral, Targaryen. Yara noted as the candlelight gleamed on his pale hair, giving him an otherworldly aura. "I've been waiting for you, Iron Princess," he said in a conversational tone. "Let's discuss world peace." Yara's jaw clenched, rage welling in her chest at his casual greeting. World peace? Really? After he killed her men? Her shoulders twitched with the urge to lunge at him, to break his smugness. Instead, she forced her voice to remain steady. "What's there to talk about, Targaryen?" she demanded. "You've already burned 3 of my men and publicly executed 4 more. What else could there possibly be before you achieve world peace? Ideally, the extinction of all Ironborn. Also, it's your grace for you." His gaze didn't waver as he shrugged, glancing past her as though the matter were trivial. "You're alive. Your brother's alive. And quite a few of your men still draw breath. That's more than you could have hoped for. I suggest you be grateful." Her jaw tightened further, teeth grinding together. For Theon's sake, curse that punk, she had to remain calm. Theon was in a cell somewhere beneath this castle, damned fool, but she didn't know where. "If I push too hard, we both lose." Fuming quietly, she advanced a step, keeping her chin lifted. The ideal plan was to kill this bastard, find Theon, and flee. "Grateful? After everything you've done to humiliate us?" Her voice was sharp. "Ha! Let's stop talking about useless stuff. I've come to ask what you plan to do with me, and my brother. Viserys moved away from the window, and came closer. In the corner, the brazier crackled and sent up a faint glow that outlined his form. I'll be disappointed if you don't know, he said. Your father's decisions forced my hand. Balon Greyjoy declared war, and your brother tried to hold Winterfell. All of the 5 kings are my enemies, so I'm simply finishing what they started. Robb Stark too. I might marry his sister, so no, he's not, he said, watching her eyes narrow before continuing. See? I'm no savage. You're infuriating. Despite what you might think, no. We just had a bad first impression. I do want world peace, but not through too big of a blood sea. I don't plan to wipe out the Iron Islands for sport. You lots may be useful, if guided correctly. Yara's lips curled in scorn. Fool! We bow to no one, she snapped. The Ironborn do not bend the knee. We take what is ours, or we die in the attempt. A foolish way to live, then, Viserys said in a dry tone. The statement is funny, coming from someone who's halted her men into my dragon's jaws. Shouldn't you have died trying to defeat me? Instead, you surrendered, his voice dropped, chilly as the winter air. Yara! I can annihilate you, or I can make you an ally. Only you can decide which. Her anger flared, and before she could think better of it, she lunged for the dagger strapped to a belt near the brazier. She'd been eyeing it for a while now. With her bound hands, it was awkward, but she gripped the blade and spun to strike at him. But she was surprised when Viserys moved swiftly, sidestepping her attack with practiced ease. Idiot! The dagger clattered to the floor as he slammed her arms upward, spinning her until her face pressed into the cold stone beneath him. Her cheek stung on impact, but her pride stung far worse. I'll ignore that little stunt, he said lightly, his voice near her ear. Once. He pinned her firmly, her bound wrists grinding painfully against her spine. She struggled to no avail and could only growl in frustration. Fuck. Ha. You're lucky I enjoy your spirit, Yara Greyjoy, he continued. Now, I'll grant you another chance. Make better choices than your father or your brother. Do that, and you may yet return home alive, with a crown on your head, perhaps. The Iron Queen. Doesn't that sound appealing? A hollow laugh escaped her. I'll be queen regardless Targaryen meddling or not. Viserys let a short laugh escape his own throat, an edge of true amusement in it. You are one dumb bitch, aren't you? I won't deny that you've achieved a lot in your life, but do you really think your people will accept a bitch as their ruler? Watch your mouth, Arg. She tried to free herself from his grip, but he was too strong. How was he so strong? Listen, you'd better choose the right side of the game if you want to play queen, he said, finally easing his grip, though not enough for her to break free. I'll kill the rest of your men if it furthers my interests, and I'll kill you if you annoy me enough. Is that so hard to understand? Her breathing came hard, but she finally relented. Fuck you, the reality that she couldn't kill him, couldn't even scratch him, settled on her like a chain. But, fine, she muttered through gritted teeth. Let me go. He rose smoothly, allowing her arms some slack, and she scrambled to her feet, the humiliation of her position scorching her pride. She realized her hands weren't tied anymore, so she dusted off her leathers, refusing to meet his mocking gaze. So we can speak like civilized people now, he asked. What do you want? She demanded. Be more specific. He walked to the bed, half dropping onto it in a languid sprawl. The single torch left in the room cast shadows across his face. I want you to persuade your father to bow to me. I know he's a stubborn bastard, so I'll fly to the Iron Islands with you and demonstrate my dragon's power, if need be. Men like Balon understand force better than words. Yara huffed. Even if I tried, my father does as he pleases. She caught herself from revealing too much about her father's insecurities. Well, then you can show him. He sees a dragon, he might reevaluate his stance. If not, well. His fingers drummed on the fur bedspread, each tap a silent threat. I'll consider other options. He could always kill her father and put someone else on the throne. She frowned. So, what do you say? He asked. She hesitated, the flicker of 1,000 potential outcomes flashing in her mind. The Iron Islands, proud and fierce, wouldn't bow easily, but faced with a living dragon, might they yield for self-preservation's sake? Or would they fight and burn? So it's blackmail, she muttered. Diplomacy. With teeth. See this from my shoes. How many nation-level incidents has your father caused in his lifetime? It's better for him to step down. Sighing, he looked again, this time without menace. You came here to fetch your brother. Instead, you'll leave with me and my dragon. In return, you get to rule your people while you serve my claim to the Iron Throne, and all Ironborn escape their fate of being crisped alive. Anger flared behind her eyes, but she nodded. All right, she murmured grudgingly. I'll do what I can. I'm glad. He patted the bed, a brazen invitation that made her jaw clench. Now, how about we let's seal that promise, Yara? Yara's glare burned into him as his words settled in the air. What? That wasn't part of the agreement, she spat. Viserys tilted his head, his grin widening. We're just making the agreement right now, so yes, it is, he replied smoothly. Bastard. He chuckled in response. His tone carried no urgency, only the confidence of someone who knew he'd already won. He leaned back on the bed, spreading his arms in mock invitation. Be a good little Ironborn pig and crawl to me. Her eyes twitched, her fists clenching at her sides. The torchlight flickered, casting sharp shadows on the walls as the tension thickened. For a moment, she seemed poised to refuse, to spit some cutting remark and leave with her pride intact. But then her shoulders slackened, her gaze flicking down as the weight of her situation bore down on her. For the Ironborn, Yara told herself as she lowered to her knees, the motion slow and deliberate, every inch of her movement screaming defiance even as she complied. The stone floor was rough beneath her hands as she crawled toward him, her eyes never leaving his face. Each step forward was a war between fury and submission, her pride and her survival instincts clashing violently. Viserys' grin deepened as he watched her, his pale violet eyes glinting with satisfaction. Good little bitch, he murmured, his voice dripping with mock approval. All this seemed like a bad dream as Yara reached the edge of the bed, and Viserys leaned forward, taking her. Image here. Author note, the picture is based on Elizabeth Swann from Pirates of the Caribbean, rather than Yara from Got Pensive Face Raised Hand. Just imagine Miss Swan with darker hair. No goal today because I want that misunderstanding to be cleared up. Let me know if you want goals from next chapter again. Chapter 56, 56 A very fun show. Chapter 56, a very fun show. Yara's heart pounded in her chest, a mix of anger, humiliation and reluctant compliance as he reached out. His fingers brushed her cheek, sending a shiver down her spine despite herself. Yara's hands trembled as her fingers brushed against his thigh. She could feel the heat of his skin, the roughness of his leather breeches, and she fought back a surge of revulsion. She had to do this for the Iron Islands, for her brother, and for herself. Her resolution was hard. She met his gaze, her eyes sharp. Enjoy yourself today, I guess, she hissed, her voice low and dangerous. Viserys' smile softened, almost tenderly. Oh, I will, trust me, he replied, his voice smooth. This is going to be a fun night. Then, he pulled her closer, placing her ass on his lap as his hand slid to the back of her neck, his touch firm but not cruel. Let's make sure it's fun for both of us. Yara's lips parted in a silent gasp as he pulled her closer, his hands sliding up her thighs, caressing her through the rough fabric of her leathers. She shuddered at his touch, her body betraying her as it responded to his skilled fingers. She wanted to push him away, to tell him that she wasn't some toy to be played with, but she bit back her words, knowing that resistance was futile. Her breath caught in her throat as he leaned in, his lips brushing hers in a gentle, almost teasing kiss. She hesitated, her mind racing, but then she responded, her lips parting slightly. The kiss deepened, and the world around them seemed to fade away for a moment, leaving only the heat of their bodies and the intensity of the moment. Viserys' hands moved to her bound wrists, untying them with practiced ease. He pulled back slightly, his eyes searching hers. "Better," he said, his voice low. He held her waist, put her to the side, and stood up. He began to unlace his tunic, his movements were deliberate and confident. Yara tried to find it unattractive but failed. Cursing under her breath, she watched, her heart still racing, but a part of her was intrigued, drawn to the power and control he exuded. "Strip," he said. She stood silently. "Sure, I'll help you then." He reached out and tore at her clothes, ripping the leather from her body and exposing her to his hungry gaze. Yara's cheeks burned with rage rather than shame, but she didn't show it. She couldn't bring herself to look away, her eyes locked on his as he took in her naked form. "Beautiful," he whispered, his fingers trailing down her body, leaving goosebumps in their wake. "You're mine now, Yara Greyjoy. And I'll do with you as I please." He pushed her legs apart, his fingers sliding into her pants, stroking her intimately. Yara's breath caught in her throat as he touched her, her body arching involuntarily at his skilled touch. She tried to push him away, to deny the pleasure that was building within her, but he held her fast, his fingers moving faster, harder. "So much for resistance," he said, pulling his hand back and licking his fingers. Then her own hands moved to the laces of her leathers, her movements slow and deliberate. "Now stop dragging this. Take off the rest of your clothes." As she began to undress, Viserys' eyes never left her, his gaze intense and unwavering. When she was finally bare, he stepped closer, his hands sliding over her shoulders, down her arms, and around her waist. He pulled her close, his lips finding hers again in a passionate, hungry kiss. Yara's initial resistance melted away, and she found herself kissing him back, her hands moving to his chest, feeling the firm muscles beneath his skin. She pushed him back onto the bed, climbing onto him, her body pressing against his. "Oh," he said, surprised. "You're so forward suddenly. Couldn't help but be so after you took off your shirt." "It's not as if you're not attractive," she murmured, her voice a mix of defiance and desire. "So just stay quiet, and let's enjoy ourselves." Viserys chuckled, his hands roaming over her body, his touch both gentle and commanding. "As you wish," he said, his voice low and husky. Yara's heart raced as his hands moved over her, his fingers tracing the contours of her body. She felt a mix of defiance and desire, her initial coldness giving way to a growing heat. His lips found hers again, and the kiss deepened, their tongues intertwining in a passionate dance. He rolled them over, his body covering hers, and she felt the warmth of his skin against hers. His hands were firm on her hips, guiding her, and she felt a thrill of anticipation as he positioned himself at her entrance. She took a deep breath, her body tensing slightly, but then she relaxed, letting herself be swept away by the moment. She felt his manhood press against her core, gasping a little at the size. Viserys entered her slowly, his movements deliberate and controlled. She moaned softly, but then something changed. "Hong!" When I slammed my cock inside Yara's dripping cunt, a blue screen flashed before me. "You have claimed your first virgin." "What? Seriously?" I was more surprised that she was a virgin compared to the fact that I, nor the pre-Viserys, had taken anyone's virginity despite sleeping with so many women. Women of this world are goddamn sluts. What's up with her then? Then I recalled her flirting with a prostitute in the TV show. She didn't swing this sway, if she did, it was barely since she was wet. Still, it was quite surprising. And it didn't end there. A dragon's mate must be pure, and you've finally found one suitable with strong genes and personality. Conditions have been met for skills. Skill, Dragon Dick, E has been unlocked. This is insane. I noted before, chuckling to myself and slamming deeper into Yara. All of this was weird, but I didn't hate it. I'd breed her into a submissive, loyal mate if necessary. Yara gasped as his manhood suddenly felt hotter, bigger, better, her breath catching in her throat as she felt him fill her. Holy shit! She arched her back, her nails digging into his shoulders, and he paused, giving her a moment to adjust. His eyes met hers, and she saw a mix of desire and something else, something almost tender. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice a low murmur. Yara was surprised to see this annoyingly arrogant man ask her so gently. She nodded, her breath still ragged. "Yes," she whispered. "Just, move." He complied, his movements growing more rhythmic and intense. She felt each thrust deep within her, her body responding with a growing heat. She'd never felt like this before. Was this what she was missing out on by only choosing to sleep with women? Damn it, what a loss! Her moans mingled with his low, satisfied groans, and the room was filled with the sound of their passion. Faster, she whispered, her voice a mix of desire and plea. Viserys did as asked, his movements becoming more urgent, his hips slapping against her ass as the sound filled the room. His lips trailed kisses down her neck and shoulders, and she arched her back, her body meeting his thrusts with a growing intensity, her nails leaving marks on his skin. Yara's breath came in ragged gasps, her body trembling with pleasure. She clung to him, her legs wrapping around his waist, pulling him deeper. "You're going crazy," he breathed, "you wild girl." He chuckled as his hands roamed over her body, his touch both possessive and tender. She felt a surge of passion that she shouldn't toward an enemy, her body responding to his every touch. "Oh my," she moaned, her voice a low, husky whisper. Don't stop." He didn't, his movements becoming more frantic, his breath hot against her skin. She felt the tension building within her, a growing heat threatening to consume her. Her body trembled, and she felt the first waves of pleasure crashing over her. "Yara," he growled, his voice mixing desire and control. "You like that? I'm sure you heard in the dungeon that I broke your brother's jaw, and you still love that? Despite all my threats earlier? You can't seem to control your hips, you dirty slut," he said. She met his gaze, her eyes dark with passion. Shut up, arrogant bastard," she moaned, her voice barely audible. "Just do me, fuck me like you wanna and break me. As the moment's intensity grew, a part of Yara's mind lost its clarity, a voice of defiance and pride slowly giving in to his strong arms that embraced her. But for now, she let herself be swept away by the passion, her body responding to his every touch. She moaned softly, her hands clutching at the furs beneath them, her body trembling with pleasure. Viserys' movements became more urgent, his thrusts deeper and more powerful. Yara's moans grew louder, her body arching into his, her nails digging into his back. She felt the peak of her pleasure approaching, a wave of heat that threatened to overwhelm her. That's it, I am close, so close," she moaned like an instrument, her voice weak and submissive. Viserys' movements grew harsher, and she arched her back, her body meeting his thrusts with a growing intensity, her nails leaving marks on his skin. The room was filled with the sound of their passion, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Yara's body trembled, her moans so loud that the walls trembled as she felt the peak of her pleasure approaching. She felt a surge of heat, a wave of pleasure that threatened to consume her. "Viserys," she cried out, her body trembling as she reached her climax. He followed her moments later, his body shaking with the force of his release. They collapsed together, their bodies entangled, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Everything went blurry for a moment as she relaxed her head, staring at the ceiling, her breathing ragged. She found herself being held in his arms, her body still trembling with the after effects of their passion. "By the way," Viserys suddenly said, and she failed to respond. When he called her for a second time a minute later, she looked up with a smirk. "I thought this was going to be hard to enjoy, but damn are you good." She bit her lips. "Should we continue, baby? We have the night all for ourselves." "Soon," he said, "but first." Then he reached out and pulled a rope that hung from the ceiling. She hadn't noticed it at first. But as he pulled that, the closet that faced the bed suddenly parted. Yara froze. Theon Greyjoy, naked and bound to a chair, was revealed inside the closet, his mouth gagged, face pale, and tears streaming down his cheeks as he watched the scene. Viserys' eyes met her younger brother's, and he smirked. "Your sister is delicious, Theon. Enjoyed the show?" Yara's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening. She turned to Viserys, her expression a mix of anger and betrayal. "You, how dare you?" she began, but Viserys silenced her with a kiss, his hands gentle but firm. She grumbled, punching him in the chest, but when he pressed his weight on top of hers, her body gave into his grasp. It was weird. She'd never felt like this before, ever. Were all Targaryens like this? In the end, she could only moan for him, her nails clutching his back. "Yes," he said, "be obedient and let's continue." She didn't want to, but at the same time, she did. In between her gasps, she managed, "Damn it. It's all your fault, brother," she whimpered in a trembling voice as she passionately kissed him back, her body still trembling with the after effects of her earlier orgasm. Viserys' smile was cold and triumphant as he kissed Yara and looked at Theon, who sobbed quietly in his chair. "Remember this, pathetic bastard," he said, his voice a warning. "This is the price of betrayal." The room was silent. The only sounds were the brazier's soft crackling and the three occupants' ragged breaths, but for different reasons. Yara's eyes met Viserys', and they shared a dark, unspoken understanding for a moment before he began to make her bite the sheets once more. Author note: I hope you enjoyed the chapter Devilface. Since you guys love the prospect of the bonus chapters, the goals will continue. Right now we stand at 530 stones. On day 1 this week, we got 330 something stones. So this time, goal will be 350 stones from where we stand. Goal, 530/880, start voting. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 57, 57 Will you drop by? Chapter 57, Will you drop by? Note, reached the goal. Here's 2 chaps, enjoy. I stood by the window, a cup of warm tea in my hand, watching the pale morning light creep over Winterfell's harsh landscape. Morning breeze ruffled my hair while the sun barely peeked above the horizon, casting stretched shadows across the snow-covered grounds. It was a sight to behold. The tea helped amplify it. Behind me, I heard the shuffling and rustling of furs. "Finally up?" I asked, turning to find Yara stretching, her eyes blinking away sleep as she took in her surroundings with evident confusion. "Why do you look so puzzled? Don't tell me you've forgotten last night?" I asked, amused by her disorientation. She scoffed, a low chuckle escaping her lips. "No, I thought I reached heaven last night. So I am surprised to wake up amid black stones." She laughed with a yawn, her breasts heaving up at that. I matched her laugh, leaning against the windowsill. "She's trying to wiggle under my defenses, how sharp." I replied, "True, Winterfell isn't that pleasant to the eyes. Harsh. Full of cold people. So why are you helping it?" She fixed me with a direct stare, cutting straight to the point. "I heard you're letting Robb Stark remain king in the north. A separate kingdom. Why are you being so nice to them? Careful, I took a measured sip of tea. I enjoyed your embrace last night, doesn't mean you get to try to manipulate me. She threw her head back with a laugh, making her breasts jiggle. Hey, worth the try, no? Speaking of, are the Iron Islands going to be independent too? You kept promising me queen title. Nah. You'll be the queen of Iron Islands, yes, but officially you'll be dressed as a high lady. Like Olenna Tyrell. The Queen of Thorns unofficially, in people's mouth, but on paper she's a high lady. So yes, you'll be queen, but at the same time no. Clever wordplay, she said, sitting up straighter. And what of my people's traditions? Our way of life? Your people can raid all they want in the east. Leave my kingdoms alone, and I'll point you toward richer targets across the narrow sea. Her eyes lit with interest. The free cities. Among others. Plenty of wealth to be had without antagonizing dragons. The world has more continents than Westeros and Essos, anyway. You're more ambitious than I thought. By the way. She shifted, where is Theon? She looked at the open closet where her brother had been tied last night. And when are we leaving for the Iron Islands? Theon is back in the dungeons. He's untied now, don't worry. He'll get his food on time. As the brother of my queen, I can't treat him too badly. Your queen? Her eyebrow arched. You proposing a marriage? I broke out laughing, cup still in hand as I approached her and grabbed her chin with my other hand. I am making you queen, and I made you feel like one last night. Meaning you already are mine, you pirate whore. Why do I have to marry you? She stared up at me, her expression unreadable for a long moment. If she felt offended by my insult, she didn't show it. Then she parted her lips and pushed her face up, meeting mine in a kiss. I stared silently as she closed her eyes, and my lips curved. At least she knows how to play this game. I thought as I tossed the cup aside without care, hearing it shatter against the ground, and leaning into the kiss. Her kiss was fierce, a clash of tongues and teeth that spoke of her strength and her defiance, even now. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her against me as we tumbled back onto the bed, a tangle of limbs and desire. My hands roamed over her body, tracing the lines of her muscles, the dips and curves of her form. I cupped her full breasts, my thumb brushing over her nipple, feeling it harden at my touch. She moaned into my mouth, her back arching, pressing herself more firmly into my hand. My other hand slid down her side, gripping her hip before giving her ass a firm spank. The sound echoed through the room, followed by a sharp intake of breath from Yara. She chuckled before a wicked grin spread across her face. I seem to have forgotten how you made me feel like a queen last night, she said, voice sultry. Make me feel that way again. Your Grace, she begged, her voice a low, husky whisper that sent a jolt of desire straight to my core. This woman knew what she was doing, and I was all for it. Skill, Dragon Dick, E activated. With another loud session to enjoy the morning, we were pretty late already. I walked through Winterfell's corridors with Yara beside me, noting how the guards' eyes followed our every movement. The standby guards' gazes held a mix of fear and judgment, some even outright disgust. A few whispered behind their hands as we passed, no doubt sharing lurid theories about what had transpired. The cold stone walls had carried sound far last night, and more so this morning. Despite the ropes that now bound Yara's wrists, her willing participation hadn't been obvious to others. The marks on her neck probably didn't help matters either. To others, it probably came off as a rape. They think you're a monster, Yara noted with amusement, her voice low enough that only I could hear. Her lips curved into that familiar cynical smile I might grow accustomed to. I shrugged, walking casually and meeting a passing guard's disapproving stare until he looked away first. Let them. Fear commands more respect than kindness, and I'd rather be feared than loved. Those words I'd heard a lot back on Earth, but I only understood it here in this world of blood and fire. As the pirate princess of the stubborn Ironborn, she should know a thing or two about it. True enough. She rolled her shoulders, the ropes shifting against her leather jerkin. A small grimace crossed her face, though whether from discomfort or anticipation, I couldn't tell. Where are we going now? When do we leave for the islands? Now, actually. The sooner we deal with your father, the better. I glanced at her profile, studying the tight set of her jaw and the slight furrow between her brows. Nervous about facing him? Hardly. Just wondering how he'll react to a dragon at his doorstep. And, well, if he'll be wise to choose life over death. She sighed softly. Whatever the case, she was his daughter. So she was naturally worried. I wanted to comment on that, but our conversation halted when we rounded a corner and came face to face with Sansa Stark. She froze mid-step, her blue eyes widening before darkening with something between hurt and anger. Her gaze flickered between us, lingering on Yara's bonds. Viserys, she managed, her voice carefully controlled. Lady Greyjoy. Lady Sansa, I replied evenly, watching her flinch at the formal address. Her lips quivered, hesitating, before she spoke up. Might I speak with you privately before you depart? Her eyes held a plea. When I went silent, she added, please. I hummed. I was just leaving for the Iron Islands. I was supposed to leave early in the morning, but it's already late. There are matters that need attention, please, she repeated, more urgently. Just a moment of your time. After a pause, I clapped my hands. 2 guards appeared promptly, and I gestured for them to escort Yara outside. Yara shot me a look, and then looked at Sansa. As the guards led her away, she tilted her head back deliberately, exposing the marks on her neck. Her smirk was pointed directly at Sansa. Sansa stared at her walk away, and once we were alone, Sansa turned back to me and her composure cracked. You raped her. What? No, did she just look like someone who was raped? She made a deal with her body, and I accepted. That is not rape, I replied matter-of-factly, somewhat irritated by the accusation. Her lips pressed into a thin line, color rising in her pale cheeks. How could you do that with her? Someone like her? I just told you it's not R.A. I paused, my mind lighting up as realization dawned on me. I studied her flushed face and trembling hands. Ah, I see. You're complaining why I slept with another woman? Lady Sansa, you and I are not in a relationship. I thought that much was clear. Whatever expectations you might have had were your own. She clenched her jaw, her head lowering as words failed her. Her auburn hair fell forward, partially concealing her face. Well, since it seems our conversation has ended, I said after a moment of tense silence, turning to leave, my boots echoing against the stone floor. Wait, she called out, voice catching. I stopped but didn't turn, keeping my shoulders rigid. Will you drop by after you're done, or just return to King's Landing from the Iron Islands? Probably the latter, I said, and walked away, my footsteps measured and deliberate, leaving her standing alone in the dimly lit corridor. The sound of my departure seemed to echo off the ancient walls of Winterfell. But I couldn't fly off on Viserys' back just yet. I had to converse with the impromptu lord before that. Chapter 58, 58 The Iron Islands. Chapter 58, The Iron Islands. A frigid breeze nipped at my skin while I waited in the castle's training yard. Frost coated the earth, making soft popping sounds under my feet as I settled my mind for leaving. My beloved mount rested close by, her metallic gold hide shimmering under the weak dawn light, wisps of vapor curling from her snout as she exhaled. I noticed my magnificent dragon still inspired awe and fear, her form catching the nervous eyes of guardsmen and peasants who'd assembled to watch us take our leave. Yara stood bound beside me, her posture straight despite the ropes that secured her wrists. Despite that, she looked somewhat dazed, perhaps more worried about the incoming meeting than what she wanted to show. Image here, she's much prettier than her show counterpart. No, a whole different person. I noted, and perhaps because I was staring too hard, her days ended and she caught me watching her. She quirked an eyebrow, that growing familiar smile appearing on her lips. Your dragon seems impatient, she observed, nodding toward Viserys who shifted restlessly, talons scoring the frozen earth. She's not. She's just annoyed that I'm going to carry another non-Targaryen above her, I said, and she hummed. The crunch of boots on ground heralded the arrival of Winterfell's impromptu lord, making me turn my head toward them. Hodder lumbered forward with Bran Stark in his arms, followed by his little brother and the elderly Maester Luwin, whose metal links tinkled with each step. Your Grace, the crippled boy said with a voice that was graver beyond his years. We wished to extend our gratitude before your journey. Our home might still be lost to the squids if not for your intervention. I gave a slight nod. Having custody of this captive is thanks enough. She'll prove useful in negotiations with her father. Robb is a fine king, and as his younger brother, you show wisdom beyond your age. This alliance and friendship pleases me. As your northern saying goes, the North remembers. I trust our friendship will endure when it matters most. We will, Bran assured me, then hesitated. But about the Bolton forces? They'll arrive within days, I confirmed. Robb sent them before me. Even if they're on foot, they should arrive soon. They'll help hold Winterfell from any future incident. I glanced at the castle walls, where workers still repaired damage from the Ironborn occupation. You'll need them. Maester Luwin stepped forward, his weathered face creased with concern. Your Grace, if I may speak freely. I was curious what a maester wanted to tell me. I was aware of the many theories surrounding them, about how they killed the last dragons, and about how they planned the death of magic like a grand scheme. At my nod, he continued, alliances in Westeros are fragile things, built on shifting sands. We all know what unfolded between you two last night, and I'm not here to confront you for it. However, the Greyjoys. His eyes flicked to Yara, have proven particularly unreliable allies in the past. No matter what you're planning to do with them, be careful before turning them. Careful, old man, Yara drawled, but I raised a hand, silencing her. Your concern is noted, Maester Luwin. But times change, and so do allegiances. I met his gaze steadily. The world is reshaping itself. Those who adapt will survive. And Yara has adapted. The Maester bowed slightly, though doubt still lingered in his eyes. As you say, Your Grace. Rickon, who had been fidgeting quietly, suddenly burst out, will you bring your dragon back? Can I touch it next time? Rickon. Bran hissed, but I laughed. Perhaps, young lord. Though Viserys isn't particularly fond of strangers. We chatted for a bit more until movement caught my eye. Sansa approached quietly, her auburn hair bright against the grey morning. She stopped at a respectful distance, her face carefully composed. Your Grace, she said softly. I found myself smiling hearing her address me by my title. Was she finally going to act cold? I wish you safe travels. The tension from our earlier conversation hung between us. I acknowledged her with a slight nod. Thank you, Lady Sansa. Keep Winterfell strong in your brother's absence. Now, it's time we leave. Yara, I said, and turned toward Viserys, who lowered her head with an irritated snort. Her patience was wearing thin. I mounted smoothly, then looked down at Yara who'd followed me. She raised her bound hands. How exactly am I supposed to climb up there? My bad, I shrugged, dismounting. I held her by the waist, and in one fluid motion, I lifted her, enjoying her soft hum, and placed her securely in front of me. She shot a smug look at Sansa, whose jaw tightened visibly. Hold tight, I commanded, gripping Viserys's scales. The dragon spread her wings, casting a massive shadow across the courtyard. With a powerful thrust, we launched into the air, leaving Winterfell and its complicated politics behind. The world looked different from a dragon's back. Viserys's wings cut through clouds as we soared over the north's vast expanse. The landscape stretched endlessly below us, forests, hills, and frozen rivers woven together like some giant's threadbare tapestry. The air was thin and bitter cold at this height, but I barely noticed it anymore. Yara sat rigid in front of me, her bound hands gripping Viserys's scales. Every so often, her shoulders would tense when we hit a pocket of turbulent air. I could almost feel the conflict radiating from her, the mixture of awe at flying on a dragon and resentment at her position. "Quite the view, isn't it?" I said close to her ear, watching her suppress a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold. She turned her head slightly. "Different from a ship's deck, I'll give you that." Her voice carried a hint of grudging admiration. "Though I prefer having my feet on solid wood." "I understand where you're coming from. I got used to it already, though. Dragon riding is just second nature to a Targaryen," I said, observing her reaction as she shrugged. "I guess it's a good thing that I won't be riding dragons often," she said. "Won't you? As my Iron Queen, you'll need swift transport between the islands and mainland often." She fell quiet. For once, she didn't flirt back. She spoke in a serious tone. "What exactly do you plan to do once you take the throne? Assuming you manage it." I laughed, the sound carrying away on the wind. "If I couldn't take over a kingdom with a dragon this fine," I continued with a smirk, "you should be ashamed of moaning for me last night." "Cheeky," she said, and I tightened my grip on her waist, making her breath catch. "So what's your answer?" "My plans are simple enough. Unite the realm under strong leadership, and make it relish the greatest empire under the sky. Not just by mere words, but rather making my subjects happier. Fixing the society we live in. Make the lifestyle better for people. No more petty lords playing at kingship, among other things." I spoke a bit more than I planned, but she didn't seem to dislike it. "And the Iron Islands? Will you let us keep our ways?" "You've asked that before." "And how much of your answer did you mean?" I stayed silent for a moment and then said, "As long as you raid any other continent than mine. The free cities have plenty of wealth to plunder. And honestly, I might give you missions to attack them myself. You'll go on conquests under my command, and enjoy yourself while doing so." Silence passed between us, and her posture relaxed a little. We stayed like that for a while until she asked, "Remove my restraints already? It's uncomfortable." "Nah, won't look harsh enough to your people." "Aren't we hours away from the Iron Islands still?" she asked. "Nope, I think we're pretty close." My voice was cut off by thunder rumbling in the distance. We both stared at dark clouds looming ahead. Viserys growled, sensing the approaching storm. The air grew heavy with moisture, and wind began to buffet us from all sides. "We should land!" Yara shouted over the growing gale. "No time," I called back. "It's too close to us, and it's coming right this way." "Viserys, try to fly around it." Lightning split the sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. Viserys banked hard to avoid a particularly violent gust, and suddenly Yara's grip slipped. Her eyes went wide as she tumbled sideways off the dragon's back. "Damn it! Yara!" I shouted, watching her plummet through the storm-dark air. There was no time to think, I called forth my dragon wings. Leather-like wings burst from my back, tearing through my clothes as I jumped from Viserys's back and dove after her. The wind howled around me as I streamlined my body, gaining speed. Rain pelted my face like tiny needles, but I kept my eyes locked on Yara's plummeting form. Her scream cut through the storm as I reached for her, my arms stretching through the tempest until finally catching her in my arms. Her eyes were huge as she stared at my wings, her chest heaving with panicked breaths. "What the hell? She managed despite the situation while the golden sheen of my wings gleamed in the darkness. Above us, Viserys circled anxiously, her massive form barely visible through the sheets of rain. I could feel the dragon magic coursing through my veins, my partial transformation granting me strength beyond mortal limits as I held Yara secure against the battering winds. My wings, though smaller than Viserys, cut through the air with surprising efficiency, the beats fighting against the storm's fury. Foolish humans! Viserys roared louder than the thunder above us as she swooped down, her massive form a golden beacon against the storm-black clouds. I angled us toward her back, calculating the trajectory through the brutal crosswinds before landing hard but secure on her rain-slicked scales. Yara clung to me, her face pressed against my chest, her whole body trembling. I could feel her racing heartbeat even through the howling chaos of the storm, her fingers digging into what remained of my shredded shirt. When she finally looked up at me, her expression had changed. The usual defiance wasn't there anymore, but there was something new. No conversation unfolded between us after that. The storm began to clear as we approached the edge of the mainlands. Dark tower peaks emerged from the mist, dark and forbidding against the grey sky. Yara's body tensed against mine, for sure recognized her home better than mine. Pike. Through sheets of misting rain, the pike revealed itself a sight both magnificent and grotesque. The castle stood like a challenge to nature itself, sprawled across a series of small, rocky islands connected by swaying rope bridges and stone archways. The islands rose from the churning sea like the broken teeth of some ancient beast, each one crowned with towers of black stone. Viserys circled high above, giving me a perfect view of the castle's impossible architecture. The great keep sat on the largest island, its walls weathered by centuries of salt spray and storm. Beyond it, towers reached skyward on increasingly precarious outcrops, each one seeming more likely to topple into the angry seas below than the last. "Your home is quite something," I said to Yara, who sat tense in front of me. The castle before us made Winterfell look positively welcoming in comparison. The surrounding iron islands dotted the horizon like dark smudges against the grey sea. Great Wick, the largest, loomed to the south, while Harlaw's more hospitable shores stretched to the east. I'd read and heard tales about them as Viserys, so I recognized them. Orkmont's peaks pierced the cloud cover to the north, and Old Wyke's sacred shores lay hidden in the morning mist. Waves crashed against the rocky cliffs hundreds of feet below, sending spray high into the air. The whole scene was full of wild, untamed energy that seemed to embody the iron-born spirit itself. No wonder these people were so fierce, for they lived in a place that tried to kill them daily. The Greyjoy words make more sense now, I guess, I said, taking in the harsh landscape. What is dead may never die, in a place like this, death must feel like an old friend. Yara's only response was a slight nod as we began our descent toward the Great Keep. The banners of House Greyjoy, the golden crocken on black, whipped frantically in the wind, as if heralding our arrival to the Iron Island's ancient seat of power. Yara spoke quietly, "Brace yourself, Your Grace. Convincing my father is going to be troublesome. But trust me, I'm going to try my best. I don't want him to make an enemy out of some weird draconic human." Calling me weird is rude, I retracted my wings and pulled her closer. "Don't worry about your father, even if he acts stubborn, I'll take care of him. You just focus on your future role as the Iron Queen." Yara went silent again as we descended toward the castle that would soon witness a clash between the old and the new. Author note: hopefully you enjoyed the 2 chapters. Let's do the next 2 chaps. Currently, 900 stones right now, and we'll do a goal of 400 this time. We were really close to 400 this time, so it should be possible. Goal: 900/1300, start voting. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 59, 59 The Iron King Chapter 59, The Iron King Viserys's wings cut through the misty air of the Iron Islands as she took us down a high bridge, rising high and circling above the dark castle of Pike. To my eyes, it was a scene right out of a Souls game, much more menacing than what the show showed. My dragon's golden scales caught what little sunlight penetrated the thick clouds as we flew. Below us, Pike's inhabitants scurried like ants, their shouts of alarm carrying faintly on the wind. They're terrified, I noted with satisfaction, watching guards scramble across the precarious bridges connecting the castle's towers. The way they were fleeing, I wouldn't be surprised if they fell to their death. Not all fled, though. Some pointed crossbows skyward, while others simply gaped in disbelief. Of course they are, Yara muttered from her position in front of me. Most haven't seen a lizard bigger than their palm, let alone a dragon. I feel bad for my men. Can you promise me something? Don't kill unless necessary. I chuckled, guiding Viserys lower when we'd flown for long enough. We had to fly that long at least to make an impression. The sea breeze carried the sharp tang of salt and seaweed, mixing with the familiar scent of smoke from Viserys' nostrils. Where, land? My dragon asked out loud, her words tinged with irritation at the delay. Yara flinched in front of me, her grip tightening around my forearm, even though she'd already heard her speak before. There, I pointed to the largest of Pike's 4 towers. Its flat top offered enough space for landing, though the guards stationed there might disagree. They scattered as Viserys' shadow fell over them, her massive form blocking out what little sun remained. We landed with a ground-shaking thud, Viserys' claws scraping against ancient stone as she let out a terrifying roar. Her aggressive nature helped me paint the danger more vividly. I liked that. The tower's surface was slick with sea spray, but she maintained her footing easily. The guards who hadn't fled pressed themselves against the walls, their weapons half raised but their faces pale with fear. Then one of them recognized Yara. "Captain Yara," he called out, taking a hesitant step forward. His relief at seeing her quickly turned to anger as he noticed her bound hands. His eyes then fell on me, and he seemed to lose all his senses as he shouted. "You dare restrain our captain!" Before I could respond, the fool charged forward with his sword drawn. I looked at Yara and shrugged. Then, I turned to the man. I didn't even bother drawing my weapon, and simply backhanded him as he approached. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, over the tower's edge. His scream faded quickly, lost in the crash of waves against the rocks below. "Seven hells," Yara sighed, shaking her head at the remaining guards. "Get out of here, you idiots! We're here to speak with my father." "No need to send them away, daughter," a gravelly voice called out. It didn't belong to any one of the guards. Heavy footsteps echoed up the tower's spiral staircase, growing louder until Balon Greyjoy himself emerged onto the platform. He looked older than I remembered from the show, his face more weathered, his hair more grey than black. But his eyes were just as hard, the eyes of a sea-hardened pirate. His eyes remained cold as they fixed first on me, then on his bound daughter, and finally on Viserys. The Lord Reaper of Pike, who'd walked up with arrogance and pride, froze mid-step as his eyes slowly widened. His face drained of color as my dragon turned her massive head to regard him. Even a pirate king feels fear. A thin smile spread across my lips as I watched the self-proclaimed king confront the reality of a living, breathing dragon. "Thank you for welcoming me in person, Lord Greyjoy," I said pleasantly. "Shall we discuss the future of your islands?" The stone chamber felt colder than it looked, though that might have been the tension in the air rather than the actual temperature. I sat in a plain wooden chair, one leg crossed over the other, watching the array of hostile faces before me. Yara stood beside me, bound and silent. The rope around her neck was a calculated insult that had the desired effect. Balon's men looked ready to murder me where I sat. Good. Let them seethe. Viserys was outside, perched atop the highest tower of Pike like some great golden gargoyle. Her roars would echo through the castle every few minutes, making the Ironborn flinch. It amused me to no end. I found the Great Hall of Pike not as impressive as its exterior suggested. Salt-stained artwork depicting krakens and sea battles hung from walls of dark stone. It wasn't pretty to the eyes, but it did depict the Ironborn's lethality. The sea stone chair, that ancient throne of the Ironborn, loomed behind where Balon sat glowering at me. His elite guards, 12 of his most trusted killers, formed a half-circle around him, hands never far from their weapons. Well, I broke the tense silence not 10 seconds after taking my seat, my voice carrying an edge of boredom. No tea for your guest, Lord Greyjoy? I expected better hospitality from the Iron Islands. From a high lord to his king. Balon's weathered face twisted in fury. Who in the drowned god's name are you, you silver-haired bastard? What right do you have to come here, to my castle, with my daughter bound like a common slave? I smiled, giving the rope a gentle tug. Yara's jaw clenched, she winced, but she remained silent. I am Viserys of House Targaryen, third of my name, rightful king of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and lastly, protector of the realm. I paused, enjoying the way his face darkened. I'm here to educate you and your people on the new order of things. Your daughter is merely insurance. Insurance? Balon spat. He didn't question my identity again, for riding a dragon was proof enough. He rather chose to lash out about the comment on his daughter. You dare, I dare quite a lot, I cut him off. Your rebellion failed once before. Now you've tried again, sending your son to take Winterfell. That worked out poorly for everyone involved, wouldn't you say? Theon rots in Winterfell's dungeons now. The Ironborn take what we want, he growled. We do not, so Theon failed because he's not a proper Ironborn. He's been softened by House Stark. He could have defended himself by saying he didn't send his son there, and that Theon moved alone, but he didn't. He accepted his son's failure as his own, at least publicly before me, though I was certain he'd disagree privately. It was respectable. No, you don't, but I didn't care to give him that respect. He didn't deserve it, and I made it evident in my tone. You rape and reave and pretend it makes you strong. How did that work out last time? Remind me, how many sons did you lose in your failed rebellion? One of the guards took a step forward, face red with anger. You mock our dead. Your dead mocked themselves by dying for this fool's pride, I replied calmly. But I'm willing to be merciful. Bend the knee, and your people can still raid and reave, just not in my kingdoms. That had been my discussion with Yara too, and she'd agreed. Silence fell. Balon glared at Yara, who met his gaze steadily. Then he scoffed, looking away. For a fleeting moment, it looked as if the Lord of Pike wondered if kneeling could save the Ironborn. But the thought must have burned hotter than the fire he feared, given his next words. Never, Balon snarled. We are Ironborn. We kneel to no one. The free cities have more wealth than the North, I noted. Easier targets too. Think about it. Your ships could enough. Balon stood, trembling with rage. His interruption made me smile. You are no dragon. You're no king. Just a pretender with stolen eggs. The real dragons died out long ago. Is he delusional? That you're no king bothered me far more than I'd like to admit. It reminded me of Khal Drogo and how he'd said it before, trying to melt my brain with molten gold. I let out a sigh. I don't like your attitude. Remember what happened to Harrenhal? It'll happen to Pike. Right now it will, if I give the order to my dragon. His laugh was harsh and bitter. Not if I kill you first. What's a dragon rider without his dragon, you stupid bastard? It was your funeral when you chose to come to this meeting. He raised his hand. All of you, attack. The guards surged forward as one, weapons drawn. Yara closed her eyes and sighed as if disappointed but not surprised. I rose slowly, a sword materializing in my hand from thin air from inventory. The first guard faltered at this display of magic, giving me the opening I needed. My blade took him in the throat, sending a spray of hot blood across the stone floor. The second and third came at me together, trying to flank me. I spun between them, my enhanced strength letting me parry both their strikes simultaneously. My counter-strike opened one from navel to sternum while my boot caught the other in the knee, shattering it with a wet crack. 4 more rushed me. I danced through them like water, my blade finding gaps in armor, severing tendons, opening arteries. They were skilled killers, yes, but I was something else entirely. Their attacks seemed to come at half speed, their movements predictable and sluggish to my enhanced perceptions. One managed to nick my shoulder. I rewarded him by taking his sword arm at the elbow. In less than a minute, it was over. 11 corpses lay cooling on the stones, their blood running in rivulets between the flagstones. The 12th guard still lived, though he'd never walk again with that shattered knee. Messages spelling "You've killed a human. You've received experience points" filled my vision, but I waved it away. I didn't level up, unfortunately. Still level 29. Balon sat frozen in his chair. All color drained from his face as he stared at the carnage. His trembling hand clutched the armrest of the sea stone chair as if its ancient weight could anchor him against the storm of death unfolding before him. Yet even the chair seemed to recoil from the blood pooling at its base. His eyes held the same fear I'd seen when he first saw Viserys. I turned to Yara, casually wiping my blade clean on a dead man's cloak. "Talk to your father, will you? Next thing he says that I don't like, it'll be his blood on the floor." Yara's eyes flicked over the carnage as if her stomach knotted at the sight of her father's folly. For all his bluster, Balon's pride had doomed better men than these. Her lips twitched at my words, caught between a sneer and a grimace. The father-daughter pair knew who owned the room then. And yet, it was clear that her heart ached for the men who'd died, men who'd followed her for years. Yara sighed and approached her trembling father, her bound hands held before her like an offering. I watched her walk across the blood-soaked floor, her wrists still bound but her spine straight. She didn't flinch at the corpses around us nor at the sticky warmth of fresh blood seeping into her boots. Every step she took toward Balon Greyjoy was harsh and full of purpose. "Father," she began calmly, voice firm despite her restraints. "We need to change with the times. His Grace is giving us a path." Silence. Balon spat, eyes bulging with outrage. His fear transformed into rage. My own daughter parroting the words of some dragon-wielding upstart. He glanced at me, filled with loathing, then back to her. "This is shameful. He's not our enemy if we..." She tried again, but Balon cut her off with a bitter snarl. "Not our enemy? So you become his pet? His whore?" His laughter was hollow, echoing off the cold, salt-stained walls. "Is that the iron price you pay rolling over for some Targaryen lizard?" I saw Yara's shoulders tense, but she refused to back down. "The dragon is real, father. We can't fight it." That was too much for him. Balon lunged upright, towering over her. "A weak little slut, that's what you are. Let him fuck the fight out of you." His insults rolled off her like water. She stayed silent for a moment. But instead of cowering, she reached for the nearest table. Yara Greyjoy snatched a simple fruit knife in one sudden movement. Before he could blink, she buried the blade in his chest. Smooth, sure, final. Balon's eyes went wide, confusion battling fury on his face as blood spattered across Yara's bound hands. He staggered, clutching at the knife but clearly losing strength by the heartbeat. With a rasping gasp, the Lord Reaper of Pike collapsed. His body struck the stone with a dull, wet thud. The Iron King was dead. Yara turned then, meeting my gaze. Blood trickled from her fingers, but her expression was calm. "I killed my father for you," she said, voice low. "Think about that when you decide the fate of me and the Iron Islands, Your Grace." I stepped over Balon's cooling form. Crimson pooled around our boots, but I barely noticed the slickness. My arm slid around Yara, pulling her in tight enough to feel her trembling breath against my chest. Even the hard-boiled pirate queen trembled when killing her father. "You made the right choice," I murmured, letting my lips brush her hair. "Trust me, I'll remember this choice." "You're a smart woman." Her father's corpse lay behind us, a pillar to the new order. The Iron Islands had a fresh ruler, one who knew how to take a life when it mattered. And with Balan's demise, my grip on these seas just tightened. It was almost final. Author note: didn't meet the goals. Pensive face. See you guys in Sunday. Chapter 60, 60 Who's the true ruler of the Iron Islands? Chapter 60, Who's the true ruler of the Iron Islands? The throne room at Pike felt different now. Not warmer, these salt-stained walls never truly hold warmth, but changed all the same. The blood was scrubbed from the stones, though darker stains remained where it had seeped into the ancient rock. Balan's corpse had been hauled away for that sea burial nonsense his people love so much. I stood at a narrow window, watching the waves heave and crash far below. They spattered brine on the glass, little flecks glinting in the dim light. Behind me, Yara was silent in a corner. The Iron-born elders and captains shuffled in, wearing masks of forced composure. They were here because I'd summoned them, and they knew better than to ignore a man whose dragon still circled overhead. One of them cleared his throat in the hush, trying to muster courage he didn't have. "Your Grace," he rasped. He was an older captain with a split on his face that had never healed right. "We need to discuss the succession." It had been a whole day since their useless king had died, and their next attempts at revenge had been cut off in the bud. The bodies still littered the courtyard below, a grim reminder of what happened to those who thought they could challenge House Targaryen and its dragons. So there was no point in fighting anymore, was there? Even the most hardened raiders could see the futility written in ash and blood across their stronghold. But, to be honest, the Ironborn were stubborn, so it didn't matter if there was no point in fighting. In a normal situation, they would have continued fighting even with their king dead. But I had Yara, and her direct order had stopped an army from charging into Viserys' maw, even if I had killed a few dozen already. The golden dragon's presence overhead was enough to make even the most zealous warriors think twice about their choices. Some had tried anyway, and their charred remains reminded of that particular brand of stupidity. The smell of smoke and salt mingled in the air, a fitting atmosphere for this new era in the Iron Islands' history. These sea raiders would learn to bend, or they'd learn firsthand why my family's words were fire and blood. I turned away from the window slowly, letting my gaze sweep over the ragged assembly. There were 24 men, all battered by a lifetime at sea, each wanting to shape the future of their damn islands. "Discuss," I drawled, tone full of boredom. "Your king is dead. His rightful heir stands ready. What's there to prattle about?" An older man spat, "A woman can't lead the Ironborn. It goes against all tradition. Plus, Prince Theon isn't dead, is he?" "What did you say, you bastard?" "I can't lead." Yara spoke up from the corner she'd been standing in, glaring at the man. "Arg!" I let out a cold laugh. "Yes, tradition. And how has that served you? Twice you rose in rebellion, and twice you've been beaten down. And Theon? Theon would have been dead if not for his sister's smart judgment of submitting. If you'd like another demonstration of why you should submit, my dragon's more than willing." Grumbles rippled through the crowd. I caught a few furtive glances toward the windows as though they expected Viserys' golden snout to come crashing in. Drum, one of the more vocal idiots, snarled at my words. "We don't kneel to then, you burn," I cut in, letting my tone grow icier. "Is that your choice?" That shut him up. Fear is a handy leash. A younger captain found his voice, "Captain Yara, she's proven herself capable many times." Drum whirled on him with a sneer. "Coward! Let that dragon's whore," I sighed and moved before his insult fully formed, my blade finding his throat in a swift, precise arc. Scarlet spattered across the men on either side of him, and Drum collapsed with a wet gurgle, his so-called magic sword clattering to the floor. "Anyone else want to question my Iron Queen's honor?" I asked, letting my blade drip. The hush that followed was absolute. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed Yara smiling to herself. A distant roar from Viserys rattled the window panes as if in agreement. "That's what I thought," I said, wiping the blade on Drum's cloak. "Now, we're done talking. Prepare for the coronation. The drowned god awaits your spectacle." I turned from them, attention drifting back to the view of grey waves smashing the rocks. "Off you go. And make sure it's something I won't find too dull, as your guest." The Ironborn exchanged glances, their eyes mixed with different emotions, and a moment later, hurried footsteps echoed behind me. That left me alone with the crash of waves and the scattered remains of their dead and Yara. "Thank you," she said as she walked behind me, hugging my back. "You're living up to your end of the promise." "I'm not a liar, Iron Queen," I turned, holding her waist and looking into her eyes. She'd make a fine subordinate. The preparations took another day. These procedures were slow and gritty, after all. When I arrived, the sacred beach near Pike was already crowded with Ironborn onlookers. Hundreds lined the shoreline, grim-faced beneath the weak sunlight. The tang of salt and seaweed was obvious in the air. Black waves pummeled the rocks, roaring their own defiance. I stopped near the water's edge, separate from the throng, while a screech came from behind. I turned back to find Viserys landing on a craggy outcrop that looked over this place. The Ironborn trembled. She shimmered gold even in the dull light, the main reason the Ironborn dared not raise their swords now. A robed drowned priest, clothes heavy with brine, approached. That caused people to look away from Viserys and focus on him. His eyes glowed with that zealot's fervor as he raised his arms to hush the crowd. "Brothers and sisters," he boomed, voice cutting above the surf. "We gather to fulfill the drowned god's will." A ripple of unease passed through the crowd, tough men and women, yet not one dared break from the ring they'd formed. Even with the wind howling, I heard their mutters of doubt and fear. Yara stepped forward, chin up despite the visible rope marks still etched into her wrists. She locked eyes with me for just a moment before facing her people, defiance laced in every line of her posture. I folded my arms while Viserys's colossal form cast a looming shadow across the Ironborn who'd gathered. The salt-laden wind slapped my face, the waves crashing against the ancient stones like a dirge. It was a fitting stage for this show of power, one that these fools called a ritual. A lot of useless bantering unfolded before me, and I dozed off most of them. It was silly. The drowned priest stood front and center in the wet sand, water dripping off his matted hair and soaked robes now. He lifted his arms to the iron-grey sky, voice loud over the roar of the ocean. "What is dead may never die," came the priest's thunderous call. The crowd thundered back in unison, "What is dead may never die." He gestured toward Yara, and she began to strip away her armaments, sword, daggers, a few hidden blades. I was surprised at how many hidden blades she had. Then she peeled off her outer clothing, leaving her in a clinging shift that the cold wind pressed tight against her. There were no illusions of rank here, no fancy cloak to hide behind, just a woman daring to claim the Iron Islands under her rule. "Under my rule. The drowned god demands proof of worth," the priest said, voice full of the mania of religion. "Through death, we rise. Through the sea, we are reborn." Without prelude, he shoved her into the churning waves. Yara vanished beneath the dark water, swallowed in a single swift motion. Silence stretched as we waited. Only the crash of foam against rock filled the area. I found myself frowning. I'd bet on Yara's stubborn spirit well before the sea could claim her, but I might be wrong. A minute passed. Then another. Whispers, uneasy, spread among the onlookers. "Too long. The sea rejects her." My frown deepened. She's too willful to die now. In the show, they'd pulled Euron Greyjoy out of the water but didn't do this for Yara. She was still in the water, her face submerged in it, her body floating as if she was dead. Perhaps they wanted her to prove her worth better as a woman. It annoyed me a little. But, sure enough, the ocean exploded. Yara broke the surface in a burst of spray, hair plastered to her skin, chest heaving with savage breaths. Salt water poured from her as she found her footing in the thigh-high surge, gasping for breath, blinking water from her eyes but never showing weakness. The priest's voice rose again, triumphant over the wind and the murmurs. Behold! The drowned god judges her worthy. Rise, Yara Greyjoy, Queen of Salt and Rock. The ruler of the Iron Islands. A beat of hesitation caught in the crowd, then came the ragged chorus. Queen Yara! Queen Yara! It built, moment by moment until the rocky beach reverberated with their chant. She staggered onto the shore, water streaming down her legs, her body trembling from the cold shock. Yet she refused to collapse. She remained upright by sheer force of will. That made me smile. I walked over as she finally sank to her knees in the wet gravel, fighting for breath. Crouching beside her, I pitched my voice just for her ears. Congratulations, Iron Queen! Once again, you've made the right choice. A flicker of defiance and relief crossed her face. Then a faint grin, even as her chest still heaved. I know. The crowd's Queen Yara, cries still beat against our ears, rising in waves like the sea itself. The priest came over, holding the driftwood crown in his hand. I straightened, moving away from her. Yara Greyjoy was officially crowned as the priest made his announcement. Meanwhile, Viserys sat on a black crag of rock, golden scales flashing in the dim, watery light. Her presence kept the Ironborn aware of the grim reality. Yara had faced the sea and lived. She now had the Iron Islands crown, and people called her the Queen. But all that was an illusion. The real victory here was mine. I'd taken down one of the 5 kings and made his daughter my slave queen. Author note: it's a Sunday now, so we're gonna do a new goal. Goal is 350 stones. If we reach it, you get 2 chapters tomorrow. Start voting. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 61, 61 The Salt Conquest Chapter 61, The Salt Conquest. The Great Hall of Pike felt different with Yara on that ancient throne. The sea stone chair loomed behind her like a kraken frozen mid-strike, its black surface drinking in what little light filtered through the narrow windows. I watched from my deliberately understated position as the Ironborn filtered in. Captains, raiders, and weathered old sea dogs, their faces carved by salt spray and hardened by lives spent on merciless waves. They were hard men, strong soldiers, but sadly they were Ironborn. Their eyes held a peculiar mix of resentment as they looked at me, but there was also fear. Where Ironborn didn't fear men, even the greatest men feared a dragon. With Viserys' shadow occasionally darkening the windows as she circled overhead, it couldn't be a wonder why they kept themselves in check. Yara's voice cut through the muttering crowd like a blade through silk when all the men were present, along with the few women who deserved to enter these great halls. My father's way led us to ruin twice, brothers and sisters, she said, her tone brooking no argument. The old way ends today. Jaws clenched, and I caught more than a few hands tightening on weapon hilts. Old bastards never liked change, and it was no different here on these islands, either. We are Ironborn, she continued, leaning forward on the ancient seat. We take what we want. His Grace here has allowed us to keep that luxury. But we must be smarter about what we choose to take. Her eyes swept the crowd, challenging anyone to interrupt. Nobody dared. The 7 kingdoms are no longer our prey. Their dragons and armies would crush us if we even dreamed about it. Rather, we look east. What luxury! Robert Baratheon allowed the same, and we hate him for it. Did you forget, girl? One of the elder Ironborns said. During Robert's reign, we Ironborn were meant to abide by the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, which included refraining from raiding and pillaging within Westeros. Your father's rebellion 20 years ago was fueled by our frustration with these restrictions and our desire to reclaim the old ways of reaving along Westerosi coasts. What's so luxurious about this? Another older captain with a face like cracked leather spat on the floor. He's right. We must abandon our ancestral waters? Become foreign raiders. His voice was full of contempt. And all because this silver-haired boy commands it. Yes, precisely. And the luxury here is that we don't die. You don't die. I begged for your lives, and you spit in my halls. Yara glared at the man, who clenched his jaws, failing to find words to defend himself. Thousands died because of my father's rebellion, and less than 100 died during this time. And even that is because you guys didn't listen to me fast enough, didn't drop the weapons fast enough. Are you really suggesting we clash swords with a dragon, you stupid bastards? She growled, and both of the old men flinched back. A short silence later, someone cleared his throat. But the East. The word echoed, the young captain's confusion evident. We've tried our luck there before, but... The free cities overflow with wealth. Yara breathed out her anger and smiled, and there was a predatory glint to it. Their merchants grow fat and lazy, their ships poorly defended compared to Westeros. They do hire mercenaries, but what are mercenaries before the Ironborn? Why scratch at the bones of fishermen when we could feast on SSC gold? Well, don't give me that look. I see your point. I have personally led multiple ships to Essos, more than most of you here, so I know it's not as easy as I say. But His Grace wants this. It's not that he's just allowing us half-heartedly, but he wants us to do this. He'll help us, he'll lead us, and he'll take over the SSC lands. Trust me when I say that his empire will be greater than Aegon's. Yara finished her speech. I didn't move from my seat but let my eyes meet hers. I smiled, liking how she handled this. She's a fine woman, I'm attracted. Her dominance was applause-worthy. I let my gaze gloss over some of the older men, hardening it, and they looked away. They should know what it means to insult my woman. Should I teach them a lesson? His Grace, Yara emphasized the title, calling me up from my glare as if realizing what I was thinking. He offers us a chance not just to survive, but to thrive. Do you lots get it? The drowned god cares not where we reave, only that we do so with strength and cunning. She's right, an Iron Bronze said. I see the logic too. More and more began to agree with her. Great, she said and stood, her presence somehow filling the massive chair's shadow. I am your queen, chosen by the sea itself. The Iron Islands will adapt, or they will drown. In this situation, the choice is simple. Do you all agree? Another captain stepped forward. You're queen because of him, he jabbed a finger in my direction. His dragon burned our brothers. No, I'm queen because I understand what you don't, Yara snapped. His Grace is the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, the first dragon rider in hundreds of years. The blood of old Valyria flows in his veins, the same blood that once ruled the greatest empire this world has known. Her voice softened, becoming almost seductive. We are Ironborn, we're strong, and the free cities would tremble more than ever at the sight of our sails when they know a dragon flies over us. The assembly stirred, greed warring with tradition in their eyes. But I was bothered. How can they be so stubborn? They keep clashing opinions with her. I rose slowly, drawing every eye. Your queen speaks wisdom, I said, mildening my tone. Consider carefully how you receive it. For unlike her, I don't see you as my people and wouldn't hesitate to burn you to the ground if you misbehave. The threat hung clear as crystal. Viserys's screech punctuated my words through the windows. Yara seized the moment to stop me from further scaring her men. You heard him. Prepare your ships, she commanded. We sail east with the next tide. Those who wish wealth and glory, follow me. Those who don't. Her smile turned sharp. Well, I'm sure the drowned god welcomes all his children eventually. The captains began to disperse a short silence later, their faces a mix of resignation and calculating acceptance. No more outright anger showed they'd learned that lesson well enough when Balon fell, and now everything was plastered on cement. Soon, as Yara reminds them of her might, they'd be glad that Balon was dead. As the last footsteps faded, leaving the hall empty, I approached the sea-stone chair. It was a great speech, Yara, I said to my Iron Queen, who remained seated, her knuckles white where they gripped the ancient arms. Why aren't you responding? I asked, and she just looked up, a frown on her face. I chuckled. Without warning, I grabbed her chin and claimed her mouth in a demanding kiss. She made a small sound of protest that quickly turned to a moan. Even now, that spark of defiance flickered in her eyes before drowning in desire. Her fingers clutched at my shoulders as she melted against me, every inch the fierce queen turned willing conquest. I thrust hard into Yara, allowing the world around us to blur into a haze of raw desire and primal need. My every movement was met with a responsive buck from her hips, turning me on further, encouraging me to delve deeper, to claim her more forcefully with each passing moment. My fingers were laced through hers as I fucked her from behind like beasts, pressing her hands into the soft furs that lined the bed. I pulled her by the arms a moment later, using them as leverage to slam into her with greater intensity, each stroke eliciting a gasp or a moan from her lips. Oh, yes. Harder, harder. My hips are going to break. Her hips were going to break, she said, but she begged for more anyway. Her inner walls suddenly clenched tight around me, the sensation sending jolts of pleasure coursing through my body. I could feel the pressure building within me, an unstoppable force threatening to rip through me at any moment. Get me! Yara's cries of pleasure grew louder, more desperate, as she neared her own peak. Get me pregnant, fuck me into a mess. I drove into her harder, faster as I also reached it. With a final, powerful thrust, I buried myself deep within her. My body shuddered as wave after wave of ecstasy washed over me, the feeling of my seed spilling into her triggering her own climax. Her body convulsed beneath me, her moans of pleasure music to my ears. I let go of her hands, allowing her to collapse onto the bed as I withdrew from her, my own body spent and sated. I fell back against the furs, my chest still heaving from our latest round of passion. Shit, I actually came inside her. The air was full of the thick scent of sex and sweat, mingled with the ever-present salt tang that permeated every corner of Pike. I closed my eyes briefly, realizing there was nothing to do here. A long minute later, I opened my eyes and found Yara stretching like a satisfied cat, her naked form glowing in the dim light filtering through the narrow window. She rolled onto her side, propping herself up on one elbow to look at me. Her tired eyes met mine, a lazy smile playing on her lips. You're insatiable, you know that, she said, her voice soft and husky with lingering pleasure. What happens to me if I actually get pregnant? I chuckled, reaching out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. What can I say? You bring out the beast in me, I said, ignoring her second comment. Her smile widened, a hint of mischief flickering in her gaze. Well, I certainly can't complain about the results. I leaned in, capturing her lips in a lethargic kiss as my hand trailed down her body, tracing the curve of her hip. Gods, I loved toned women. It was rare that even after intense lovemaking, I found myself wanting this much more. But I knew we had matters to attend to, responsibilities that couldn't be ignored, no matter how much I might wish to lose myself in her once again. I had to stay in control, so I let her go. A moment passed as we stared into each other, and something was calculating in her gaze now, different from the raw hunger of moments before. I knew that look. She wanted something. She began, her voice still husky. Now that I'm queen, well, high lady to be exact, but whatever. There's something we need to discuss. I laughed softly. You look serious. I am. It's about Theon, she said. My amusement died. Of course, it was about her useless brother. I'd been waiting for this conversation since we took Pike. I want him released from Winterfell, she continued, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my chest. He's suffered enough, hasn't he? Being held prisoner in the place he once called home. I caught her wandering hand, squeezing perhaps a bit harder than necessary. I can't control the North, you know? Forget about Theon and forget the men you took there, for they're under Robb Stark's rule. I can't influence it. But you said Theon will live, I interrupted her, releasing her hand. As a prisoner, perhaps a slave, but he will. In Winterfell, as he has been from a young age. He won't die. I'll send Robb a letter telling him about that. He's definitely mad at Theon, but not enough to kill him if I request it. Although it's troublesome that Theon burnt 2 innocent children, we can say that your father manipulated him. That the Ironborn who came with him did it. Still. Her voice held a note of protest, but I could see the resignation in her eyes. Listen, he made his own decision. I understand your love for him as a sibling, but he's his own person. Plus, him being here will trouble your claim. The opposing men might manipulate him to stand against you. So let him live where he always has. She fell silent, her lips pressed into a thin line. I knew she wanted to argue more, but she was smart enough to recognize when I wouldn't budge. I mean, if I truly wanted, I could free Theon, but why should I? I leaned over, capturing her mouth in a deep kiss while my hands once again roamed her body, finding all the spots I'd discovered drove her wild. Rather than that, I murmured against her lips, I've heard that your uncle Euron Greyjoy is roaming the world. He has made quite a name for himself. Be careful of him, and if he comes, kill him immediately. If you can't, notify me about him as soon as you can. I couldn't risk Euron Greyjoy, he was an anomaly. Yara sighed, and her body melted against mine, her earlier tension dissolving under my touch. Understood, she breathed between kisses. My king. Said my slave queen who'd do anything that I wanted, anything that would bring me benefit. Author note, pity, didn't meet the goal. 240 stones right now. Next goal is lesser than the previous. 300 stones from here. Goal, 240/540, start voting. Chapter 62, 62 Flying Back Home. Chapter 62, Flying Back Home. The Ironborn forces honestly weren't as big as I'd been thinking. Sure, their fleet looked impressive for a bunch of pirates, but it wouldn't really matter in the war that's about to go down in Westeros. A few thousand men spread across 100 ships yet, that's not much compared to the armies we'll see clashing soon. Which is exactly why I'm letting them head off to raid the free cities instead, I thought, standing on a rocky ledge while workers bustled around the docks below. The smell of salt and tar hung in the air as they got the longships ready for their journey east. They'd be wasted if I sent them against Stannis in Blackwater Bay. Maybe in another scenario, I'd have used them there, but come on, they'd just end up burning in wildfire, along with all of Stannis' people. It would be smarter to send them east where they might actually do something worthwhile, such as plundering money for me. Taking the throne was one thing, but paying back the insane debt the crown owned? That was a whole other war entirely. Viserys shifted under me, her golden scales catching the dull morning light. She'd been getting restless, she always did if we stayed put too long. Boring, human slow, she grumbled. Patience, I muttered, patting her neck. We'll get moving soon enough. Below, the last crates and barrels were being hauled onto the ships. I saw Yara on the deck of her flagship, yelling orders at her crew. The pirate queen had ditched her usual leathers for something more heavy, though she still moved with that predatory grace I'd grown to like. I guided Viserys down the high sky, passing slowly over the gathering fleet. The Ironborn all paused, looking up as my dragon's shadow slid across their faces. Once again, I shouted, my voice carrying over the water, "You're setting sail to prove yourselves. This time, I won't be going with you, for my presence is more valuable here. Use my absence to show me what the Ironborn can really do. Prove you deserve that tough reputation you keep boasting about." I heard them muttering among themselves. Some of them shot me nasty looks. These proud raiders hated being tested like this. But what could they do, really? Pick a fight with a guy who has a dragon? Our eyes met from a distance, mine and Yara's. She gave me the smallest nod, and I knew we understood each other. She had to keep them in check, steer them toward good targets, and make sure they didn't get any bright ideas about returning to raid Westeros. I'd initially worried about Yara. These people loved and respected her but might try to pick on her after recent events. They might try to kill her. Fortunately, something very interesting appeared during our latest time in the bedroom. Your first true mate, Yara, has adapted to your presence after you've ejaculated into her so many times. She's come to accept you as her conqueror, her mate. In many fairy tales, people use a dragon's human partner as his weakness to threaten him. To break him down by killing her. A dragon shouldn't ever be disrespected in such a manner, for worlds have met their end because of lesser things. To protect your mate, you can now lend one of your draconic traits to her. The choice is up to you. Do not be worried, she'll lose access to the trait if you want to. Why/n I hadn't decided yet, letting myself sleep over the decision. But now that I saw her moving her fleet for me, I was sure what to choose. Congratulations, you've chosen yes. You can now lend one of your traits to Yara Greyjoy. Available traits, Dragon Wings, click to lend, good choice. Your mate Yara Greyjoy can now access Dragon Wings. You can still use it, too, even if it's at the same time as she does. Once again, if you want, you can also stop lending it to her. Would you like to lend your experience on how to use these wings to her too, or have her find it by herself? Why/n there was no meaning in holding back the experience since the whole point in doing this was so that she remained safe. I watched as Yara's eyes twitched and her knees gave in. She fell, clutching her head tightly, while a few men rushed to her to see if she was all right. A minute passed as Yara waved them off, breathing heavily as she looked up at me. You. She looked at me and realized it wasn't a coincidence. I was the one who did this to her. This was a great boon, and I barely held back my excitement at having such power. The problem with strong people always was that he often had weaker people around him. With this ability, it wouldn't be the case. Although I was unsure if this would work for the non-virgins too. She stared at me, her eyes full of wonder, before we exchanged one last nod. She realized why I'd lent her such power. The first ships drifted off the docks, oars dipping into the cold water. Sails unfurled, black cloth stamped with the golden crocken of House Greyjoy catching the morning breeze. Viserys flexed her wings, ready to fly. I had my own business to care for, things in King's Landing wouldn't sort themselves out. It was almost time for Stannis' attack. The wind slapped at my face as Viserys soared through clouds that looked like cotton stretched across an endless blue sky. We'd been flying for hours, leaving the Iron Islands far behind. The afternoon sun lit up her golden scales, shimmering in crazy shades. Down below, Westeros sprawled out like a live map. Forests, hills, and rivers were all woven together, though the riverlands looked pretty beat up from all the fights. Scorched fields and burned-out husks of villages dotted the landscape, telling silent stories of Lannister raids and northern counterattacks. The destruction seemed almost artistic from up here, like someone had taken a torch to an elaborate painting. Not that the common folk down there would appreciate that comparison. The sight reminded me why I needed to move fast. Every day of war meant more villages turned to ash, more resources wasted on petty lords playing their Game of Thrones. At least I had a dragon that tends to speed up negotiations. Smell, humans, Viserys growled, turning her big head slightly. Many, below. She was right. Robb Stark's army was camped all across the area, tents dotting the land like ant hills, as I remembered. As we dropped lower, I saw soldiers pointing up at us, but the wind yanked their shouts away before they reached me. Viserys landed with a heavy thud in a clearing near the main camp, letting out a roar to greet them. Many soldiers fell back, while most hung back like they weren't sure if they should bow or run, but at least they didn't look too freaked out. News must have spread that I'd been helping the North, as I'd agreed. "Make way," someone shouted. I turned to see Robb Stark heading over with many northern lords at his back. There was no Catelyn, so she was probably locked up by now. They had no choice but to do something after that Jaime fiasco. "Your Grace," Robb said, his tone warm but still formal. The young wolf looked more like a king than the last time we met. That nurse who'd cursed his fate in the original was beside him this time. "We didn't expect you so soon. I take it that things went all right in the Iron Islands." "Better than I expected," I said, hopping off Viserys. "The Ironborn got themselves a new ruler. Balon Greyjoy is dead." That brought on a round of gasps from the lords. Lord Umber's bushy eyebrows practically jumped off his face. "Dead? How?" "His own daughter did it, but people didn't need to know that. The Ironborn didn't know that either, otherwise they'd have called Yara a traitor." "I did it," I answered casually, liking how shocked they looked. "Yara Greyjoy rules now, having submitted under my authority." "Seven hells," someone muttered, and another spat. "Being the practical rule he was," Robb asked, "and their fleet?" "They're sailing east to raid the free cities. They're done bothering the North," I replied, locking eyes with him. A slight smirk played at my lips as I added, "Your shores are safe now, and they'll be bringing their particular brand of chaos to different targets that aren't us. Anyway, that's why I'm here. Yara made me swear that her brother wouldn't be executed, so I'm asking you to let him live. He's in your dungeons, the last where I left him." Robb's face went stiff at my words, torn between feeling betrayed and remembering the friend he grew up with. Well, I could tell he didn't really want Theon dead, pride or not. The young wolf had that same look I'd seen on countless faces before, the struggle between duty and emotion, between what people thought they should do and what they actually wanted to do. It was always entertaining to watch. Lord Karstark stepped forward, face going red with anger. "That turncloak should die. He killed innocent children." Lord Glover chipped in. "The North remembers." Then Bolton, that sneaky bastard, spoke up. "A live hostage is worth more than a dead traitor. The boys already suffered a lot down there. If you allow me, I'd inform my bastard to handle him." Several lords nodded, and I saw Robb relax just a bit. He finally found an excuse. I found that pleasing, as well. Ramsay Bolton was a freak, but he'd break down Theon well, even if not as devastating as the original timeline, since the Ironborn were an ally now. But this way, the Iron Queen's brother will never stand against her. "Fine," Robb said at last. "Because of our alliance and for the sake of who he used to be, Theon will live. But he stays locked up until the war ends." "That's all I need," I said with a grin, offering my hand. Robb shook it firmly. "What about my sister?" he asked, slightly unsure. "Is Sansa safe?" "I got report from the Maester already, but I want to know from you." His eyes searched mine, desperate for reassurance about his beloved sister's fate, starving to know how our relationship had grown in that time. He'd be disappointed. Family meant everything to the Starks, it was both their greatest strength and their biggest weakness. A fact I'd learned to appreciate. "She's good since she's in her home," I said, watching his face carefully. "Winterfell is cold, but she's happy there between Bran and Rickon. Last I saw, she was teaching the younger one how to embroider, though he seemed more interested in throwing the needles at the practice dummies when she wasn't looking. I let out a small chuckle, remembering the scene. Your sister's strong, Robb. Made of the same steel as the rest of you Starks. He let out a breath like a huge weight was gone, his shoulders visibly relaxing. He still looked a little unsatisfied, probably because I didn't drop any personal idea about Sansa, but he accepted it. Thank you. Really. For all you've done for the North. We won't forget it. Some more thank yous and praises got tossed around, the usual diplomatic niceties that came with being royalty. I played along, but I noticed Viserys shifting beneath me, her muscles tensing with growing impatience. My beautiful dragon never cared much about human ceremonies, and soon, it was time to go. I adjusted my position and climbed properly onto her back, feeling the familiar warmth of her scales against my legs. With a final, deliberate nod at Robb, I gripped her spines tight. Until next time, King in the North. The words carried just the right mix of respect and authority. After all, we were equals now, at least on paper. But for how long, Robb should wonder. Viserys spread her magnificent wings, golden membranes catching the cool northern light. With a single, powerful thrust that kicked up dust and made the nearby horses whinny in fear, we lifted off into the crisp air. I watched the Stark army grow smaller below us, along with whatever fate awaited Theon in his cell. Some problems were better left behind on the ground. It was time to return to King's Landing. Author note: sorry for the lack of updates guys, been sick lately. Among some other personal stuff. No goals today. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 63, 63 Toward the Throne, Back Home Chapter 63, Toward the Throne, Back home in Essos after attending that scary meeting where the 13 were betrayed and killed by Pietri and Zarozo Daxos, Dany stood outside the House of the Undying. She eyed the ancient stones that seemed to throb with a weird, unsettling energy. The twisted spire reached up like some gnarled finger, beckoning her in. Her heart hammered in her chest as she stepped through the entrance, knowing her children were hidden away somewhere inside. The corridors bent and shifted all around her, tossing out any idea of logic. It was mind-boggling. 1 second she was moving forward, the next she found herself going sideways or even upward through impossible hallways. Pietri's magic had twisted the place into a maze of illusions. Strange visions hit her senses hard. She saw the Iron Throne buried under a layer of snow, standing alone in a wrecked throne room. The Red Keep lay in ruins, its grand walls turned to rubble. Then, she spotted Drogo, her son, and Stars, holding their son Rhaego. The sight made her heart clench as she walked to them. They pulled at her. Her heart told her to sit down with them. But, she reminded herself they were just images meant to chain her here. Her dragon's cries led her deeper into the warlock's lair. She found them chained and helpless, their wings pinned tight. Pietri stepped from the shadows, his blue lips twisted in a mean grin, bragging about how their presence fueled his magic. He figured he had won, thought he could keep her and the dragons trapped forever. But he hadn't counted on a mother's bond with her children. One word from her, Dracarys, and her dragons spewed fire, roasting the warlock right where he stood. His screams echoed through those warped halls as Daenerys shattered the chains holding her babies. She'd won, and her 2 children were back to her embrace. Later on the same day, Daenerys faced the other end of this whole plot. A betrayal. Zarozo Daxos, the man who had sworn his love and given her a place in Qarth, had actually been plotting against her with one of her own handmaidens. They had stolen her babies together. His fancy vault, which he'd bragged was stuffed full of treasure, turned out to be just as empty as his words. She locked them both inside it, letting them taste the fate they'd planned for her. With whatever wealth they scraped up in Karth, Daenerys led her Khalasar out of the city. The wind stung her face as they traveled, carrying the smell of salt from the endless seas. Even though her people started getting restless, she stayed focused on the road ahead. Each day, her dragons grew stronger, their wings stretching wider, their cries echoing further across the water. Whenever she watched them fly, she thought of Drogo not with that raw stab of sorrow anymore, but with the softer understanding that his strength lived on through her. Daenerys' life hadn't been easy lately, but she didn't stop winning. The sun beat down hard as Dany made her way through Astapor's streets, her silver hair shining under the brutal light. "What a sight amid this horror," she said. The city's red brick walls seemed to lock in all the heat, turning the air thick and hard to breathe. Sweat slid down her neck, but she kept her head high, aware of every gaze that followed her. Yora walked beside her, his hand always near his sword. The place reeked of fear and misery, with slaves' cries mixing with their masters' shouts. Everywhere she looked, there were some new horror. Poor kids in chains, old men staggering under heavy loads, women with empty stares. "The Unsullied are in the barracks up ahead," Yora said quietly. "I know, Seer. We visited it yesterday. I'm not a child to forget the path this fast," she said, and Yora rubbed the back of his head. The Unsullied. She was interested in them. 8,000 men ready to be bought. Dany's stomach twisted at what these men must have gone through. She'd heard the stories boys ripped from their mothers, turned into killers through torture and starvation until obedience was all they knew. Krasnus Monaclaus waited at the training grounds, dragging his ornate outfit across the dusty ground. Beside him stood his translator, a young girl with huge golden eyes standing quietly at his side. "The Westerosi whore returns," Krasnus sneered at Valyrian, his voice dripping with contempt. The translator froze at his insults, but Daenerys caught every filthy word. She knew that language better than him. Maybe she's finally figured out she can't play at war with just her tits out. Dany kept her face blank as the translator cleared her throat and turned his insults into polite common tongue. "A nice girl, that one." She decided to take that girl with her before leaving. Speaking of leaving, it'd have to wait. Her plans needed a bit more time to unfold. Her babies had to grow a bit more. 2 days later, Dany walked along the seawall, the salty breeze barely cutting through the heat. Having Yora nearby felt reassuring as they chatted while walking, though she knew better than to rely too much on one person's loyalty. A child's voice called out behind them, "Your Grace! Your Grace!" Daenerys turned to see a small girl running toward her, clutching a fancy wooden ball. The girl's smile seemed harmless enough, but something about it raised Daenerys's hair. She didn't think too much about it, deciding to shake it off. The child rolled the ball toward her, and Dany crouched to grab it. She watched the girl motion her to twist the ball. "It seems like a gift?" Dany wondered as she twisted the ball. Before she could see what was inside, however, a blur caught her eye. A stranger clad in dark clothes, his white hair barely visible, knocked the ball from the child's hands, his sword flashing in the sunlight. "Ah!" Dany fell to the floor because of the suddenness of the situation, and the wooden sphere split open on impact. A scorpion-tailed creature jumped out, its stinger glinting. "On 7 hells!" It leaped toward her, and Dany's eyes slammed shut in fear. When she reopened them, she found an old warrior's blade cutting the manticore clean in two. "Stop!" He didn't stop there, rushing after the girl, the assassin who jumped into the water. But no water splashed. The warrior rushed to find her missing, and his head snapped to the side. Dany's eyes followed. High above, the girl stood, staring down. When Dany's eyes met hers, she screeched, revealing blue teeth. "The warlocks!" Dany muttered as the girl vanished into the crowd before anyone could react. "Khaleesi!" Yora yelled, whipping out his sword and putting himself between her and the stranger. "Stand back!" The warrior looked at them and slowly removed the hood, revealing his old face. Yora froze before slowly stepping in front of her, his eyes wide. "Do you?" Dany started. "Do you know him?" "Yes," he said, "I know him. One of the greatest fighters the Seven Kingdoms have ever seen, Sir Barristan Selmy." The old man took a knee, resting his sword at her feet. His lined face lifted, revealing eyes filled with wisdom and regret. Daenerys studied him carefully, noting the proud set of his shoulders despite his age and how he held himself like a man who had spent his life serving kings. "Your Grace," he said, his voice carrying the weight of a lifetime. "I'm the retired Lord Commander to Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard. And before that, I served your father and promised to protect your family. So I offer you my sword to serve the rightful heir of the Seven Kingdoms." His weathered hands trembled slightly as they rested on the pommel of his blade, but his gaze remained steady and unwavering as he met her eyes, waiting for her judgment. Like that, Dany earned an immensely powerful ally back in Westeros. For some reason, I wondered what my sister was up to lately when Viserys's claws slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. The impact rattled my legs, and it made me realize how drained I was from this long flight. We'd landed in a small clearing maybe an hour's ride from King's Landing. Night clung to everything like a thick blanket, stars peeking through little gaps in the clouds. Night was good because it meant many people, if any, saw Viserys. The capital's lights glowed faintly in the distance, kind of an orange smear against the dark sky. I slid off Viserys's back, boots crunching on grass that had a thin layer of frost. The chill bit at my cheeks, but I barely noticed. After flying through clouds, regular old cold felt like nothing. I snapped a finger and formed a gate to House of Dragons, a dark crack in the world. "Girl, time to disappear," I said, nodding toward the space next to us. "No need for you to be spotted near the city." Viserys turned her big head, gold scales still catching the faint moonlight. "Why, hide," she growled, that usual defiant tone mixed with a dash of curiosity. "Because we have to be smart," I replied, reaching up to pet her snout. "Stannis is going to attack soon, maybe a month at best. I've already sent word to Dorne and the Reach long ago, telling them to get their armies moving." I gave a small grin, remembering the letters. "They'll take a while to get this far north, but once they do." "Boring," Viserys grumbled, her warm breath washing over me. She leaned in so close her snout almost bumped my nose. "Want, fight, now." I couldn't help but laugh at her impatience. Her attempt at being scary was kind of cute, like a cat hissing at its owner. "You'll get your fight soon enough. And once we've got the throne, you'll fly wherever you please, hunt whatever you want. So just listen to me and go inside." She made a huffing sound, a curl of smoke drifting from her nostrils, but I could see her thinking it over. With a final, slightly grumpy growl that was more whine than threat, Viserys stepped through, her big form vanishing into the darkness before the portal snapped shut. The night was quiet after Viserys left. I found a small cave far from the place I landed on and made camp, deciding to take a rest. A quick check of my inventory produced dried meat, bread, and a skin of wine, simple fare, but enough to keep my strength up. I sat near the entrance, watching the stars wheel overhead while picking at my meal. The wine wasn't great, just something I'd grabbed from Pike's cellars, but it helped wash down the tough meat. My thoughts drifted to the capital, wondering what changes I'd find. News traveled slowly in this world, but not slow enough. I'd been gone for weeks dealing with the Ironborn, so much might have happened. Sleep came easily enough on my bedroll, though I kept one hand near my weapon out of habit. The sounds of night creatures and rustling leaves made for decent company. Dawn broke grey and cool. I packed up quickly, checking my appearance in a small mirror from my inventory. The silver white of my Targaryen hair was hidden under a dark wig, and common clothes replaced my usual attire. Just another traveler on the road. The walk to King's Landing took several hours. My boots kicked up dust from the King's Road as the sun climbed higher, burning off the morning mist. Other travelers passed now and then, merchants with loaded carts, farmers bringing goods to market, the occasional patrol of gold cloaks. No one gave me a second glance. Just how I wanted it. The capital's walls rose before me, as imposing as ever. The guards at the gate barely looked up from their game of dice as I passed through with a group of merchants. No questions asked, no suspicions raised. I allowed myself a small smile. All that worrying about returning had been for nothing. The city felt the same as when I'd left it. Crowded, stinking, alive with its usual chaos. That sense of relief lasted until I reached my mansion in the better part of town. 2 King's guards stood at attention outside the door, their white cloaks pristine in the midday sun. I stopped dead in my tracks, mind racing through possibilities. One of them turned, catching sight of me. "Sellsword, what great timing," he called out, and I recognized that voice to be Meryn Trant. "We've been waiting for you." My hand itched to reach for a weapon, but I kept it still. What the fuck happened? This could go very wrong, very quickly. Chapter 64, 64 A Queen's Gambit. Chapter 64, A Queen's Gambit. The ropes bit into my wrists as the King's Guard shoved me forward. I kept my head down, the scratchy wool of the wig itching my scalp. It annoyed me, but I ensured it. The crowd pressed close on all sides, fishmongers stinking of yesterday's catch, washerwomen clutching baskets, merchants pausing their haggling to gawk. Their whispers slithered around me like snakes. "Who's that?" "Dunno, looks like an average cutthroat. Must be some big criminal if he's being captured by King's Guards personally. They don't know who I am?" I tuned them out, scanning the sea of faces instead. I didn't know if there was anybody inside back in the mansion. If there were, they would have come outside when I was getting captured. Where were they? I didn't find them amid the crowd, either. No sign of Nymaria's coiled braids or Tyene's poison-sweet smile. Kinvara's crimson robes would have blazed like a signal fire in this drab mob. Had they been taken? Slaughtered? My jaw tightened. Kinvara can't possibly die, that wouldn't make sense. The only reason I hadn't slaughtered the 2 guards and flown away was so that I could make sure they were all right. That was why I let these fools drag me to the castle. A sharp gasp cut through the murmurs. My eyes flicked toward the source, and I found Ros standing frozen near a painting seller's stall, one hand clamped over her mouth. The violet silk draped over her arm trembled, and she looked ready to break down into years. I shook my head once, a tiny motion, and smiled. Why is she panicking so much? Stupid girl. She watched my gesture, then spun away, silk fluttering from her grip like a wounded bird. From the looks of it, from the crowd's reaction, news of me being the ghost of Targaryen hadn't spread. The guards going as far as tying my hands was a bad thing, but it didn't necessarily mean that I was exposed. It could be because of something else. If not, then a whole army would have been sent to me, not 2 King's Guard. "Move," grunted Meryn Trant, prodding my ribs with the hilt of his sword. My eyes twitched. The other guard was behind me as we ascended the serpentine steps to the Red Keep. Their armor reeked of lemon oil and arrogance, and I noted to myself to kill them when the time would come. Stone gargoyles were hanging from the vaulted ceilings as we marched past the throne room. It was empty. I half expected Cersei Lannister to stage her little performance there, perched on that absurd chair of swords. But she nor her son was present here. The guards steered me toward the royal apartments instead, past artworks of dead stags and golden lions on the wall. A few minutes later, Meryn hammered his fist against an oak door banded with iron. "Your Grace! We have the mercenary you asked for." A beat of silence passed. My guess that it was Cersei who'd sent them after me was confirmed immediately. I was starting to consider a different possibility behind this whole situation. "Send him in," a reply came a short second later. "Alone?" Marin exchanged glances with the other guard and shrugged. He pushed, and the door creaked open. Cold lavender water flooded my senses as I crossed the threshold. Cersei's private sanctuary, all Myrish lace and gilded mirrors. The guards didn't follow. The door clicked shut behind me. I didn't flinch, observing the chamber. It reeked of Lannister gold-gilded mirrors catching the afternoon sun, Myrish carpets swallowing every footstep, windows taller than castle gates streaming light over damask drapes worth more than a lord's ransom. My boots sank into the carpet's plush weave as I took stock of the room. A carved mahogany table held crystal decanters of wine, their ruby contents catching the light. More artworks depicting lions mauling stags lined the walls. Typical. Her voice slithered across the room before I saw her. Vis of the Second Sons. I turned. She lounged on a velvet divan angled toward the hearth, one knee drawn up. A silk robe the color of freshly spilled blood pooled around her hips, barely clinging to her shoulders. The fabric was sheer enough to silhouette the curve of her waist, and the pale swell of her breasts. She might as well have been naked at that moment. A handmaiden knelt beside the couch, her head bowed as she smoothed oil over Cersei's thigh. Jasmine, sharp and cloying. The queen's skin glistened under the glaze, damp blonde hair clinging to her neck. "Your Grace," I greeted her with a smile. She smiled back. "You have been absent from the city, Vis," she said, swirling wine in a golden goblet. Her eyes, poison green, always measuring, went over my common clothes, the cheap wig itching my scalp. "Off playing hero in the north, she suspects me. But that doesn't make sense. Why would she send only 2 guards if she suspected me?" I was confused. I kept my face slack, shaking my head. "North? That's too far. I was simply hunting, Your Grace. Boars near Kingswood. Got lost for a bit, but don't worry, I didn't actually go inside the forest." A laugh, low and mocking. "Boars? How thrilling! King Robert died to a boar." The handmaiden's fingers worked higher up her thigh, kneading the oil into milky skin. Cersei's breath hitched, just barely, as if she was holding back a moan. It made my eyes twitch. "Tell me, sellsword. Did your hunt include stealing Stark girls from under my son's nose?" She definitely knew. "Couldn't say," I shrugged. "Heard some ghost story about a silver-haired man with wings. Madness, if you ask me." Her nails tapped against the goblet. The handmaiden's thumb brushed the inner seam of Cersei's thigh, and the queen bit back a moan. "Enough," she said, voice tight. The girl froze. "Leave us. And, she lowered her voice, "tell the guards outside to find somewhere else to loiter." The handmaiden's cheeks flushed as she scrambled to her feet, clutching the oil jar to her chest. She scurried past me without raising her eyes, the door sighing shut behind her. By the way, I ignored the situation and started. "Where is Priestess Nyra? And my other companions?" Cersei took a long drink, wine staining her lips as she smiled. "Your priestess," she said, languid. "The red whore. Why ask about her? Planning a prayer? Just polite concern. How dull." She set the goblet down and leaned back, the robe slipping lower. This whore was testing my patience. "They're alive. For now. Though that one with the snake tattoos has a mouth that needs correction. Nymeria." I flexed my fingers, holding my jaws back from tightening. "Generous of you to house my companions, Your Grace. Generosity has nothing to do with it." Cersei rose, silk whispering as it slid against her skin. "You've made quite the impression, Viscount, the way they speak of you in the streets, ghost, demon, king." Her laugh was honeyed venom. "But here you are. Just a man. Tied." She walked even closer, and the jasmine oil clogged my throat. She tilted her head, studying my face. "Take off that ridiculous wig. Hands tied, Your Grace, I said. Why not help me? I asked, and she stared. She reached up a moment later and peeled the itchy thing away. My silver hair tumbled free, swaying in the air, framing my face as I looked down at her. Cersei's lips parted. Not out of surprise. She was expecting this. Rather, there was hunger in her eyes. Better. Her finger traced the line of my jaw. Now we're being honest. You really think I'm him? My voice dropped, and the Targaryen cadence slipped through as I tilted my head. Sunlight caught the silver strands of my hair, turning them to liquid mercury. Cersei's tongue darted over wine-stained lips as she searched for her words. The dragon circling Winterfell. The sand snakes skulking through Flea Bottom. That red witch lighting fires in the September's shadow. Her laugh was a blade drawn slowly from its sheath. You're not the Seven's idea of a cruel joke, sadly. I'd have preferred that, but you're not your brother, are you, Viserys Targaryen? I chuckled, dropping all the act. Here I thought Varys' little birds would have been the first ones to find me. Not the dumb queen. Oh, I drowned their songs in honey. She drifted closer, the robe gaping. Gold for the spider's favorites. Whispers of Tyrell plots for Baelish's whores. Children make such noise when you dangle new toys. All of my attention was on you. Her scent, jasmine, and poison, coiled around me as I let her circle, a lioness sizing up wounded prey. How hilarious! So all this, I gestured to the empty chamber, the distant clank of guards, is your clever trap. Her finger trailed down my bound wrist. A lioness does love a good hunt. Yet here you stand, I murmured, voice hard. Alone with a dragon. She stiffened, blinking. For a heartbeat, fear flickered in those poison pool eyes. Then she spun away with a scoff, silk hissing against her skin. Your hands are tied, little dragon. You don't know where your stupid friends are, perhaps an inch away from execution, and thousands of guards surround you. Would you dare touch a hair on my head? One shout and a dagger materialized in my palm as the ropes fell slack. I moved faster than her breath, one hand snatching her throat, the other catching the falling goblet mid-air. It vanished into my inventory before it could clatter. And what, you dumb whore? I shoved her face first into the mattress, knee pressing between her shoulder blades. A strip of linen appeared in my grip, jammed between her teeth before she could scream. MMH. I grumbled, you'll die a million times before those fools outside blink, bitch. She thrashed, muffled curses vibrating against the gag. My free hand yanked her hair, exposing the pale curve of her neck, my dagger trailing just one drop of blood. What a stupid little bitch! Chapter 65, 65 A King's Gambit. Chapter 65, A King's Gambit. The afternoon sun spilled through tall windows, filling the queen's chambers with long shadows. My knee pressed harder between her legs as I considered my options, the dagger steady against her throat. It was funny, really. The room was full of luxury, artwork, and all, and she carried herself with the pride of a queen until a minute ago. But right now? Her death was in my hands. What an idiot, I thought, considering the entire situation once again. The sheer arrogance of it almost made me laugh. Especially when she knew I wasn't a normal human, I could fly, and I'd murdered dozens of guards before. Why did she seclude herself with me? Her stupidity aside, I needed to think about my next course of action carefully. Only Cersei knew about my secret, but my companions were also captured. The Red Keep crawled with guards, true, but they weren't the real threat. It was the politics of this situation that could prove deadly. Kill Cersei now, and I'd have chaos crash into me that I didn't want. If killing the royals was what I wanted, I'd have killed Joffrey a long time ago. But I couldn't let her live either. If she lived, she'd never stop plotting against me. Stannis' attack might play out entirely differently because of her annoying plots. Let's see. Kinvara is probably fine as long as she isn't dead. She's a magician after all, and she was far too old to fall for Cersei's plots. The sand snakes were mortal, though. But I didn't care about them. They weren't useful to me, one thing, and secondly, I didn't have any emotional connection with them. Kinvara's usefulness aside, she was fun company. And she should be fine. So that left Cersei's fate on my plans and not on any worry for my companions. My jaws clenched. I could end this right now, I mused, studying Cersei's reflection in one of her gilded mirrors. One quick slash and the Lannisters lose their queen. But that would be too simple, too clean. Too much of a waste. I needed something messy that would tear their pride apart before I burned it all down. Plus, she'd make a great example of what happened to people, no matter if they were Lannister princesses, or royal queens, who stood against the new Targaryen dynasty. In that case, a muffled whimper drew my attention back to my captive. Cersei's eyes blazed with helpless fury in the mirror, that famous Lannister pride still there even as she realized just how badly she'd miscalculated. The mighty lioness, brought low by her own hubris. The irony wasn't lost on me. Did you think ropes could hold me? I hissed, breath hot against her ear. That ropes matter to dragons. MMHMPH. Stuff. She tried through the gag, and it sounded painfully amusing. My dagger traced the column of her throat, dimpling flesh. Nah. I walked through your son's soldiers. Ate your father's schemes. And you the blade slid lower, splitting silk. You're just a lion cub playing queen. What can a bitch do to a dragon? Her chest heaved against the torn robe, fury warring with terror. It was a sight to behold, for while she was a dumb whore, she was a gorgeous one. Her intelligence aside, she had the looks suitable for a queen. I leaned close, savoring the hitch in her breath, my pelvis pressing against her ass. Now, I purred, shall we discuss my companions? And you'll pray I leave you breathing when the red keep burns. I tightened my grip on Cersei's throat, watching her struggle against my hold. She jerked her body around, making her round breasts sway, and grunted against my grip. It was a good feeling. The pleasure of holding down a queen, a real one, not something like the pirate queen. Her defiance only made me chuckle darkly. The fear in her eyes was intoxicating, a deep contrast to the haughty demeanor she wore like armor earlier. I could feel the warmth of her pulse against my fingertips, racing like a doe before the hunt. Vuri going to, pay for this, she grumbled at me, glaring. I burst out laughing. Oh come on, you think I can't guess what you wanted, you slut? Why you brought me here instead of executing me? I whispered, my voice a low growl that resonated in the hollow of her throat. To she started, to lock you up in the dungeon. Laughing once again, I slapped her ass, watching her wince. Sure you would have. You Lannisters are all the same, arrogant to the last, unwilling to admit what you want. Slowly, she stopped jerking her body in an attempt to free herself. I could taste the victory in the air, as tangible as the salt on the wines of Dragonstone. Cersei's breaths came in shallow gasps now, her face paling as the realization of her predicament settled upon her. That she couldn't free herself, and she couldn't scream for help. I leaned in closer, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. This is where your story ends, false queen of Andals, I murmured. And mine is just beginning. No. She cried, you won't dare to kill me. That depends on how you act from now on, I chuckled, my voice barely above a whisper. I didn't lie when I said I know exactly why you wanted to meet me alone. Why you didn't alert the entire realm the moment you suspected who I was. She tried to turn her head, but my grip held firm. Her neck was firm, and the warm skin was pleasant to the touch. It's because of him, isn't it? My brother Rhaegar. I felt her tense beneath me. The dragon prince you could never have. Is that not why you're here now, playing these little games." A muffled laugh came through the cloth gag, but it sounded hollow, desperate. The sound grated on my nerves. My hand struck her face, the sharp crack echoing in the chamber. Her eyes rolled back, a groan escaping through the gag. I pulled a rope from my inventory, the material appearing in my hand as if by magic. "Annoying, don't laugh. I hate Lannister laughter. You little cats always think you're so clever," I muttered, binding her hands behind her back and putting my dagger away in the inventory. "But you're transparent. Pathetic, even." She struggled against the bonds, but there was no escape. The mighty lioness of House Lannister reduced to this all because she couldn't resist the ghost of a man long dead. I flipped Cersei over onto her back, her breasts jiggling as they settled, one of them poking out through those loose robes of her. I grinned down at her, drinking in the horror flooding her eyes, lavishing in her gorgeous body. "Now then, Your Grace," I purred, "once again, I want to discuss where my companions are being kept. But since you're so uncooperative, allow me to soften you up first, yet." She shook her head frantically, mumbling something unintelligible through the gag. I leaned closer, my hand tightening around the curve of her slim waist. "What was that? I couldn't quite hear you." Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes as she repeated herself, mascara running in dark rivulets down her cheeks. The sight of the proud Cersei Lannister brought so low filled me with a savage satisfaction. I laughed, the sound echoing off the stone walls of her chambers. "Are you ordering me to stop? I think we both know you're in no position to be making demands." MMH. Hat. Who would dare come to your rescue now? Your loyal guards? Your devoted brother? Nobody. That is the answer. I slapped her across her back. Then I tore away her fine silk dress, the expensive fabric shredding beneath my fingers. Cersei whimpered pitifully and attempted to shield herself from my gaze, but my iron grip held her firmly in place. My free hand traced a threatening path across her collarbone, reminding her of her complete powerlessness. She whimpered in response, the sound muffled by the cloth between her teeth, her proud demeanor finally shattered. I slapped her across the ass, watching her squirm in pain. "None of that now," I said. "You wanted the last dragon, didn't you? Be glad. My brother was a dragon by name, while I am one by blood. You'll soon see." She looked at me in confusion, but she'd soon see anyway. I undid my breeches, freeing my hard length. Cersei's eyes widened at the sight, a fresh wave of tears spilling over. That size must not look human to her. I chuckled darkly, positioning myself at her entrance. "There is no need for foreplay with a whore, right?" I asked. "But I bet you're wet enough already." "Let's test out that bet," I said, thrusting forward in one brutal motion. Cersei screamed behind the gag, her walls clamping down on me like a vice. It was an intense feeling, fucking the slut that Robert the usurper married. I groaned at the exquisite tightness, giving her just a moment to adjust to my size. Then, I set a punishing pace, my hips snapping forward with enough force to rattle the bed frame. It felt good, my hip muscles tightening in lust. Cersei sobbed with each thrust, her arms under her back. It must hurt, but I didn't bother to fix it for her. The whole point was to hurt her. Then, I'd blow her mind with pleasure. I relished the sting of pain, the way her body shook beneath mine. "Fucking whore," I growled, punctuating each word with a harsh thrust. My hands moved with my words, parting her robes from her chest, groping her breasts tightly. "Look at you crying in pain. You wanted this, and now you got it. Being split open by a dragon's cock." Cersei shook her head wildly, her muffled cries taking on a desperate edge. She was trying to say she didn't want this. I just laughed, reaching up to cruelly twist her nipples. "Don't bother lying. Your cunt is gripping me like a vice even though you're crying in pain. Slut." Slamming into her like a truck a few more times, watching her body tremble under me, I pulled out abruptly and flipped her onto her knees. She yelped as I slammed back into her, her face mashing against the mattress. I gripped her hips, fingers digging into her soft ass as I rutted into her like an animal. The room filled with the wet slap of flesh against flesh, Cersei's strangled cries, and my own primal grunts. I lost myself in the mindless rutting, the sheer debauchery of fucking the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms like a common tavern wench. "Take it, bitch," I grunted, my heavy balls slapping against her with each thrust. "Take my cock, you arrogant slut." I cursed her while hate-fucking her. Cersei keened, her arms twisting on her back. I pushed her face into the pillow, muffling her wails even further and followed her down, never letting up my brutal pace. I could feel her pussy fluttering around me, her climax approaching. "That's it," I encouraged. "Milk my cock. Show me what a good little whore you are." It was also time to switch the pain. Skill, Dragon Dick, E activated. Cersei's body flinched, shuddering like a motor starting. With a muffled scream, she came, her pussy clamping down on me like the jaws of a hippo. It felt crazy good as I roared my own release, spurting deep inside her greedy cunt. She collapsed onto the bed, slipping out of my cock, panting in her sweat-slicked mess. I watched my seed dribble from her swollen folds with satisfaction. Cersei whimpered, her eyes rolling back in her head, too exhausted to move. "No." She muffled. "No more. Already." I chuckled, grabbing her by the hair as I brought my still hardened cock near her mouth. "We're just starting." Skill, Dragon Dick, E has leveled up. Skill, Dragon Dick, D activated. I fucked her so hard that it leveled up. Author note: flu is mostly gone, and the situation IRL has also been resolved. Chapters will continue as usual starting today. I'm looking forward to post more actually, as long as we meet the goals. Since it's a Sunday today, goal is to touch 300 stones. If we do that, I'll post 2 chapters tomorrow. So start voting. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 66, 66 A Dragon's Hoarding Chapter 66, A Dragon's Hoarding. I leaned against the windowsill, letting the night breeze cool the sweat on my bare chest. The wine burned sweet down my throat as I studied the sprawl of torch-lit streets below, watching the flickering lights dance like fallen stars across the city. Each sip of the Dornish red reminded me of warmer days when such luxuries had been commonplace rather than carefully rationed treasures. Well, not that I ever got to drink wine when I was a kid, but yes. Quite the view, I mused to no one in particular, tracing the Red Keep's jagged shadow across the city. Outrageous that Stannis wants his hands on this. A rustle of silk drew my attention next. Turning, I found Cersei lying splayed across the bed like a butchered stag, limbs tethered to the bedposts with shreds of her own gown. Her usually immaculate golden hair was a tangled mess against her naked body as she was sprawled on the crimson sheets. I couldn't help but appreciate its poetry. The proud lioness brought low, bound by the very trappings of her own luxury. The irony wasn't lost on me. How many others had she left similarly helpless in her ruthless climb and stay to power? I liked seeing her so ragged, so defeated. The Lannisters. They were the ones who betrayed my family dynasty, and I relished ruining their queen. "Arg, you!" Cersei said. Her gag hung askew. She must have worked it loose during our earlier negotiations. Those lioness eyes tracked me with pure venom as consciousness fully reclaimed her. It made me smile. "Good morning, sweetheart." I raised my chalice in a mocking salute. "Sleep well." Her chest heaved against the restraints. "You vile, inbred bastard. I'll see your cock fed to dogs before I clicked my tongue several times, crossing the room in 3 strides. The dagger materialized from my inventory, and its edge kissed her pulse. Screaming's poor manners after I've been so accommodating. Also, inbred is a crazy insult coming from you. My parents were siblings, and I was born, I had no control over that scenario. But Cersei fucked her brother out of her own choice and gave birth to 3 inbred children. Wasn't she worse in that scenario? She froze, rage trembling through her like wildfire held in a glass vial. Smart girl. I could feel her pulse racing beneath my blade, and each beat was a desperate rhythm against cold steel. Her self-preservation finally seemed to outweigh her fury. A knock shattered the tension. Your Grace. The handmaiden's voice wavered through oak. I've brought supper. The timing couldn't have been worse, or perhaps better, depending on how one looked at it. The interruption forced both our hands. I arched a brow, studying her face with predatory focus. Cersei's throat bobbed against cold steel, the blade catching lamplight with each nervous swallow. For a heartbeat, I thought she'd gamble and throw herself on the blade just to see me gutted by her guards. The wild look in those emerald eyes promised she'd considered it, perhaps even welcomed the mutual destruction. Then the fire banked, replaced by that familiar Lannister calculation I'd come to expect from her family. Death wasn't worth it. Not hungry, she rasped, never breaking our stare. Her fingers twitched at her sides, but she kept them still, allowing me another small victory of control. But the Lord Hand insisted, the maid's voice cracked with confusion. Are you deaf, girl? The knife pressed deeper, drawing a ruby bead that traced a delicate crimson path down pale skin. Take your slop to the dogs. Go. Your queen is busy taking a good cock. I injected enough venom into the words to send any servant scurrying. Silence stretched like pulled taffy. Then retreating footsteps, growing fainter until they vanished entirely down the corridor. I sheathed the blade with a chuckle. See? Cooperation suits you. My thumb smeared the blood across her collarbone. Now. Where's the Red Priestess and the Sand Girls? Her lips twisted. Rotting in the black cells where traitors. My hand jerked, and wine hit her face like a slap, dark rivulets streaming down her features and staining her pristine white collar. She gasped, red droplets clinging to her lashes like morning dew as I upended the ornate silver chalice. The sharp scent of Dornish red filled the air between us. Let's try that again. Where are they? Each word fell like a hammer blow in the tense chamber, and I ensured she understood what'd happen if she kept playing. Guarded by 50 men in the Tower of the Hand. She spat through the dripping vintage, defiance burning in her eyes despite her trembling shoulders. Her fingers clutched at her sodden dress. You'll never reach them alive, you treasonous! I caught her jaw, forcing eye contact. 50 men. My laugh echoed off the vaulted ceiling. I ate 50 men for breakfast. Also, you're aware that your daughter is in Dorne? Why did you capture Oberyn Martell's daughters? Stupid bitch! My free hand trailed lower, her breath hitching as I palmed the bruise I'd left on her thigh. You'll order their release at dawn. Quietly. Or every lord in the realm will learn how the Lion Queen squeals when mounted proper. I don't think you quite understand the situation, Cersei. I called her by her name for once, which made her spine straighten. I can kill you, your imp of a brother, and your son right here, right now, and leave this castle unscratched. Did you not get the report about how many soldiers I killed during the riot? She fell silent. I watched as understanding finally dawned in Cersei's eyes. Her shoulders slumped slightly, the fight draining from her posture. Fine, she whispered, her voice hoarse. I'll have them released at dawn. Quietly. As you asked. Smart girl. I smiled, patting her cheek and watching her grumble. The wine still stained her skin, making her look almost feverish in the dim light. See how much easier things are when you cooperate? Be an obedient bitch, and your family line won't end overnight. Her jaw clenched, but she gave a tight nod. My smile widened into a grin at that. The mighty lioness was reduced to submission by a cock. It was a beautiful sight. I stepped back, my hands moving to my belt. Now then, since you've been so reasonable. The leather slid free with a soft hiss. I think you deserve a reward. Her eyes widened as I approached the bed again, but she didn't protest. She knew better now, and she was starting to be honest with herself. The candles guttered in their holders, casting dancing shadows across the walls as I moved closer. Dawn crept through the open balcony doors, painting stripes across tangled sheets and golden skin. I traced the bruise blooming along Cersei's shoulder, a souvenir from last night's negotiations. Her breath hitched when my thumb dug into the mark, though she kept her eyes fixed on the ceiling above us. The silk sheets smelled of sex and fear and Dornish red, an intoxicating blend that made my mouth curl at the edges. The door creaked open without ceremony. Meryn Trant's boots froze halfway across the threshold. I watched the realization hit him like a crossbow bolt, the queen's bare shoulder peeking above linens, my hand resting there like a king claiming conquered land. His eyes darted between Cersei's blank stare and my grin, and his fingers twitched toward his sword hilt. "Close your mouth, Trant," I drawled, giving Cersei's shoulder a squeeze, moving my hand within the blanket covering us and squeezing her breasts underneath. "You'll catch flies." The knight's jaw snapped shut, face flushing the same ugly puce as a corpse left too long in the sun. It made up for how he was urging me through the streets, this bastard. Cersei's body tensed beneath my palm, her trapped breath trembling like a plucked lute string. For a heartbeat, I thought she might scream. Might try to leap from the bed and scream like she wanted to claw my eyes out. Might beg her loyal dog to strike me down. "You're late, Trant." Instead, she spoke in that cold, clipped tone that made lesser men piss themselves. "Release the Red Priestess. And the Dornish girls. See them beyond the mud gate with coin and mounts." Meryn's gaze flicked to the wine-stained sheets. "Your Grace. Do it." The command cracked through the chamber like a whip. "They're innocent." This man proved as much. Her throat bobbed on the lie, fingers digging into the mattress. "Be respectful to them when leading them outside." I laughed. A low, rich sound made Meryn's hand leap back to his sword. Relax, dog. Your mistress isn't in danger." My thumb stroked the hollow of Cersei's throat. "Don't let these bruises fool you. She loves being hit, you see. Right, sweetheart?" Her pulse thrummed against my palm. "Yes. I love being hit by you." Meryn's lips peeled back in a silent snarl. For half a breath, I almost wished he'd charge for whatever reason, a final excuse to paint these walls with Lannister blood. But duty strangled courage, as it always did with these golden-cloaked puppets. "As you wish, Your Grace." The knight spun on his heel, armor clanking as he stormed from the chamber. The door slammed hard enough to rouse half the keep. Cersei flinched. I dropped the act and swung my legs over the bed's edge, letting the sheet pool around my waist. Morning light gilded the scars mapping my back, and if not for the system having long healed me, there would have been scars of Dothraki whips and desert knives. "Dress up," I ordered, stretching a little as I locked eyes with her. "And fetch me something black. Dragons look best against shadow." She stared at me in silence before nodding. Cersei moved like a woman sleepwalking, fingers fumbling at the lacings of a burgundy gown left draped over a chair. I leaned against the bedpost, admiring the play of muscles beneath pale skin as she bent to retrieve my boots. The silk clung to her thighs where I'd split the seams last night. I enjoyed my view for the next few minutes. "Ah, not that," I said when she reached for her jewel chest. "Leave the rubies. Crowns weigh heavy on running whores." Her hands trembled as she fastened a plain wool cloak around her shoulders instead. I shrugged into the black doublet she offered, boring Lannister crimson lining, and buckled my sword across my back. The fine steel whispered as it settled between my shoulder blades, a growing friend eager for blood. "Boots," I reminded her. Cersei stared at the footwear near my feet like they were scorpions. What, you thought you could just bring them near me and be done? Slut! Crouch down and put them on my feet. You imbecile! My son will piss himself when he finds your bed cold, smelling like sex, I said, jerking her clothes by the braid I'd woven around her throat last night. Don't waste my time, and we might outpace the rumors. A few minutes later, after we were done getting ready, it was time to leave. Come here, I ordered. She stepped closer, and I grabbed her waist. She stumbled against my chest, her eyes wide with confusion. Before she could protest, I scooped her into my arms. Her mouth opened in shock. What are you? I strode toward the balcony, boots crunching over scattered glass from last night's wine. The dawn air rushed through my hair as I stepped onto the stone railing, the city sprawling beneath us like a merchant's carpet. Wait, wait! What is going on? Cersei's scream pierced the dawn as I leaped. I'd chosen the side facing the sea so that people didn't notice us. Her nails dug into my shoulders through the black doublet while we plummeted from her tower. The wind whipped her golden hair into my face as she thrashed in panic. I clamped my hand over her mouth, muffling her terrified shriek. The ground rushed up to meet us, the stony shore growing larger with each heartbeat. Then came the familiar burn between my shoulder blades. My wings burst through the fabric of my doublet, unfurling like dark sails against the morning sky. The sudden uplift jerked us skyward, transforming our deadly fall into a graceful glide. Cersei's eyes bulged as she stared at my draconic appendages, her scream dying in her throat. We soared away from the Red Keep's walls, taking a detour through the sky to avoid being seen. The wind carried us higher, and dawn's light painted the city gold beneath our shadow. Be grateful, I said, Rhaegar Targaryen could have never shown you this. Cersei trembled in my arms, her face buried against my chest, as we flew away from King's Landing. A grin split my face as I enjoyed the morning breeze. I don't like being exposed, but all of this turned out great. It was one thing for a dragon to kidnap princesses, but a whole other to steal queens instead. This was a lot of fun. But now, I had to decide where to take my base for the short time until Stannis' attack. Author note, we were pretty close this time, almost 260 stones. Just 40 behind. I guess due to the lack of updates recently, some readers are behind. I don't decrease the goal since we're this close, otherwise it's a direct win anyway. So goal is another 300 from here. Start voting, and we'll most likely make it as people who didn't vote last time will this time. Goal, 260/560 Chapter 67, 67 A new base of operation Chapter 67, a new base of operation. About half an hour later, I stood behind some trees far from the outer walls of the city, with Cersei beside me, her clothes exchanged for a more common outfit. She shot me a furious glare as we waited. I'll make you suffer for this, she hissed, but she still followed when I grabbed her arm and led her toward the gate she'd mentioned to Trant. The sky stretched over the open land, and we didn't walk long before I spotted them. 4 riders headed away from the city. My lips curled into a grin as I recognized Kinvara, still disguised as Nyra with her striking red hair, riding Dany White. That made me smile. I was worried that I'd have to pay another visit to get my horse out. The sand snakes rode alongside her, all tense and on guard, their weapons beside them. Even from here, I could see bruises marking their arms and faces. They obviously had it worse in captivity than Kinvara, who looked as pristine as ever. Your guards weren't exactly gentle with our Dornish friends, I commented to Cersei as we headed toward the group. Don't talk to me. The sand snakes tensed as we approached, hands drifting to hidden blades. But Kinvara's face lit up with a knowing smile. You sure took your time, she said in a teasing tone, amusement dancing in her eyes. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about us because of that Stark girl. Forget? Never, I replied, liking how our usual banter hadn't been lost in the short time I wasn't here. And that seemed to bother Cersei. Though I did get a bit sidetracked, I took care of it. I gave Cersei's waist a squeeze for emphasis. The way Kinvara's smirk widened told me she fully understood exactly what kind of taking care I meant. Seeing the mix of annoyance flash across Cersei's features was almost worth it. Kinvara's gaze landed on her, and her smile got bigger. So I see. And here I assumed you had a thing for redheads. Welcome aboard, Your Grace. Cersei trembled in rage at the mockery, and the sand snakes gasped in shock in recognition. They hadn't expected me to abduct the queen. The little queen needed some personal attention, I said, matching her teasing tone, my hand slapping against the bitch queen's ass. How could I say no? Cersei gasped, trembling in rage and glaring at me, but she could do nothing. She realized that she was nobody before me, a lion without claws. One of the sand snakes, Obara, cleared her throat. This is all super entertaining, but maybe we should deal with more urgent problems. I agree with the girl. Kinvara sat a little straighter on my horse. Where are we heading now? I doubt we're staying here given you had us dropped outside. Her question spread around with the cool morning air, as I parted my lips to tell her my plan. The night breeze brushed against my wings as I flew over Hayford Castle, an area merely a day's distance on horseback. My enhanced eyesight took in every detail of the fortress below. In the moonlight, those red-tiled roofs looked almost silver, and the torches on the walls seemed like scattered stars. From up here, it all seemed so calm, a pretty little jewel surrounded by rolling hills and fertile fields. It was a single castle building in the middle of nowhere, and the King's Road snaked alongside the castle, like a pale ribbon vital for anyone travelling between King's Landing and Duskendale. What a waste, I thought, veering left to study their defensive layout. The guards marched along the battlements in easy-to-predict routes, their torches basically giving away where they were. The high stone walls did look impressive, but they weren't on the same level as some of the mightier castles I've seen. 2 towers anchored the corners facing the road, good spots for archers if anyone was willing to go for a head-on assault. A small brook gurgled somewhere below, feeding the farmland around it. The outer bailey sprawled in front of me, complete with barracks and stables, enough for a decent garrison, except now, it hardly had any. Fair, why would they need a bigger force, anyway? I sneered, recalling how the Lannisters had snatched this place. The last Hayford heir was just a baby girl, so they married her off to some distant Lannister cousin who probably spent her inheritance while she played with dolls. Typical Lannister bastards. They always believed themselves so clever, weaving their webs of marriage and money, never expecting someone might chop all their strings. From one of the tall windows in the great hall, candlelight glowed. It was the only room that was lit. It made me wonder who could be in there. I swooped lower, wings barely making a sound, searching for a spot to slip in. The inner bailey offered a few choices, but I needed somewhere quiet. The lit window in the family wing, away from the main hustle, was my target. I glided closer, sticking to the shadows thrown by the castle walls. As I drew near, I glimpsed movement inside, making me blink. A woman stood in front of a mirror, humming under her breath while she arranged her hair. Her dress seemed too nice for a simple servant, though she moved with the simplicity of one. Interesting, who's she? I landed silently on the balcony, folding my wings as I stepped into the candlelit room. She was humming to herself, doing her hair in a long braid. I didn't get to observe for long as she caught my reflection in the mirror, blinking, as her dark eyes turned around. Her freckled nose rose up as her eyes widened, and her mouth widened as she went for a scream. I was there in 2 strides, clamping a hand over her mouth before she could let out a sound. Her eyes went wide with fear as she took in my face in the mirror, her body trembling against mine. I kept her pinned against me, feeling how hard her heart pounded. She was no Cersei Lannister, it'd be easy to crush her mind. Candlelight flickered over her panicked eyes in the glass, showing how she was trying to make sense of it all. Without warning, I scooped her into my arms and jumped through the window. Her shriek got muffled behind my palm as we dropped toward the ground. Night air whipped around us, and my wings flared out, catching a rising current that sent us soaring into the starry sky. I pulled my hand away from her mouth, letting her terrified scream echo across the heavens. "Ahhh! Who are you?" The castle shrank below, the torches looking like tiny fireflies in the dark. "Forget those stupid questions. Beautiful view, don't you think?" I asked casually, then abruptly tucked my wings and dived. She screamed louder as the ground rushed up at an insane speed. At the last second, I spread my wings again, snapping us into a sharp curve that left her gasping for breath. I repeated the maneuver a few times, climbing high and then plunging back down each time, pulling us out of it just before disaster. Her voice got raspier with every scream, her nails digging into my shoulders. At last, I glided back to her chamber window, stepping onto the balcony and carrying her inside. I set her down gently, and she immediately scrambled away from me, pressing herself against the far wall. Who? Her chest was heaving, her hair a complete mess from the flight. "I won't hurt you," I said quietly, keeping my distance as I tucked my wings away. "But I can if I want. So, cooperate, all right?" She stared at me, dark eyes huge, her body trembling as she pushed herself tighter into that corner. The maid Miranda was her name, had quite the interesting story to tell once she calmed down enough to speak. Amazing what a few death-defying flights through the night sky could do to loosen someone's tongue. First of all, she was no lady, unlike what the size of her bedroom might suggest, as well as her outfits. She'd been the head servant at Hayford Castle for a short few years now, and was practically running the place since Lady Ermazanda was just a babe. No lord or lady to answer to meant Miranda lived better than most high-born ladies. She controlled the servants, managed the household funds, wore the previous mistress's expensive clothes, and even got to sleep in one of the nicer chambers. Pretty sweet deal for a commoner. But the best part? This backwater castle didn't even have a maester. That meant all messages, all information flowing in and out, went through her hands first. She'd built herself quite the comfortable little nest here, ruling over her domain while sending neat, tidy reports to the Lannisters about how well their interests were being looked after. At least until recently. Everything changed when that boy Tyrek Lannister was betrothed to little Lady Ermazanda. The Golden Boy showed up with his own retinue of servants, all loyal to House Lannister rather than the cozy setup Miranda had going. Suddenly her position wasn't so secure anymore. Her access to the master bedroom was snatched, and she was moved to a different, albeit still big, room. Those newcomers started questioning her authority, watching how she spent the castle's coin, wondering why she lived so well for a mere servant. It was a sad story. How pitiful. Well, not really. She was taking advantage of the current house head's age. But I will sympathize with her. She'll be an ally. I could see the fear in her eyes as she huddled in the corner of her bed, back pressed against the wall like she thought she could melt into the stone if she tried hard enough. Her hands twisted in the fabric of her fine dress, probably worth more than most servants made in a year. "So, what are you going to do to me, Lord?" she asked, her common accent slipping through despite her attempts to sound refined. I shrugged, standing at my full height near the window where moonlight cast my shadow long across her floor. "It depends. Depends on how bold you are. I can easily fix your problem," I said simply. "Come with me, take me to the rooms of the Lannister servants, and I'll kill them all. I'll tie up the Lannister boy after that. Since you control the information passage, the Lannisters won't know what's going on here as you send them reports as usual. Am I clear?" She trembled harder, eyes darting between me and the door. I could practically see the thoughts racing through her head. If she did as I asked and the Lannisters found out, they'd have her head for sure. I scoffed at her hesitation, pulling a dagger from my inventory. The blade materialized in my hand like magic, making her gasp. "Listen, girl," I said. You don't look that old, so don't make a stupid choice. And the stupid choice here is clear. You'll die now if you don't help me. Miranda just trembled. She squeezed her eyes shut, shoulders slumping in defeat. After a long moment, she nodded with a heavy sigh. Yes, Lord. Good choice, I said, letting the dagger vanish again. In exchange, I will grant you the actual ladyship over this house. Give me a month, all right. She looked up at me, confusion written all over her face. The idea that a servant could become a true lady probably seemed impossible to her. And who was I to give her that? I just smiled, already savoring how perfectly this would all play out. Author note, pity we didn't meet the last 2 goals. My schedule is pretty busy tomorrow, so I won't promise any advanced chapter for tomorrow. We'll most likely post a chapter tomorrow though. Happy reading! Grinning face with smiling eyes. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 68, 68 Bowing Before the Dragon. Chapter 68, Bowing Before the Dragon. I led Kinvara and the sand snakes through the castle's back entrance, a hidden doorway Miranda showed me earlier. The night air had a crisp edge, and torchlight flickered on the stone walls, making shadows dance across our faces. Cersei walked stiffly between the sand girls, who never took their eyes off her. I could practically feel the hatred coming off them. She'd ordered their imprisonment and torture, after all, and now she was their prisoner. Obara's hand kept jerking toward her spear while Nymeria fingered a hidden knife. This way, I whispered, nodding down a narrow corridor. Miranda trembled next to me, her eyes flicking between our guests like she was a rabbit caught out in the open. Ah, this. Miranda, these are my associates. Ladies, this is Miranda. The castle's head maid. She'll help us run things in this castle. I introduced them to each other. Kinvara looked at her, and her small smirk made Miranda shrink in on herself. You have a bright future, girl. A pleasure, the Red Priestess purred, though that hungry look in her eyes didn't budge. We slipped through the castle's dark hallways, our footsteps echoing off the stones. The master's bedroom wasn't far, just up one flight of stairs, then along another corridor. Inside, the master's chamber was dimly lit, the heavy velvet drapes drawn shut, trapping the stale scent of rich perfumes and old wood. A grand 4-poster bed stood in the center, its crimson sheets rumpled from disuse. A gilded mirror hung on the far wall, reflecting the flickering candlelight from a single candelabrum near the writing desk, where scattered parchments and an overturned goblet hinted at a hasty departure. On the floor, Tyrek Lannister lay sprawled, wrists and ankles bound tightly with rope. His golden curls clung to his sweaty forehead, and a dark bruise was already swelling where I'd clocked him. The kid looked small, vulnerable, far from the noble heir meant to hold this castle. He looked pretty pathetic for someone who was supposed to rule this place. One could use his age as an excuse, but it was more like his Lannister blood made him a pathetic loser. Never mind, it's too much to hate on a kid. I told myself, shaking my head. This is a Lannister. Tyene Sands said. What should we do with him? She asked, giving the boy a nudge with her boot. He'll live. I turned to Miranda. You, get some guards you trust and have them haul him to the dungeons. She twisted her hands, eyes glued to the floor. Lord, I'm not sure about the guards. What if they talk? What if they tell people? News will spread, and Lannister forces will come. Fair point. I realized that bringing in more folks could cause issues. Most soldiers are busy with war across the realm, but you're right, I said, tapping my fingers on my belt as I pondered. Change of plan. No point in hiding, we'll take full siege. Gather all the guards in the courtyard. And now? It'll be morning soon, so do it then. All right. She nodded, though she still looked uneasy. With that settled, I turned to everyone else. We'll use this castle as our base until Stannis makes his move on King's Landing. The boy here I motioned to Tyrak was meant to be the Lannister puppet in charge. We'll keep him alive. He might be worth something as a hostage. Although I doubted that. And since the castle's very close to King's Road, it's perfect for our plans. Kinvara sank into a plush chair like she owned the place, while the sand girls looked around. Tyene spoke up, "It makes sense, I guess. What about the staff who are still here? They'd watch when I talk to the guards." "I've got a plan," I said, noticing how they all started catching on. "We'll figure out who stays and who doesn't." The sand snakes looked at each other, and Cersei went even paler. Miranda just stared at the floor, probably trying not to think about what was going to happen when the sun came up. The cold of the night faded as the first rays of dawn bathed the courtyard in gold and crimson. A thin mist still clung to the damp stone walls, curling lazily around the yard's edges before being burned away by the rising sun. The courtyard itself was a wide, open space with packed dirt and patches of frost lingering in the shaded corners. Several wooden training dummies were positioned near the barracks, their surfaces marred and chipped from years of sword practice. The castle's outer wall towered high above, casting long shadows over the gathered men while the scent of cold steel and damp straw lingered in the air. I stood on the steps, watching the castle guards shuffle in. Boots scuffed against the ground, and quiet murmurs filled the space, mingling with the distant cawing of crows perched atop the ramparts. Some men rubbed the sleep from their eyes, their breath visible in the crisp morning air, while others clutched their weapons as if they were expecting an ambush. They looked confused, muttering to each other and clearly wondering why they had been dragged out so early. About 40 men were there, definitely not a huge garrison, but enough to hold a small castle. Their weapons glinted in the morning light, and their red and gold livery screamed Lannister. The fabric of their cloaks stirred in the light breeze, but there was a stiffness to their movements, the uneasy tension of men who could tell something wasn't right. They'd recently had an upgrade to their gears after Joffrey's name day, an attempt from the Lannisters to make these guards loyal to them. Too bad. Miranda was nearby with a bunch of other servants. Kinvara was next to me, her red robes catching the light like fresh blood. The sand snakes spread themselves around the courtyard while Cersei stayed inside, tied in a room. "Good morning," I called out, letting my voice roll across the yard. The soldiers turned to face me, confusion written all over their faces. They were probably asking themselves who the hell I was. "This must be all very surprising for you all, but you'd soon understand what is going on." I gave Kinvara a nod, and she stepped forward, her presence impossible to ignore. "Before you stands Viserys of House Targaryen, third of his name, rightful king of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Show your respect." The atmosphere immediately changed from confusion to tense. It felt like the air itself shook with her words, and a bunch of men actually stepped back, while some gripped their weapons tight. One could hear the whispers bouncing around as some reached for their weapons. "Don't bother," I said, lifting my hand. A dark portal opened beside me, and Viserys came out, golden scales blazing under the rising sun. She'd gotten huge, barely fitting in that courtyard as she landed with a heavy thud, letting out a roar that made the air explode. Several soldiers staggered back, a few of them yelling in fear. Viserys's head swung around, eyeing each one like a cat ready to pounce on mice. "What you see is not an illusion, I'm sure you can feel that in your bones. So the choice in front of you is simple," I went on, stepping down the stairs. "Forget about Joffrey, that false king. Pledge loyalty to me right now, and when I claim the Iron Throne, you'll get rewards beyond anything you can imagine." I watched their expressions and added, "If you refuse." I gestured at Viserys, who let out a little puff of smoke. "Well, you know what happens." "Damn! Am I dreaming or what?" "Ah, and don't think about running to the Lannisters," I added, pacing back and forth in front of them. They'll just assume you were part of some scheme and kill you anyway. So use your heads. Most of them were already shaking like leaves, but one guy, a scarred-up sergeant, stepped out of line. House Lannister has done a lot for us lately, we were loyal to them, he snapped, hand on his sword. Not some dragon-riding fraud. Calling me a fraud hurts, I let out a dramatic sigh, almost annoyed at how typical this was. Viserys, I ordered. Dracarys. Golden flames roared over the sergeant. He managed a single scream before he was nothing but ash, his armor turning into molten gunk. The stink of burnt flesh rose in the air. The rest of the soldiers hit their knees so fast I heard a few painful thumps. Near the castle wall, Miranda looked as white as a ghost, her hands clamped over her mouth to keep her from crying out. She must be feeling so happy for having chosen smart. Kinvara's grin grew as she watched the men swear loyalty one by one, their voices shaky with fear. And with Viserys looming there, it was clear whose power they now belonged to. Chapter 69, 69 Small Council Going Crazy. Chapter 69, Small Council Going Crazy. The small council chamber was dead silent, except for Joffrey drumming his fingers on the old oak table. Candles flickered, shadows dancing across everyone's tense faces. Joffrey's crown sat crooked, and the sheer rage on his face made it real clear he wasn't in the mood for small talk. Well, he snapped. Where is my mother? Sir Meryn Trant stepped forward, his white Kingsguard cloak swishing around his shoulders. Your Grace, I was the last one to see the Queen Regent. She ordered the release of the Red Priestess and those Dornish girls yesterday morning, then. That is not what I asked. But what do you mean released them? Tyrion cut in, leaning forward and forgetting all about his wine. Why in the seven hells would she release people she'd ordered the capture of by her own will? I don't know, my lord. Meryn looked around, clearly uncomfortable. She told me to carry out the order, and then she just vanished. No guards saw her leave. Her chambers were empty, except... Except what? Joffrey demanded, impatience dripping off every word. Meryn swallowed. Except for disturbed sheets, Your Grace. She has. I don't know if I should say this since she warned me multiple times about this before. Joffrey slammed his goblet down on the table, sending wine sloshing over the maps beneath. Spill it right now. Her Grace was sharing the bed with a man. Trant shouted. Vivis, the mercenary from Second Sons, he said, lowering his head. The room grew a little awkward, especially as Joffrey cleared his throat. It's not that unusual that she brings men to her chambers, but this one was particularly odd, Trant continued. She'd asked another guard and me to bring him in restraints, and once we sent him to her room, as per her orders, he was next seen on her bed. Joffrey's face reddened while Tyrion covered his with a hand, sighing. The boy king growled, shouting like crazy. You useless! All of you! That doesn't explain how she vanished. How does the Queen Regent vanish from the most guarded castle in all of Westeros? He's so wound up he might snap someone's neck if he hates their answer, Tyrion thought, carefully glancing at his nephew. Someone had to see something, Tyrion said out loud, lifting a hand to calm Joffrey a bit. Servants, guards, there's always someone lurking around the Red Keep. Exactly, Varys murmured, tucking his hands into his sleeves. My little birds are already digging for answers, but this is bizarre. No ransom. No signs of forced entry. The timing with the Red Priestess's release looks way too convenient. Littlefinger's mouth curled into that slippery smirk he always wore. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong. Could be our dear Queen Regent left on her own. Maybe things were getting uncomfortable for her here. You dare say my mother ran away? Joffrey snarled, his face starting to go purple. I'll have your head on a spike. Tyrion stepped in before the threat got too serious. Calm down, my dear nephew. We have to think about every possibility. If she was taken, who had the reason and the means. Stannis is too direct, the Dornish would be stupid, too. After all, your sister is to marry into the Martell family. That leaves the Tyrells, one lord reported about them allying with a Targaryen, right? Varys cleared his throat, and the room fell quiet. Ah, yes. There is another angle, though I don't love bringing it up. He paused, letting that little ominous pause hang in the air. The candle flames seemed to dip like everything was holding its breath. As Lord Tyrion mentioned, House Tyrell has chosen to serve a Targaryen Viserys III. Although initially we had trouble believing the intel due to how absurd it sounded, isn't it about time we accept it? Varys asked, his tone careful. On the other hand, we have this sellsword, Viscount. Plus the Red Priestess who got let go. I find it odd her grace worked so hard to hide them. Perhaps she'd noticed something we hadn't and wanted to use it for her benefit. Why do you say so? After the Queen vanished, I discovered she'd been wiping out every mention of this sellsword Vis from our records, guard shifts, visitor logs, merchant receipts. It was likely so that my little birds, and little fingers spies, wouldn't notice him. Why would she do something like that? Varys asked and shrugged to himself. Could that be real? Tyrion wondered, picturing some silver-haired dragon lord marching into King's Landing. It sounded insane. Then again, so did the idea of a dragon existing in the first place, but they did in the past. You're right, Littlefinger said, stroking his neat little beard. Viscount. Viserys. It's as if he's mocking us. Wanting us to notice. How bold. Silence stretched as the dots connected in each of their heads. The situation grew clear, and Tyrion let out a sigh. Sir Meryn, he spoke up, turning to Trant. Tell us more about this Viscount and what my dear sister before vanishing. Meryn's lips tightened. He's one annoying bastard, my lord. He was, touching her grace and smirking at me, that piece of shit. Yet, rather than getting mad, her grace told me to handle the release of those prisoners, dropping them outside the city, and then she dismissed me. I held my sword and threatened the mercenary, but her grace told me to stay calm. She said everything was all right. Joffrey tapped his knuckles against the table, stiff with anger. My mother's no idiot, but if some Targaryen scum laid hands on her, your grace, Tyrion said gently, we're not sure of anything yet. But something happened in those chambers. Even if they had slept together, how did they vanish? Windows, Tyrion narrowed his eyes. The ghost of Targaryen, that thing who can fly. It's not a fabricated story either, I'd seen him fly with my own two eyes that day. Varys answered with a faint smile. You have a sharp mind, my lord. I thought the same. And yet you didn't share your thoughts? Tyrion asked, raising an eyebrow. I was about to, he shrugged. Then it fits, Littlefinger said, shrugging like he didn't have a care in the world. The Queen Regent tried to hide Vis and his people, for whatever reason, and this Vis who's actually Viserys Targaryen took advantage of her in her bedroom, and abducted her. The silence that hit next made Joffrey's fury almost a solid thing in the room. He gripped the arms of his chair so hard his knuckles went white. Pity, Littlefinger noted. Ros had grown close to that man at first, but he must have grown bored of a whore since I didn't hear anything about them for a while now. Targaryens, the boy king spat. They're dead and gone. Anyone claiming that name is a fraud. If you guys are dumb enough to believe all this, I should stick your heads on spikes right alongside whoever took my mother. Whoever is that bastard pretending to be Rhaegar, Viserys, or whatnot, we'll find him. That was stupid and delusional to deny, after everything that happened. Of course, your grace, Tyrion muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples. He's too young, too arrogant. Gods help us all. Indeed, he added more loudly, we have to find her grace before word spreads that the Queen Regent got snatched right under our noses. Morale's shaky enough with Stannis's army out there. Joffrey started yelling orders at Trant, calling forth more guards to give them the same directive. Dozens of footsteps carried out of the place as the situation grew tense. Today, they'd not only lost their queen, but they'd also confirmed a new piece in this War of the Five Kings. Not just any piece, but a Targaryen. Varys' expression remained calm and unreadable, but his mind was a whirlwind. Who'd have thought my investment in Viserys and his sister would derive like this? Damn it! But if he really can transform into a dragon, he thought, keeping his face neutral, then everything's about to change. This is not good. Not good at all. Varys' thoughts were carefully masked behind years of practiced neutrality. He knew much more than he was sharing. What an outlandish situation. Is all this a result of the dragon eggs Illyrio and I gave as Dany's marriage gift? Varys and Illyrio had planned to use Viserys as a pawn. It was Varys' plan, executed by Illyrio, who poisoned Viserys into marrying his sister off for an army. When Viserys would have come to Westeros with the Dothraki to rampage around, that was when the main part of their plans would begin. The part where they'd introduce a hero in this situation. Yet, all that went to hell, and Viserys somehow grew dragon wings. Must be that blood magic. He does have a red priestess beside him. It makes sense. Varys pondered, connecting the dots. This created a lot of problems. Across the narrow sea, a young dragon was emerging from his shell. Young Griff, as in Aegon Targaryen, the sixth of his name, was busy gathering strength, training for the day he would reclaim his birthright. Varys and Illyrio had spent years carefully cultivating this plan, molding the boy into the perfect king. But now, this draconic Viserys threatened to upset everything. A Targaryen on the throne? Yes, that had always been the goal. But not this Targaryen. Not Viserys. He was an unpredictable element who he'd thought dead at the hands of the Dothraki. Yet, he'd somehow acquired a dragon and the backing of major houses. Varys kept these thoughts locked behind his placid expression, but under the table, his hands clenched into fists for the first time in decades. I walked back into Hayford Castle, my mind drifting to King's Landing. The small council had to be losing it by now, scrambling to figure out what happened to their precious Queen Regent. I could practically see Joffrey's face going that ugly shade of purple while he threw one of his usual fits. The guards bowed low as I passed through the gates. Nothing like a bit of fear to nail down loyalty. Viserys's little performance this morning definitely left its mark. None of them even tried to meet my eyes, they kept their gazes glued to the ground. In the castle corridors, my boots echoed off the stone walls. Servants hurried out of my way, pressing themselves against the walls till I'd gone by. The morning sun poured in through narrow windows, laying long shadows on the worn flagstones. Rounding a corner toward the living quarters, I caught voices from an alcove up ahead. I slowed down to listen. Swear on the Seven, I'm Queen Cersei Lannister. Look at my hair. That voice was so familiar, straining to sound commanding even though it was filled with desperation. Help me get out, and I'll make you a high lady. Gold, lands, whatever you want. I stepped in, spotting Cersei waving her bound hands at a terrified serving girl. Both of them froze when they saw me. What's all this? I walked over and grabbed Cersei by the throat. The maid stumbled back, face going white. My dog's that eager to run off? Relax, I'll take you back to King's Landing, but not just yet. Take your filthy hands off me, you bastard! Cersei hissed, squirming in my grip. I'm the queen. The slap cracked through the corridor. Her head whipped to the side, a red mark blooming on her cheek. Get out, I told the maid, who took off so fast she might have grown wings. She was gone down the hall in a blink. I dragged Cersei into one of the empty rooms, her curses echoing the whole way. Her struggling didn't do a thing. She clawed uselessly at my arm while I hauled her along. I dragged the so-called Queen of the Seven Kingdoms deeper. Cersei's gold hair, once such a big deal, was now just another thing for me to yank around. She was a proud lioness brought low, and I was loving every second of it. I hauled her into the master bedroom, the place I'd taken from Tyrek Lannister. Cersei's eyes darted all over like she was hoping to spot a way out. Too bad for her. With one swift move, I hurled her toward the bed. Her back smacked into it, making her groan. She squirmed on the floor, her fancy gown riding up around her. When she looked at me, I could still see some fight in her eyes, but there was fear there, too. Good. She needed to be scared. I walked over, my boots pounding on the wood. Reaching down, I grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked her upright. Bastard, she let out a pained yelp, trying in vain to pry my fingers loose. Like that'd ever work. I loosened my pants, letting them fall to the floor as my cock sprang free. It was already half hard at the thought of what was to come and of showing her her place once again. Cersei's eyes widened as she took in the sight. "Open your mouth," I said, my voice leaving no room for argument. She hesitated momentarily, and I could see the struggle in her eyes. But in the end, what could she do? Her lips parted, quivering slowly, and I slammed my cock into her sloppy wet mouth. The warmth and wetness of it sent a jolt of pleasure through me. "Look at you," I sneered, gripping her hair tighter as I began to thrust. The great Queen Cersei, on her knees, sucking the cock of a Targaryen. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Not that you ever were mighty. She gagged as I pushed deeper, her hands moving to my thighs in an attempt to push me away. But I was stronger, and I held her in place. Her eyes watered as I continued, and I could feel her teeth grazing my skin. It only added to the pleasure since her teeth could never make me bleed. I used her mouth roughly, not caring about her comfort or her dignity. She was nothing to me but a means to an end, a way to assert my dominance and feel better. And as I felt myself getting closer, I knew that this was just the beginning. I pulled out abruptly, my cock glistening with her saliva. She gasped for air, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. "You," she grumbled, "you piece of shit." I looked down at her, my eyes filled with contempt. "You're such a pathetic thing," I spat, starting to laugh. "A disgrace to your family name. But you're mine now, and I'll do with you as I please. Turn that ass around." The dawn delved into the night before I even knew it. Author note: no goal today. Chapter 70, 70 When the Dragon Comes. Chapter 70, When the Dragon Comes. Viserys spent the next few days setting things up while also sharpening his spear and sword skills. Every morning started with drills in Hayford's courtyard, the air filled with the sound of steel hitting straw dummies. Sometimes he sparred with the guards too, but they were more likely to end up on the ground nursing bruises than actually giving him a challenge. His muscles burned as he practiced the lightning dance, that Bravici spear style that focused more on speed and precision than brute force. Up on the battlements, Viserys watched like a lazy cat, flicking her tail, clearly bored. At night, he studied maps and coded letters, figuring out routes and supply lines. Allies were useful, sure, but only if they moved the way he wanted. The North, the Reach, Dorne pieces on a board. He was going to make damn sure they landed exactly where he planned to strike. Speaking of allies, the air up there smelled like pine and forge smoke in North. Robb Stark's war camp was alive with movement, his lords were moving like pieces in a game that only he fully understood. Blacksmiths worked day and night, turning plowshares into spearheads. Granaries stuffed themselves with salted meat and barley. Wagons lined the roads heading toward King's Landing, and Stark riders galloped south, carrying sealed messages for the river lords. Catelyn Stark wandered through the armory out of boredom, running gloved fingers over freshly fletched arrows. "Double the sentries along the White Knife," she told one of the captains, a grizzled man who smelled of horse and steel. "If Stannis senses weakness, he might raid our coasts." The smiths barely paid her any attention until Robb himself gave the same order. She'd lost a lot of authority after that disaster with Jaime Lannister. People still respected her, but they didn't listen like they used to. Meanwhile, Robb's lords were finally getting their chance to march on King's Landing. But some of them weren't thrilled about the idea of fighting for a Targaryen's claim. Robb shut that down real quick. "My lords, you embarrass me," he said, his voice calm but sharp enough to cut. "We're not fighting for Viserys. We're marching on King's Landing for the realm, for ourselves. For what they did to our late lord. He's just making it easier for us." Some of them still looked uneasy, so he added, "Besides, we swore an oath. Or would you rather let the Kingslayer laugh at our honor?" That shut them up. Under his cloak, a letter from Viserys was tucked against his chest. It read, "Stannis will sail within a fortnight, according to my informant. Be ready." Outside Harrenhal, 12,000 Northmen camped across the muddy fields. Umber axemen sharpened their blades by firelight while Glover scouts patrolled the King's Road, looking for Lannister movements. The north was almost ready. The Reach was something else entirely, like a garden growing swords instead of flowers. In the shadow of Highgarden, wheat and barley fields stretched out as far as the eye could see, so much food that they could either feed an entire kingdom or starve one to death. Olenna Tyrell had made sure of that. "Triple the tolls on the Rose Road," Mace Tyrell ordered his stewards, sweating under his fancy gilded collar. "Let the merchants pay for their own protection." Behind him, a bunch of old septons scratched numbers onto parchment, keeping track of the 40,000 soldiers camped from Tumbleton to Long Table. And that number was still growing. At night, Marjorie Tyrell strolled along the castle walls, all soft smiles and bright laughter. Ladies-in-waiting whispered about her late-night rides with Viserys that fatefully blessed evening, but she didn't care about the rumors. "The singers should spread the tale again," she told Olenna. "The people need to dream about their golden queen." Olenna snorted. "Dreams don't stop arrows, dear. Triple the crossbowmen on the southern walls. I hear Lannister soldiers have been sniffing around." Meanwhile, the Hightower fleet patrolled the Whispering Sound, their sails shining green and gold under the moonlight. And in the shadows, the real war was happening. Maesters burned letters. Kitchen girls memorized serving schedules. A traveling septa with a scarred lip hummed hymns as she sketched Highgarden's granaries onto silk. The Lannisters weren't coming at them with open war, but the battles in the dark? They were already being fought. The Reach was ready. Then, there was Dorne. That was where the issue lied. The Dornish sun poured through the tall windows, throwing diamond-shaped shadows on the marble table. A few pomegranate seeds were scattered on a silver platter, their red juice staining the metal. Arianne gripped her goblet of blood-orange juice so hard her knuckles turned white. This is not wise, father," she said, feeling like the whole thing was nonsense. Beyond the vaulted arches, the water gardens buzzed with children laughing and splashing around, which felt strangely peaceful at a time like this. Arianne could feel sweat trickling down her neck. Prince Doran murmured, lifting a slice of starfruit with his swollen fingers. Oberyn leaned back in his chair, feet propped on the table near a bowl of candied lemons. "You're the one with all the wisdom and caution, brother, and I'm the one who knows war. And I think your plan is, weak. Not sure it can handle a real dragon's wrath. That Viserys has a real dragon that can actually breathe fire." Doran gently set the starfruit aside, leaving a sticky mark on the big map of Westeros carved into the tabletop. "Fire took our sister from us. I'd rather not talk about flames." "Fire didn't kill Elia," Oberyn shot back, folding his arms. "We both know the Lannisters did." Arianne stood so fast her chair screeched. "Fire forged the Iron Throne. This plan, it feels off. Are you getting senile with age, father?" "Watch your mouth, girl," Doran said quietly, though his tone was sharp. "The Iron Throne. Elia's children should inherit it. Viserys acts like he owns the world just because he has a dragon. And weren't you complaining about him from the beginning?" Oberyn's boots hit the floor with a thud. You say Elias' children, but do you really trust that boy unless? Some sellsword's brat who claims to be Rhaegar's son? What proof is there? A vein pulsed at Duran's temple as he unrolled a parchment sealed with a dragon sigil. John Connington's letters say John Connington. Oberyn spat out a lemon seed. He's the one who messed up at the Trident, who let Robert crush Rhaegar. Now we're supposed to trust him more than the man who's already an ally? The man who rides a dragon, brother. The same creatures that turned Harrenhal into melted slag. You saw Harrenhal, as did I. Ariane's nails dug into the table. As always, she shared her uncle's opinion. Sometimes she wondered if her uncle had bred her mother, and that was where she'd popped up. Because it didn't make sense how she could be the child of Doran. Viserys, he is offering us our revenge right now, she said. The Lannisters still hold the throne. That debt isn't paid, and he's helping us get it. Why are we switching sides right when he's summoning our army? This is stupid. Duran's thumb brushed the broken seal on the parchment. Because I received a letter from Varys. It clears up some things. Vengeance takes patience. We won't be truly satisfied if Viserys hands the revenge to our plate. We should fight for it, no. Patience. Oberyn let out a harsh laugh. We've been patient for 17 years, and where did that get us? Meanwhile, this Targaryen is marching on King's Landing with half the realm behind him. The Reachmen and the Northernmen. When he takes the city, isn't it best if the Dornishmen are beside him too? Brother, when he takes the city, Doran cuts in, what do you think he'll do? Will he choose Arianne as his queen? He won't. Worse, he'd be like his brother. Rhaegar, that fool, did you forget why the rebellion and all happened? Viserys is far worse than him. A king raised without proper schooling, not like. He paused, eyeing the empty wine carafe. Arianne's voice was icy. Not like what? A savage from Essos? You're scoffing at a dragon just because you think he lacks manners. Doran leaned in his chair, letting out a sigh. I'm scoffing at the man who threatened to let thousands of horsemen rape his sister. His sister, who was also to be his bride in the future. Did you hear about that? He who ran off to Volantis when savage horse riders were out for his blood. He got lucky by somehow getting a dragon. But it doesn't change the truth. Viserys Targaryen is all fire, no discipline, he'll burn out by spring. Oberyn swiped the starfruit from Duran's plate, juice dripping down his wrist like thin blood. And what about your precious Aegon, whose identity is still questionable? Even if he's honorable and all, he's not a dragon rider. Doran folded his hands over the parchment. Dragons don't matter. For nearly 200 years, they didn't. Illyrio's letters confirm. Illyrio confirms whatever lines his pockets, Oberyn muttered, knocking a few candied lemons off the map. They landed on the painted Blackwater rush with a wet plop. I've seen Viserys' dragon roast a man alive, and you've seen it do the same to a bunch of sheep. In a matter of seconds. Isn't that confirmation enough? Arianne moved toward the window, casting her shadow over Sunspear's pale towers. According to recent letters, doesn't Tyene often patch up Viserys' wounds after he's done training? He and we're also close. Everything considered, his relationship with us is great. Why are we so stubborn in ruining it, father? Oberyn's smile was thin. She's right, brother. Doran breathed heavily as he stood, trembling, hand leaning on the table. I'm not blind to that, but dragons can be chained. Or killed. He pressed a thumb into the starfruit again, smearing pulp across Lys on the map. Trust me on this, you two. A tense silence settled in, broken only by a child's laughter echoing from the gardens. Oberyn got to his feet, eyes narrowed. This is unwise, brother. You're the wise one between us, but even I can tell this is unwise. If the dragon is angered, then... He let the thread hang, then stormed out, leaving sticky footprints on the stepstones painted on the table. Ariane watched her father wipe juice from the parchment with trembling fingers. She grumbled, "I finally accepted a man and have been holding my urges back for him. But you come and scoot him away." Doran didn't look up. "You'll be queen if you marry Aegon. He's your cousin, he'll love you unconditionally as family often does. What guarantee do we have that Viserys will make you his queen? He's got better options." She ran her hand along the warm stone of the window. "You're a strange person, father." He picked up a date from the scattered fruit, turning it in his hands. "Get the east chambers ready. Our guests will be over soon." "And my cousin's dead with Elia," Ariane cut in, voice echoing off the mosaic walls. "I'll put on my silks for your charade. But when Viserys dragon comes..." She left the threat unsaid, the smell of oranges drifting around her as she walked out. Doran stayed there, sucking sweet pulp from his fingers, gazing at the juice-stained map where Lys stuck to his thumb like a bad omen. Was he truly making a bad choice? Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 71, 71 The Bay of Flame Chapter 71, The Bay of Flame. "You're really leaving me behind, my king?" the Red Priestess Melisandre asked, standing by the hearth. Her ruby choker seemed to pulse with magic as she spoke. The painted table took up most of the chamber, its surface smoothed by centuries of lords tracing borders and plotting wars. Pale light came in through the drum tower's narrow windows, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Stannis Baratheon stared at the wooden markers on the map, his jaw tight. "That's final. You're staying here on Dragonstone." "But why?" she asked, stepping closer. "False King Joffrey's forces weaken every day. According to your spies, even the Queen Regent hasn't been seen in weeks. That is good and all, but you still need me to help with this. The Lord of Light has shown me visions in the flames. Your victory might depend on me being by your side." "Cersei Lannister missing doesn't change anything," Stannis answered, drumming his fingers on the carved outline of King's Landing as he looked at her. "It does hint at trouble among them, and that's more than enough for me. The decision is final." Melisandre's lips thinned. "Are you certain? What about the rumors of a Targaryen ghost flying over the city with dragon wings?" "Superstitious nonsense," Stannis snapped. "Dead men don't fly, and dragons are gone from the world. I won't have that kind of talk muddying our purpose. My king, the flames don't lie. As for superstitions, you know what happened to Ren enough." His voice cut through the air like steel on stone. "I need you to stay here, keeping the converts in line. The garrison must stay loyal while I'm gone." She stood taller, her eyes shining red. "So you ignore our healer's power? After all you've witnessed?" Stannis was starting to get annoyed now. "I'm ignoring nothing. But this battle will be won by steel and strategy, not magic. You might regret this," she warned softly. When the darkness Stannis moved fast. He grabbed her by the throat, and her eyes went wide as his grip tightened. She gasped, tears building as she clawed at his hand. "Don't ever threaten me," he growled, then let go. She stumbled back, one hand on her neck while the other steadied her against the table. Stannis fixed his doublet, his voice returning to its usual calm. "Once King's Landing is taken, your Red Temple will have its place. We'll rid the realm of false gods, and you'll help me save it from the darkness you showed me. But first, I need my throne. You're a woman, the battlefield is no place for you." Melisandre rubbed her throat, the ruby glowing faster now. She gave him a tight nod, her eyes burning with frustration. "Is he," she wondered, "is he truly the warrior of light, my lord?" Unaware of the doubt creeping in her head, Stannis turned on his heel and left, his footsteps echoing until they faded into silence. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, The small council chamber was a mess. Tyrion sat at the head of the table, fingers steepled, while the lords around him argued like fishwives. Joffrey, of course, was loudest. "Cowards! All of you," the boy king shouted, slamming his fist on the table. "Stannis marches on my city, and you're here whining like frightened whores." Grand Maester Pycelle coughed into his sleeve. "Your Grace, we must do something," Joffrey cut in, face reddening. "We should ride out and crush him before he even reaches the walls. If I hadn't known already, this would have been proof enough that he's not Robert Baratheon's son." Tyrion sighed and rubbed his temples. "Nephew, if we had the manpower for that, we wouldn't be having this conversation." Varys shifted, his face unreadable. "Lord Tyrion is correct. Our gold cloaks can barely keep order in the streets, let alone fight Stannis in open battle." He looked at Tyrion, smiling softly with an odd glint in his eyes. Tyrion wondered what that was about. Littlefinger raised an eyebrow, that mocking smile on his lips. "Maybe we should invite Lord Stannis into the city for some hospitality," the bastard jested. "We could pour him some wine and watch him choke on it." Joffrey glared. "Not the time for jokes, Lord Baelish. This place feels so suffocating, damn it." Tyrion sighed. With Tywin and Kevin away, Tyrion was stuck in charge. Its weight felt heavy on his shoulders. "And what about the other threat?" Joffrey asked, cutting through the bickering. "The one with wings who took my mother." Silence. Nobody wanted to talk about the presumed Viserys Targaryen. Varys cleared his throat a moment later. "My little birds hear all sorts of songs about the realm, but he's heard nothing about our winged friend. I apologize, Your Grace, but I don't know where he's hiding." "Hiding, that cowardly lizard!" Joffrey shot to his feet. "Keep your eyes open for those Tyrell bastards, those traitors. I'll have their heads. Every single Tyrell will burn for this." "Your Grace," Littlefinger said smoothly, "maybe we should focus on the immediate threat. Stannis will be at our gates in a matter of days." "Both threats are immediate," Varys countered. "My sources say the Northmen are also on the move. Looks like Robb Stark joined forces with the Dragon Prince. Lord Tywin might clash against that army very soon." "That's impossible," Joffrey snarled. "The Starks would never join Targaryens." Your father said a lot of things," Tyrion cut in, ignoring the hateful look Joffrey gave him. "Times change. The enemy of my enemy. We should lock down the city," Joffrey snapped. "No one leaves. If they try, we hang them. They could be spies for Stannis. Or that flying demon." Tyrion and Varys exchanged looks. The boy was getting more paranoid by the hour, and knowing history, that was a very bad thing. Littlefinger cleared his throat. "Such a move might stir panic among the small folk, Your Grace. We need them on our side right now." "I don't need them," Joffrey yelled. "I'm their king, so they should listen. I ask again, where's my mother?" Varys spread his hands in a helpless gesture. "We search non-stop, Your Grace. But if our prior guesses are true about Viserys Targaryen taking the Queen Regent, we can't find her as long as we can't find him." Joffrey's lips twitched. "Enough," Tyrion cut in before he could speak more. "We need actual solutions, not ghost stories," he said, eyes meeting with Varys, who shook his head. Varys sighed. "The game is shifting, my lords. And it's not going our way." Tyrion sipped his wine slowly, thinking. "If I don't make a move soon, we'll all be done for. My dear nephew is lucky he still has a brain around." A few weeks later, the fateful moment came. The evening sky loomed dark over Blackwater Bay, with clouds gathering like onlookers for the big showdown. Sir Imra Florent stood at the front of his flagship, watching the water split before them as Stannis' fleet sailed forward. The air felt charged, as if the gods themselves were watching. Behind him, about 200 ships followed, sails billowing in the wind blowing across the bay. The water was strangely calm, almost glassy, reflecting the fading sunlight. "My lord," one captain called, pointing toward the harbor entrance. "Look at that!" A single ship bobbed in the water ahead, its deck eerily empty. No crew on the rails, no flags, and no voices calling out. "Abandoned," Sir Imrai noted, though his voice sounded unsure. "They probably ran off when they heard how many of us were coming." 200 ships were a lot, full of people who previously supported Renly Baratheon. It wasn't a surprise that Joffrey's soldiers were scared. However, some of his older sailors traded uneasy looks. Something about that lone ship felt off, the way it was parked right in their path. He could feel it, too. "Maybe we should send a small boat over to check," one captain began. "Keep going," Sir Imrai cut him off. "It's probably just a trick to spook us. King Stannis expects us to show more backbone than this." So the fleet pressed on, the strange ship getting bigger in their view. High above on the city walls, Tyrion Lannister raised his hand, his eyes narrowing at the incoming armada. Next to him, Bronn readied an arrow wrapped in oil-soaked cloth. "Now?" Bronn asked quietly. Tyrion kept his hand raised, counting the heartbeats. Waiting until more of Stannis's ships moved into the trap. "Now!" Bronn let the arrow fly. It streaked through the dark sky like a tiny orange comet. It slammed into the deserted ship's hull. For a second, nothing happened. Then the night exploded in green fire. A huge column of wildfire shot into the sky, devouring the empty ship in an instant. The green flames raced across the water's surface, hitting the front of Stannis's fleet before they even knew what was going on. Screams echoed over the bay as the fire jumped from ship to ship. Wood cracked, masts toppled, and men dived into water that suddenly boiled under waves of green fire. Behind the burning ships, giant chains rose from the depths with a heavy clank, gleaming in that eerie light. Stannis's fleet was now trapped between the city walls and a flaming barrier they couldn't break. Panic tore through the ranks as captains realized they were stuck. Some tried to turn around, crashing into ships behind them. Others tried to break the chain, only to splinter their hulls on its iron links. The wildfire spread fast, ignoring the usual rules of nature as it crawled over the water's surface. Ships that seemed safe a moment ago burst into flames. Green fire licked up their sides like hungry serpents. Men screamed, their voices rising above the roar of the blaze. From the walls, Tyrion watched it all. The green glow lit up his mismatched eyes, reflecting the destruction he'd set in motion. Even Bronn looked shaken by its sheer scale. The bay turned into a floating graveyard of burning ships, casting a greenish glow across the water. Smoke rose in thick clouds, staining the sky. Men's screams mixed with the crackling flames and creaking timbers. What started as an orderly naval assault had become a scene from the Seven Hells, with Stannis's men fighting an enemy they couldn't touch. The fire ate everything, turning Blackwater Bay into a green inferno. The Battle of Blackwater had begun. Author note: "Hey guys, I am back. I know I've been off for a while now, first the sickness, and now this. Some stuff is going on IRL that made it extremely difficult to write lately, sorry for that. I'm really trying to return to regular updates starting today. I'll give a small goal of 200 stones today since we haven't been at all lately. If we cross the goal, I'll post 2 chapters tomorrow at this same time. If not, we'll still get 1 chapter. See you guys." Chapter 72, 72 The Battle of Blackwater. Chapter 72, The Battle of Blackwater. Note: as promised, these are the 2 chapters. Enjoy. The acrid stench of burnt hair and melted steel filled Tyrion's nostrils as cheers erupted along the battlements. Gold cloaks pounded spears against stone, their laughter sharp and giddy. Below, the bay writhed like an emerald serpent. Ships crackled in the grip of wildfire, their masts clawing at the smoke-choked sky. Tyrion leaned over the parapet, bile rising in his throat. Too explosive. Too quick. He was the one to prepare the wildfire, but he hadn't realized how insane the effects would be. This was what pure destruction looked like. "They're breaking," a guardsman crowed, spittle flying. "Look at the bastards run." Tyrion squinted through the haze. Amid the floating pyres, dark shapes bobbed in the water. Men. Hundreds of them. No, thousands. They flailed toward shore like rats fleeing a burning granary. His stomach dropped. Somehow, a considerable number of those bastards were alive. Like cockroaches. "Archers!" Tyrion barked, voice raw. "Loose at the shoreline. Now, you fools!" The order came too late. Figures already scrambled onto the mudflats south of the Lion Gate, armor glinting wetly in the hellish glow. A banner rose from the chaos, a fiery heart stitched onto night-black cloth. Stannis. Stannis Baratheon, the Manus. The usurper's men moved with the grim efficiency of cornered wolves. Tyrion's heart dropped as they formed ragged squares, shields overlapping as they advanced toward the city's weaker eastern gates. Tyrion's fingernails bit into the damp stone. The mud gate's defenses were a joke, rotting timbers manned by green boys and greybeards. "My lord!" A gold cloak captain skidded to a halt near Joffrey, who was frozen behind Tyrion. In the meantime, the city's army rushed out the gate to fight. "It's bad news." His nephew cleared his throat. "What happened?" Tyrion was also curious what the fuck else could be so important as a time like this. The guard answered soon. The flea-bottom mobs, they're tearing down the street of steel barricades." Joffrey froze and stuttered while Tyrion's brows somehow tightened more than they already were. "Why?" Some fool shouted. "The gates fell." The man swallowed. "They're dragging chests through the alleys. Furniture. Dead horses. Gods know what else. Sevens, damn it." His mind raced while the actual king of this city remained frozen. What should he do now? Let Stannis take a gatehouse, and the city would flood with panicked smallfolk and enemy soldiers. He seized the captain's gorget. "Take 20 men. Kill anyone blocking the approaches. Anyone." As the man fled with nods, Podrick somehow materialized with a dented breastplate. "Your armor, my lord." The dwarf waved him off. "Fetch me a crossbow. Be fast about it." A clatter of metal echoed across the yard, and the crowd of gold cloaks parted suddenly, revealing Sandor Clegane. The hound shoved past them, soot and blood streaking his battered armor. His eyes looked wild, and there was a tremor in his hands. Sandor's voice rasped. "Someone get me a drink. Where's the bloody wine?" Tyrion blinked, stepping forward as some bastard did hand over a bottle of wine to the man. His eyes twitched. "Can I get you some iced milk, too? And some raspberries too?" The hound took a sip and scoffed. "Eat shit, dwarf." Tyrion's fingers flexed, but he held back the anger. "You're on the wrong side of the wall." "For who?" The hound cut him off, gaze skittering around like he was looking for threats. "Your precious boy king? Let him find himself another dog." A shrill cry echoed from behind Tyrion as Joffrey stepped forward, face red in anger. "You useless dog! I command you to go out there and fight. Defend me!" Sandor's head jerked up, and something in his expression snapped. He stared at Joffrey's face amid all this chaos. "Defend you? Blackwater is burning. Half my men are dead. Why don't you grab a sword yourself, fucker?" Joffrey's shriek rose, cracking on the last syllable. "You dare talk, I'll have your head, dog. I'll your Kingsguard, Clegane." Tyrion cut over Joffrey and spoke. "Stannis' men are trying to take the city. Your king's city. You have to fight them." The hound sighed, too tired to deal with this. "Fuck the Kingsguard," he said, ripping off the burnt, half-melted gauntlet on his right hand and flinging it aside. "Fuck the city. Fuck the king." His voice shook. And the way it did convinced Tyrion that it was too late. A stunned silence fell over the gold cloaks. Even Tyrion's throat felt dry. Sandor, he tried anyway, more softly, the city needs let it burn, Sandor growled. Then he stormed past them, shoving aside anyone in his path. Joffrey's shrill voice howled curses and commands, but the hound never looked back. He vanished into the smoke. Tyrion let out a shaky breath. 7 hells! Podrick stood there, breastplate still in his arms, blinking like a startled deer. Tyrion wrenched it free, strapping it on himself. All right, Pod, help me with the buckles. Quick! Pod's hands shook as he fastened the straps, eyes flicking to where Sandor disappeared. Should we go after him? Tyrion grimaced, checking his short sword. No time. We have bigger problems right now. The Mudgate a meaty hand yanked him backward, pulling him amid the crowd of soldiers, and taking him to an alley. Tyrion's boots scraped stone as a shadow resolved into Varys' moon-pale face. The eunuch wore beggar's rags that smelled like sour ale. Tyrion's eyes saw red. Unhand me, you. The riverfront's lost, my lord, Varys said, grip iron strong. No reinforcements will be coming. You understand what that means, right? It's all right. The Blackwater has tunnels even Cersei doesn't know. Beyond the walls, a rhythmic thud shook the air, rams pounding wood. Tyrion wrenched free. That's the mud gate. I designed those reinforcements. You also designed a plan that worked wonderfully, my lord. Varys' smile didn't reach his eyes. And yet here we are. It's a failure in the end. A section of the wall exploded. Not fire. Not steel. Men. Stannis' vanguard poured through a shattered postern gate, their shouts merging with the city's dying screams. Tyrion saw the exact moment his gold cloaks broke a boy no older than Tommen dropping his spear to puke, then falling with a crossbow bolt in his neck. Joffrey shouted and turned to his heels. Tyrion's brain throbbed in anger. Now, Varys insisted, wrapping a reeking cloak around Tyrion's shoulders. Before they light the siege towers. The dwarf hesitated. Somewhere far, Podrick stood guard over the crossbow he'd never fired. Somewhere above, Joffrey's panicked yelling mixed with the roar of flames. The first ladder clanged against the battlements. Stannis Baratheon strode through the shattered mud gate. The stench of burning pitch and spilled bowels clung to the air as his boots crunched on charred wood and broken arrowheads, the red heart on his surcoat glistening with flecks of blood not his own. Around him, the remnants of Joffrey's gold cloaks fled like rats into the maze of alleys, their gilded armor discarded in the gutters. Press the advance! Stannis barked, his voice raw from smoke, and shouted orders. Sir Richard Horpe raised the flaming heart banner higher, its fabric snapping like a whip in the scorched wind. For the first time in his 30-odd years of life, Stannis Baratheon tasted true triumph in his veins. Not the hollow satisfaction of duty fulfilled nor the bitter aftertaste of grudging alliances. This was victory, hot and metallic on his tongue. He could feel it in his grasp. The walls were breached. The defenders were broken, and their king nowhere to be seen. Somewhere in this stinking cesspool of a city, that bastard Joffrey cowered while true steel carved a path to the throne that should have been his by rights. Stannis was sure victory would be his very soon. Any time now. These scared soldiers, praying for their lives, they'd surrender any time now. The trembling commoners within the city wouldn't even bother to fight. So, Stannis was convinced victory was already his. Until, a strange roar split the sky, deep and resonant, like 1,000 forge bellows pumping at once. He barely registered it until he saw the men falter. You there? He, not realizing the sound was an announcement of death, seized a fleeing spearman by the gorget. Eyes forward. The city is the second roar shook the very stones beneath their feet. Stannis turned his head upward, squinting through the veil of smoke. For a heartbeat, he thought it another wildfire explosion, some Lannister trickery left to boil in its own poison. Then the clouds parted. A gold dragon's wingspan blotted out the moon. Men screamed. Stannis could not as the dragon banked sharply, its golden scales reflecting the hellish glow of burning King's Landing. The creature's rider sat astride its neck like some vengeful god, silver hair whipping behind a helm fashioned in the shape of snarling dragon jaws. Archers! Stannis roared, though his voice sounded distant, tinny. Loose! Loose, damn you! The first volley fell like pathetic rain. The dragon swooped lower, jaws gaping wide, and Stannis' world became fire. Not green wildfire. Not the hungry orange flames devouring the city. This was liquid sunlight made manifest, a river of gold that washed over his vanguard. Men burned where they stood, steel melting to slag in their gauntlets. A knight of House Morrigan vanished mid-swing, his ancestral two-handed great sword dripping molten metal onto the cobbles. The stench of cooked meat overwhelmed even the smoke. "Hold the line!" Stannis bellowed, though the line had disintegrated. He saw Sir Godry Faring stumbling blindly, face reduced to red pulp beneath a half-melted helm. The dragon banked again, its shadow swallowing whole companies of men. Melisandre's warnings. The visions in the flames. A golden beast with wings of flame. Damn it! His teeth ground so hard his jaw ached. Rally to another shower of flame. The street exploded in a shower of shattered stone. Stannis staggered, his ears ringing, as a hand yanked him backward into the relative shelter of a collapsed stable. "Your Grace, we must retreat!" A voice shouted, and Stannis wished it was Davos. But it was not. It was Sir Richard Horpe, his face streaked with soot and blood. The banner he'd carried lay trampled in the mud, its flaming heart blackened beyond recognition. "Retreat?" Stannis shoved him aside, still unsure if his eyes were playing tricks. "We hold this ground or die upon it." But even as he spoke, the truth unfolded before him. Where moments ago a conquering host had stood, only charred skeletons remained, some still standing in macabre formation, clutching weapons fused to bony fingers. The dragon circled overhead, its shrieks piercing the cacophony of screams. Then came the horns. Not the deep-throated blasts of Stannis' own reserves nor the panicked trills of Lannister stragglers. These were bright and mocking, a chorus of arrogance carried on the wind. Through the haze, banners emerged, endless rows of golden roses on green fields. The Tyrell host advanced with the crisp precision of a tourney parade, untouched by fire or steel. At their head rode a knight in emerald armor, his lance tip pointed casually at the sky. Behind him came tens of thousands of fresh soldiers, their armor gleaming as though they'd marched through a sunlit meadow rather than a burning city. As if on cue, the golden dragon landed with an earth-shaking thud between the two forces, wings folding like an executioner sheathing his blade. The rider removed his helm, revealing a face that might have stepped from the pages of some ancient Targaryen artworks. Silver hair. Violet eyes. A smile sharp enough to draw blood. "Stannis Baratheon," the dragon rider said, "this is your end, usurper." Stannis' sword arm trembled, not from fear but pure, incandescent rage. Every muscle screamed to charge to bury his blade in that smirking mouth, dragon or no dragon. Yet his legs refused to move. Before him lay the smouldering remains of his life's work. Behind, the relentless tide of Highgarden's finest. The man, Viserys Targaryen, raised a gloved hand. The Tyrell ranks halted as one, the sudden silence more terrifying than any war cry. The Battle of Blackwater had come to a halt. And Stannis the Manus had not won. Chapter 73, 73 Welcome to King's Landing. Chapter 73, Welcome to King's Landing. I stared down at Stannis from atop Viserys, watching his face twist with anger. He clenched his jaw so tight I almost expected his teeth to shatter. "Surrender now," I shouted, letting my voice carry across the battlefield. "Your men are burned or scattered. There's no shame in living to fight another day." Stannis spat on the ground, his eyes burning with defiance. I am the rightful king. I will not bend to a dragon's bastard. And you say you'll let me live, he scoffed. A smile tugged at my lips. At least the man had more guts than his brother Renly and was much wiser. Then let's settle this the old way. I slid off Viserys, my boots crunching on charred bones when I landed. You and me. Steel against steel. Honestly, there was no need for a duel. I could have just had my men shoot him down. But the new king killing the usurper with his own hands would make a stronger statement. Behind me, the Tyrell soldiers stiffened, and I heard a few quick, panicked breaths. They didn't know of my physical prowess, so they thought it foolish to take such a risk when victory was already guaranteed. I waved them back. This was between me and the last Baratheon who mattered. A duel. Stannis gave a rough laugh. You think this is a tourney? No, you know the war customs. Stop trying to talk smart, I said, spinning my spear in my grip. This is justice. Robert took my father's throne with a hammer. Let's see if you can keep it with a sword. He didn't hesitate. He lunged, sword whistling through the air, but I was ready. I let my spear flick up, knocking his blade aside. The lightning dance guided my moves, letting me flow around his next strike. He was good, I had to admit that. Each blow had enough power to split a man in two. But I was faster, boosted by the system, and trained by the best. His sword kept finding empty space as I spun clear of his swings. Stand and fight, he snapped, frustration dripping from every word. As you wish. I stopped dodging and actually met his next slash head-on. Our weapons locked, and I saw his eyes go wide when I shoved him back, one step at a time. The difference in our strength was painfully clear. With a sharp twist, I wrenched his sword aside and drove my spear through his breastplate. The steel ripped through like it was thin cloth, the tip stabbing out his back. Stannis didn't even scream. He just stared at the bloody spear shaft sticking out of his chest, looking strangely confused. Then his knees buckled, and he folded onto the ground. The last thing he likely saw was the muddy earth rushing up to meet him. A hush fell over the battlefield. Then the Tyrell forces let out a thunderous cheer, echoed by whatever was left of the city's defenders. Their voices overwhelmed even Viserys's victorious roar. The Battle of Blackwater had ended. And unlike Stannis, I'd come out on top. I walked into King's Landing through its ruined gates, my boots crushing debris and ashes. Stretching out behind me were countless green and gold banners of House Tyrell, waving in the smoky breeze. It felt like an endless tide of soldiers, tens of thousands strong, marching in perfect ranks. Despite the grime of war, their polished armor still caught the dying light. Overhead, Viserys circled, her roars echoing against the battered city walls. Each time she screeched, any defenders left out in the open flinched and ducked behind rubble. When we neared the massive doors of the Red Keep, the leftover Lannister men started losing their nerve. I heard swords hitting the cobblestones as they either knelt or slunk away into dark corners. All that hear me roar stuff didn't mean much now. We shoved open the heavy doors leading into the throne room. Inside, a ragged crowd of people huddled, a few trembling guards gripping spears, courtiers still dressed in torn finery, and random small folk who'd hidden there for safety. Joffrey Baratheon was nowhere to be seen. They stared at us like cornered deer. Some were wide-eyed, others had given up and just dropped to their knees. Garland Tyrell came in after me, followed by a handful of other Reach lords, escorting Marjorie. She surveyed the scorched hall with a cool, collected look. Most of the Tyrells were here except Olenna, who'd arrive in a few days. The people parted in front of us, nobody daring to meet my eye, especially with Viserys roaring somewhere outside and shaking the castle windows. I stopped at the base of the Iron Throne, eyeing the twisted metal that had taken so many lives. 1,000 melted swords turned into an uncomfortable seat. I stared at it, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. My ancestors' enemies' blades were melted into a symbol of absolute power. Everyone from the Seven Kingdoms knew the tale of how Aegon the Conqueror Targaryen burned entire armies down. The kings of the Seven Kingdoms stood no chance against his dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, and either bent the knee or had his sword melted into the throne. Every sword symbolized a person's life taken when Aegon conquered the continent. The whole room seemed to hold its breath. As I came back to reclaim the realm my ancestors left for me. One gold cloak, sweat pouring down his face, staggered forward and dropped to his knees. "Mercy, my lord. We only followed orders." "Quiet," I ordered. "Learn to stay quiet when you're not talked to," I said, and he hurried back into the group. My footsteps echoed in that huge chamber as I climbed the steps to the throne. I reached out and ran a hand through the old steel, allowing it to prickle a drop of blood from my skin to let the sensation truly seep in. Once I turned around, every pair of eyes in the hall was either looking straight at me or quickly bowing. A sense of finality hung in the air as I sat down. "Such a fine morning," I said, enjoying dawn's sunlight that rushed through the windows. Then Kinvara swept in, her red robe sliding across the floor. The ruby at her throat flickered with a deep glow. She smiled at me once our eyes locked and slowly climbed the stairs. Nobody stopped her, and she stopped beside the throne, turning to the crowd. Kinvara's smile dropped, and she announced in a voice that cut through all the noise. "Behold Viserys of House Targaryen, third of his name," she continued, "King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the realm. The dragon has defeated the usurpers and reclaimed his rightful place." The Tyrells cheered in response, and the rest of the people quickly followed to show their support. I stood up from the throne, the Tyrell lords standing before me like an emerald fortress. "We'll talk about rewards and celebrations later," I said. "But before any of that, I want my Tyrell friends to help the city's poor. They're hungry and terrified. Make sure every mouth is fed this month. That is my first decree." A wave of relief and hope surged through the crowd, accompanied by murmured voices. I noticed genuine gratitude flickering in a few faces. Although they had lost so much in the battle, at least now they had a glimmer of possible food. Mace Tyrell stepped forward, bowing so low his belly nearly touched his knees. "Your Grace, the Reach's harvest is yours to command. We've got entire wagons of grain and produce waiting outside." "Indeed," Garland chimed in, pride shining in his eyes. "Let the people see that their new king won't let them starve. We'll get everything organized at once." Marjorie gave me a warmer smile than usual as she slowly climbed the stairs, bold of her, and stood by my side. "Feeding them is the surest way to earn their loyalty, Your Grace. Will it be all right if I handle the details personally?" "Yes," I nodded, satisfied with their quick response. If the small folk saw me as the one who brought food and safety, they'd be less inclined to rebel. And the Tyrells were the masters of farmland and distribution. "Good," I said. "Have the wagons come in through the King's Gate, set up distribution in every district, and keep the city watch around to maintain order. This is relief, not a free-for-all." "Right away, Your Grace," Mace said, sending off servants with a flurry of hand signals. I felt the tension in the throne room ease a bit. Even those who'd looked ready to soil themselves moments earlier stood a little straighter. Amazing what a promise of mere food can do. "My second decree as king," I continued in a clearer, firmer tone, "is a bounty of 10,000 gold dragon coins on whoever can bring me Joffrey Baratheon alive." The crowd erupted in hushed chatter, eyes going wide. Part of them suddenly appeared hungry in a new way as if the thought of gathering that gold ignited a spark in their eyes. Meanwhile, others exchanged worried glances, clearly pondering Joffrey's whereabouts. I settled back into the Iron Throne, letting myself enjoy the moment. The Tyrells nodded approvingly, Marjorie studied my expression with calm neutrality, and Kinvara bent her head a little. The ruby around her neck cast an eerie red shimmer on the marble floor. Then, as if a single mind controlled them, everyone in the hall dropped to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground in front of their new king. Welcome to King's Landing, Your Grace." The same gold cloak from before shouted. He caught on quick. Author note: we met the goal today. Hopefully you enjoyed these 2 chapters. Let's do another goal tomorrow, of an additional 350. We're 290 right now, so it shouldn't be too far. Start voting for 2 chapters tomorrow as well. Goal: 290/640. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 74, 74 M Mother. Chapter 74, M Mother. Note: Crazy met the goal today too. Here's 2 chapters, enjoy. In less than a day, word of Viserys Targaryen's triumph at King's Landing swept through the realm like wildfire. Ravens soared in all directions, sharing stories of a golden dragon that altered the battle's course, torching Stannis Baratheon's fleet before the Tyrell forces could fully engage. Tales of the duel between Viserys and Stannis spread widely, elevating a quick and fierce fight into a legendary confrontation deserving of ballads. Just as Viserys had planned. Whispers of the dragon's return spread throughout Westeros, prompting nobles to reassess their loyalties. It was clear to the smarter nobles that the Targaryen rule had returned if any of the stories were true. But while many houses quickly pledged allegiance to the new Dragon King, deciding to send ravens back, others held back, preferring to observe how the situation developed. The news reached the Northern Army's camp right as they were licking their wounds from the latest run-in with Tywin Lannister's forces near Harrenhal. Robb Stark sat in his command tent with fresh bandages around his sword arm where a Lannister blade had nicked him. Around a rough wooden table, a mix of Northern lords and Reach lords sat. Reach lords had brought knights to air Robb in his battle against Tywin Lannister, as per Viserys' plan. That was why 100,000 Reachmen weren't present in King's Landing. Robb's face lit up with a rare smile as he finished reading the letter describing Viserys' triumph. It carried the 3-headed dragon seal, still warm from the journey. "Well, my lords," he said, looking around at the group, Northmen in thick furs next to the more elegantly armoured Reachmen. "Let's go pay our friend a visit." On the other side of the world, a ship rocked on the dark waters off Dragonstone, carrying a handful of survivors. Melisandre, the Red Priestess, stood at the stern, her red robes rippling in the salty breeze as she watched the volcanic fortress shrink into the distance. Close by, Ser Davos rested on a makeshift cot, his burns covered in linen that was already marked with blood and fluid. The old smuggler had barely escaped with his life from Blackwater Bay, lucky to have passed out on top of a stone during the initial wildfire explosion. Even now, every breath he drew rattled painfully across the deck. Lady Celis crouched near the cabin entrance, muttering prayers to both the Seven and Arhiller like she was hedging her bets. Her eyes had that vacant look of someone still in shock over her husband's defeat. His death. Melisandre felt almost numb as if she were watching everything from a distance. The ruby at her throat glowed weakly, its power oddly dulled. The visions she'd once been certain of now felt like half-forgotten fever dreams, leaving her questioning everything she'd believed. They'd heard rumors that Kinvara, the first priestess of Arhiller, stood proudly beside Viserys Targaryen as he took the Iron Throne. The realization gnawed at Melisandre. Had she backed the wrong king all along? Was Stannis never the prince who was promised? Strangely, none of Stannis's followers had turned on her yet. She'd expected it to happen when they heard a Red Priestess supported the man who killed Stannis, but her worry was for naught. Ser Davos, of all people, looked out for her. If anything, the people were too consumed by their grief and guilt to seek revenge. Toward the ship's bow, Princess Shireen sat alone, hugging a leather-bound book to her chest. Tears tracked down her face, cutting across the grayscale scars that marred one cheek. "Bad dragons," she whispered in between sobs, one hand tracing the shiny cover, some old gift from her father. "Bad dragons." Melisandre's eyes drifted toward the girl. Something about Shireen pulsed with unseen power, like a fierce heat flickering under her skin. Even the scaly grey scale patches seemed to glow with an inner spark only Melisandre noticed. Was it the disease that had done it, or maybe the Baratheon blood mixed with some older magic? Well, Robert Baratheon and his brothers did have some dragon blood. Their grandmother was a Targaryen. Roll Targaryen. I wondered since the day I first saw her, what had happened to a dragon with grayscale disease. Melisandre's eyes narrowed. The girl was barely 17, but Melisandre sensed a potential so raw it made her own skin prickle. Prophecies usually spoke of a prince, but languages were tricky, and sometimes the true meaning got lost in translation. Perhaps Shireen, with her royal blood and hidden strength, could learn magic beyond anything Melisandre had tapped into. Mel had been to Asai before, but she couldn't hope to use the darker, grander magic she saw there because of the restrictions from her lord. But, she could teach them to someone else. Maybe Shireen wasn't Azor Ahai, but she might become something else. A force to reveal false prophets and pretenders who claimed that divine mantle. Truthfully, Mel didn't trust Kinvara's judgment. That old wench. Slowly, Mel stood up and approached Shireen. The ship cut through the waves, leaving behind a place that Melisandre had thought was the closest thing to home in centuries. Dragonstone's black stone walls vanished into the smoky dusk. Joffrey cowered in a dusty storeroom, his once fine clothes now stained and ripped. He'd fled the Red Keep and holed up here on the second floor of some abandoned merchant shop. It felt more like a cell than a safe house. His stomach rumbled loudly. He hadn't eaten in over a day, making his thoughts nastier. That lizard bastard, he growled, pacing on the creaking boards. How dare he? How dare he? He nearly shouted, then remembered to keep his voice down. His fists balled up as he imagined what he'd do once he got his precious throne back. I'll have his head on a spike, Joffrey hissed to himself. No, first I'll feed that scaly beast to my dogs piece by piece, then I'll burn him alive just like the Mad King deserved. It gave him a familiar twisted thrill to picture it. However, when Joffrey wondered how he'd take back the throne, everything seemed messy. He chose not to think about it. Suddenly, a clamor broke out in the streets outside, breaking him out of his daze. Hooting, jeering, and the sound of many feet shuffling. Joffrey tried ignoring it, knowing he needed to stay hidden, but curiosity prodded him. He crawled to a crack in the wooden wall, pressing his eye against it. Damn peasants, he said. A rowdy crowd had gathered around someone in the road, no, some woman completely naked, arms chained, being dragged through the grime. Joffrey stared, a little fascinated despite himself. Even in this humiliating state, she had a strange grace. Her tangled gold hair still caught bits of light coming through the buildings. He'd been offered women before, heck, even his own uncle sent 2 whores to his bedroom, but while Joffrey wouldn't call them ugly, they didn't quite get his thing reacting. But this woman. Joffrey felt a bulge in his pants. Move it, you Lannister whore, someone yelled, yanking the chains. What? Joffrey blinked at the insult, and then his heart practically stopped when the woman turned her face in his direction. He knew that profile, the proud angles, now streaked with mud and tears. Mother, he breathed, horror twisting his gut. Without thinking, Joffrey turned around and ran. He exploded out of the shop's entrance, face hot with rage. You filthy dogs, let her go. I order you, as your king. The street fell silent, everyone staring at him. In that second, Joffrey realized how stupidly he'd just revealed himself. He saw the way the crowd's eyes gleamed not with pity, but with the greed of gold. 10 someone shouted. 10,000 gold. The mob surged at him in a rush of hands and growling faces. Joffrey tried to dart back inside, but they yanked him by his arms and legs, snatching at his clothes. Joffrey! Joff, no! Stop, his mother cried out, voice thick with misery. He barely caught it before something slammed into the back of his head, and darkness consumed him. Bahaha! I leaned against the Iron Throne, laughing at the delicious irony of it all. So Joffrey decided to show up while Cersei was doing her walk of shame? I didn't expect that when I decided to bring her back to King's Landing like that. All those Lannisters who strutted around like peacocks were finally getting what was coming to them. Cersei, the proud lioness, stripped bare for the whole city to see. And Joffrey, that little fool, running out to defend her at just the right moment? It was almost too perfect. Right now, the throne room was empty and quiet, moonlight spilling through the high windows and painting long shadows on the floor. I hadn't budged from the Iron Throne since I first took it yesterday, way too much to do, and I kind of liked the feel of it anyway. Every second spent here reminded me that I'd won. Ros knelt between my legs, her flame-colored hair glowing in the dim light. I threaded my fingers through it, savoring its silky softness while her soft lips and skilled mouth did its work. Tell me about our guest. How's our ex-king holding up? She stopped bobbing her head, releasing my cock with a pop, and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Still asleep, Your Grace. The milk of the poppy should knock him out for a few more hours. Excellent. I twisted a lock of her hair around my finger. So, what do you think we should do with him once he's awake? Didn't he torture you and your friend at one point? I still remember feeling my blood boil back then. So we need to make sure he learns a lesson. My grin widened. And after that, a very public execution, of course. Ros eyes lit up hearing the first part. She must feel so grateful realizing that I remembered. And his mother? Ros asked, an eager spark in her eyes. She'll be there, forced to watch it all. But we have some time till execution. Robb Stark will not be here until a few days later, we can't do it before that. I let go of her hair. So until then, we play. Go get that room ready like I told you. As you wish, Your Grace. She got to her feet, grinning at me as she walked away, hips swaying. She knew how to get a man riled up, being a whore and all. Well, former whore. She was now the mistress of whispers, as I promised her. Although I'd only make it official after the execution. I leaned farther back on the throne, feeling the twisted metal edges press into my back. Other kings might have found it uncomfortable and painful, but the swords merely gave my thick skin a massage. I thought it was a perfect reminder of power. Closing my eyes, I let the satisfaction wash over me. It really did feel good. Nothing like taking a nap on my Iron Throne. Chapter 75, 75 A Perfect Lannister Hell. Chapter 75, A Perfect Lannister Hell. Joffrey's eyes fluttered open, his mind foggy and his head pounding. He saw familiar crimson drapes and a ceiling he was used to, making him frown. Hey! For one blessed moment, his frown melted and he breathed the stale air of his childhood bedchamber. Ah, yes. Of course. All of that, it was just a bad dream. He believed for a moment. How else could dragons be a thing? How else could he have lost? But when he tried to move, realization hit him. He couldn't move. Dust motes swirled in shafts of afternoon light cutting through broken shutters. The familiar scent of the room and the faint echoes of the previous day's events brought him crashing back to reality. His breath hitched as he realized it hadn't been a dream at all. Before he could process the full weight of his situation, a low, guttural moan filled the air, followed by the rhythmic creak of the bed frame. The moan came low and throaty, a voice that was familiar, but a sound that was not. His head snapped sideways so fast his neck popped. His mother, Cersei's bare back was arching like a bowstring, sweaty golden hair plastered to flushed skin as Viserys Targaryen drove into her with piston-like thrusts that made the rotting bed frame screech. She was dirty. It was apparent that she wasn't allowed a shower after that naked stroll, and she was being railed in that state. Viserys, that bastard, was enjoying his mother while she still bore the shameful marks from the naked stroll. Where 100,000 men had seen her naked, imagining obscene dreams with her body, it was this bastard who was getting to live them all. Her manicured nails clawed at mouldering bedsheets as she wailed, not in pain but ragged euphoria. Joffrey's chair creaked as he strained against silk restraints binding his wrists behind the chair back. What the fuck? His eyes went wide in horror as he took in the scene before him. She was on all fours on the bed, her naked body trembling with each violent thrust from behind. Viserys' strong, powerful frame dominated the space, his movements relentless and brutal. Cersei's face was twisted in a mixture of pain and pleasure, her eyes rolled back as she moaned loudly. The sound sent a wave of nausea through Joffrey, but what caught his attention next made his blood run cold. Somehow he hadn't noticed so far that he was tied to a chair, his wrists and ankles bound with thick rope, leaving him utterly helpless. Stop! Stop, you animal! I'll have you! Viserys' laughter boomed through the chamber, his violet eyes glinting as he maintained rhythm. Hear that, Lannister? Your cub is awake, and he thinks he commands dragons. A meaty slap echoed as his mother's ass jiggled, and Viserys gripped her hips tighter. I did this with Theon Greyjoy too, and he was wise to stay quiet. Your son truly is too dumb to read a room, how could he handle a continent? I'll hang you, lizard! Free me! Joffrey shouted, but the man didn't pay attention. Viserys grabbed his dear mother's hair tight from behind, leaning forward to whisper, help him understand the situation. Or else I might end him right here. Tell him whose cock you crave, Cersei. His mother's tear-streaked face twisted toward Joffrey, her mascara-blackened eyes glassy. I can't. Can't. Viserys growled, slowing to cruel, shallow thrusts that made her breath hitch. Shall we ask the Whoreson what he thinks? Before Joffrey could respond, a soft, mocking laugh echoed from behind him. He strained against his restraints, trying to see who was there. A figure stepped into his line of sight, and his heart sank. Ros, the pretty whore from the brothel, stood there, wearing translucent silk that did nothing to conceal the whip coiled at her hip. It was the same whore who he'd ordered to beat the other whore that day. Her eyes gleamed with a mixture of amusement and malice as she stared at him. Well, Ros purred, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Look at you, Joffrey. So loud, so prideful, and yet, here you are, tied up like a little bird in a cage. Joffrey's face reddened with rage and humiliation. You dirty slut! What are you doing here? Let me go, he spat, struggling against the ropes. The former brothel girl trailed vermilion-painted nails along his twitching thigh. She chuckled and looked at Viserys. Look at him, your grace. The Pretender King's tiny needle sword stands at attention. Joffrey's stomach dropped as he felt the traitorous hardness straining against his breeches. No! You scheming cunt! Her hand slammed against his face, stopping him from talking. Don't yell! His Grace will feel bothered, she said in a tone cold enough to make him shiver. And no, I'm not going to let you go, Joffrey. I am going to have a little fun with you as you watch your mother's pussy and image get destroyed. She raised her hand, and Joffrey's breath caught as he saw the whip coiled in her fist. The whip cracked. Joffrey's scream merged with his mother's shriek as the lash bit into his groin. Ros leaned close, her breath hot against his ear. Hush now, false little king. Or maybe you want to get your turn with that Lannister whore once the real ruler's finished. Cersei's head snapped toward him, her eyes wide with horror, but Viserys grabbed her by the hair, forcing her back into the bed. It bothers me that you're paying attention to him, whore, Viserys laughed, his thrusts becoming even more savage. He needs to watch. He needs to see what happens when you cross me. The feeling is addictive, trust me. I enjoyed it when Theon watched me take his sister, but damn, this is much better. Are you tightening up, Cersei? Cersei's moans turned into sobs as she pleaded, No, I am not. Stop, just stop, you bastard! Viserys frowned and nodded at Ros, who grinned and attacked Joffrey harsher. Cersei's eyes bulged. No, no. I'm sorry. Your Grace, yes, Your Grace, my Viserys, please stop. You're hurting him. But Viserys just laughed. Joffrey watched as his mother was flipped onto her back with bestial strength, pinning her wrists above her head as Viserys sheathed himself to the hilt. Joffrey's body burnt as the dragon's movements became more relentless. You should have thought of that before you decided to play queen, Cersei, when your son thought he had power. Now, you're nothing but a slut, and your son is just a pathetic little voyeur. Look at him, lioness. Watch as your darling boy learns what a true king's seed feels like. Please. Cersei's plea dissolved into wanton moans as Viserys ground deeper, the lewd squelch of their sex drowning her whimpers. Joff, don't look. But Joffrey couldn't look away. His mother's thighs trembled around the invader's waist, her head thrashing against mildewed pillows as Viserys growled obscenities. All the while, Ros' wandering whip traced the damp spot spreading across Joffrey's lap, her laughter light and musical. Beg, Viserys snarled, slowing to excruciating near stillness. Beg for this Targaryen cock, or I'll let your son taste you next. Won't that be great? Look at his little cock twitch, he's definitely interested. Joffrey's tears streamed down his face as he watched, helpless and humiliated. His mind reeled with a mix of rage, fear, and disgust, but there was nothing he could do. He was trapped, forced to endure the horror unfolding before him. As Viserys continued to dominate his mother's seductive, voluptuous body, her cries of pain turned into something else, something raw and primal. She began to come, her body shaking uncontrollably as Viserys drove into her one last time before pulling out. He flipped her onto her back, mounting her in a brutal, animalistic position. Cersei's wail shattered into hyperventilating gasps. Please. Please don't stop, Your Grace. I need it, yes. That's it. I need your cock. Joffrey didn't know if his mother was acting to save him from whips or if she truly. He sobbed dryly as Viserys roared triumphantly. The Dragon King's hips blurred, and the bed's protests drowned beneath Cersei's sobbing pleas for more. Ros pressed against Joffrey's back, her nimble fingers touching his neck as Viserys' taunts washed over them. Your false father died gurgling your mother's name, Viserys panted, sweat dripping onto Cersei's heaving chest. I'll have her screaming mine until the seven hells freeze. The first hot spurts hit Cersei's stomach as she clenched around him, back arching in ecstasy. Joffrey's choked sob caught in his throat as Ros' hand tightened around his shivering throat. Shhh, the whore said, her soft grip moving with practiced cruelty. All men are equal at the moment of ruin. She smiled, all but my master. Ros, Viserys' call sliced through the humid air like Valyrian steel. Ros froze with her hand still on Joffrey's throat, the boy's labored breathing loud in the sudden stillness. Come here. I have something even more fun prepared. She turned toward the throne with a serpent's smile, golden light from the high windows glinting off the dark glossy whip still pressed against Joffrey's thigh. As my king commands. Her silk robe slid across the stone as she crossed to the bed. Joffrey watched the curve of her hips, that fine ass that he could have had if he'd wanted that day. But like the realm, that ass also drifted away from him, falling into Viserys' grip as he spanked it. It jiggled. Cersei lay trembling beneath them, tear tracks cutting through the grime on her cheeks. The dry blood on her forehead from getting stoned before mixed with cum. Viserys gripped a fistful of golden hair, forcing the former queen's face upward as Ros climbed onto the mattress. The scent of sex and sweat was heavy as Ros froze, and then a grin split her face when she realized what the dragon wanted. She straddled Cersei's face without ceremony, her knees pinning the lioness's arms to the mildewed sheets. Breathe through your nose, little whore queen, Ros said, grinding downward. Joffrey watched his mother gagging on a whore's thighs, his shaft getting hard again. Wouldn't want you missing the show. Viserys' laugh rumbled deep in his chest as he ruffled Ros' hair. "I really do like you," he said, "so I'll give you a reward," he said, and his tongue claimed Ros' mouth. His hands tore at her flimsy garments, silk shredded like cobwebs beneath his fingers, revealing pale flesh mottled with old bruises and fresh bite marks. Ros arched into the violence, nails scoring red trails down the king's scarred back as their kiss turned bloody. "MHM. Magnificent," she gasped against his lips when they broke apart. Her hips rolled obscenely against Cersei's suffocating face. "To think they called you the beggar king. Look at you now, conqueror of thrones and cunts both. Don't you love this?" That got Joffrey's blood boiling. His chair legs screeched against stone as he strained against his bonds. "Mother! Mother!" Spittle flew from his lips, his boyish features contorted in rage and something darker. "I'll kill you! I'll rip your entrails out!" And Viserys didn't glance at the screaming boy. His violet eyes stayed locked on Ros as he rose to his knees, the muscles in his thighs flexing as he positioned himself above her. "Open! Let's show the boy what he could never have," he said. Ros obeyed like a well-trained hound, kissing the tip of his dragon dick, and then tongue-lolling obscenely. Viserys gripped her hair with one hand while the other guided his cock between painted lips. Her choked moan sent vibrations through him as he sheathed himself to the root, watching tears spring to her eyes. "Good girl," he said, hips pistoning. "Take your king's fire." Cersei's legs kicked feebly beneath them, the bed's protests drowned by wet gagging sounds. Ros' hands scrambled for purchase on Viserys' sweat-slicked chest, her earlier poise shattered as he fucked her throat with relentless precision. Below them, Cersei's movements grew sluggish, her struggles weakening as Ros' weight pressed down. Joffrey's screams dissolved into broken whimpers. His head lolled against the chair back, eyes glassy as they tracked the rhythmic slap of flesh on flesh. A dark stain spread across his breeches, the acrid stench of urine and weak semen joining the room's miasma of sex and sweat. When Viserys finally spilled down Ros' throat, his roar was like that of a dragon as it shook dust from the canopy above. The whore convulsed beneath him, her climax written in the arch of her spine and the desperate clutch of her fingers. She collapsed forward when he withdrew, crimson saliva trailing from swollen lips as she breathed heavily. Even in that situation, she turned her face toward Joffrey. "All hail, the king," she rasped, laughter bubbling through the mess on her chin. The last thing Joffrey saw before darkness took him was his mother's limp hand slipping from beneath Ros' thigh, fingers twitching in the torchlight like a dying spider, as Viserys once again slammed into her. Author note: this shit was crazy to write. Person with folded hands for next chapter. Let's do a 400 stone goal since we met this 351. Goal, 640/1040, start voting. Come find fellow fans on Discord and more chapters on Patreon. Patreon, patreon.com/master4thwall Discord, https://discord.gg/dku27jbvf Chapter 76, 76 The Targaryen Dynasty continues. Chapter 76, The Targaryen Dynasty continues. Sansa walked behind her brother through the Red Keep's corridors. Even though days had passed since the Lannisters' defeat, the throne room still smelled like ash and burned stone. The scent reminded her of the Blackwater, and it made her stomach twist. Morning light streamed through cracked windows, falling on the floor where wildfire scorch marks curled like frozen snakes. Servants were on their knees, scrubbing stubborn bloodstains. Their rags left pink smears across the mosaics of three-headed dragons. Rob's boots sounded too loud on the marble as he stepped into the throne room first. Right behind him, the great Jan let out a laugh that died quickly, replaced by the uneasy shuffle of northern boots. Sansa pressed herself close to her mother. Her grey silk gown felt too thin in the lingering smoke. Catelyn leaned over and gave her a gentle kiss on the head. When Rob glanced her way, Sansa forced a small smile that never really reached her eyes. He sighed in return. "Still smells like roasted stags," Roose Bolton muttered, his pale gaze flicking to the Tyrell knights lining the walls. Their green breastplates seemed to shine mockingly next to the northerners' dented mail and muddy furs. Sansa noticed someone who stood out. Marjorie Tyrell stood a little apart from her brother Garland, like a fresh summer rose in the middle of winter. She caught Sansa's eye and dipped her head in a polite greeting. Sansa dug her nails into her palms. That was the girl, wasn't it? She felt a swirl of emotions she didn't fully understand. Suddenly, trumpets shattered the quiet. "Behold, Viserys Targaryen," called a herald. Sansa's heart pounded as she turned to look at the tall figure stepping out of the shadows. The King of the Seven Kingdoms moved like a drawn sword, smooth and sure. He wore a black cloak with gold dragons along his shoulders, looking more regal than the last time she'd seen him. Close behind him came Kinvara, the Red Priestess Sansa had only heard whispers about. Her ruby necklace gleamed in the sunlight. And in the background stood Ros. Sansa's brows knit. What's she doing with Viserys? Ros was a whore who'd grown up in Winterfell. But while she'd been a whore from a young age, Sansa saw her as an older sister. That girl was really nice and took care of her at times. Now Ros stood with the king, and a whip scar showed across her knuckles. It made Sansa wonder what had happened in all these months. Above them, the castle shook as Viserys roared. Northerners stiffened at the sound. Even the Tyrell knights flinched. A hint of a smile curled on Sansa's lips. She couldn't help remembering how she used to dream of dragons, and maybe she did want to pat Viserys's head if given the chance. "King Robb, my friend," Viserys said, his voice carrying as he settled on the Iron Throne. "The North fought bravely. Harrenhal's ruins will remember your steel for an age. You have my thanks." Robb gave a sharp nod. He showed respect without lowering himself too much. Sansa thought her brother had grown a lot. He seemed like a real leader now. "Tywin Lannister never made it to help his grandson," Robb said. "Exactly as we agreed. The North remembers its allies, my friend." Behind him, the Great Jan grunted in approval while Roose Bolton gave a thin smile. Robb went on, "I'm sorry I couldn't bring you Tywin's head, though." Viserys just gave an easy nod. "It's Tywin Lannister. I'd have been more shocked if you had succeeded." Then Sansa felt his gaze flick to her, almost like a touch. She instantly looked away, letting her eyes drift to some old artwork on the ceiling showing Aegon's conquest. She felt foolish for not meeting his gaze, but it was too late. "It's a shame," Catelyn Stark said quietly. "I would have liked to see that man's head on a spike." "Still," Viserys said, now focusing on Catelyn, "your son did what he promised. Allies need trust, and you Northerners have proven yourselves." "Ugh, why did I look away?" Sansa scolded herself in her head for avoiding his eyes. She'd had the chance to greet him, and she blew it. Robb's hand hovered near his belt, which held no sword at the moment. "I'm glad this alliance stands strong. Unlike Dorne, we in the North plan on keeping our word." Some Tyrell lord snickered, and Garland Tyrell shot him a glare to hush him. Viserys chuckled, the sound warming the cold air. "Wise indeed." He tapped a finger on one of the throne's jagged edges. "As for Dorne, well, we can discuss them in private." Sansa exhaled softly. That was one thing off the table for now. Wait, no, what am I thinking? She knew about Arianne Martell, the Princess of Dorne, and how so many lords might try pushing their daughters on Viserys. But if Dorne wasn't sending soldiers, if Dorne had betrayed him, maybe she could breathe easier. But she didn't want to think like that. Right then, Marjorie Tyrell seemed to drift closer, like she wanted to speak. Sansa didn't feel ready for that talk and pretended to fix her sleeve. Her mother started chatting with Marjorie instead. Meanwhile, Kinvara bent down and whispered something to Viserys, and he nodded, rising from the throne in a swirl of crimson. "Before we do that," he said, "we have a more immediate matter of justice to handle." The throne room emptied fast. Northern and Reach lords moved like soldiers off to another battle. Robb offered Sansa his arm, and she took it. She couldn't stop her hands from trembling as they walked out together. Morning light spilled across the wide courtyard of the Red Keep, cutting long shadows from the wooden platform at its center. 2 tall stakes, each bearing the Targaryen three-headed dragon, stood on either side of the stage, their crimson banners snapping in the breeze. A massive crowd filled the courtyard. Small folk came for the grim spectacle, while reach soldiers in shining armor and gold cloaks tried and failed to keep everything under control. Above, Viserys's massive golden form glided, each powerful flap instilling fear among the spectators. With every roar, even the bravest knights trembled. "Behold," someone announced, "Viserys Targaryen, your king." When Viserys arrived, people moved aside in a rush. His black cloak, which was edged in red, trailed over the stones as he headed for the platform, which Kinvara and a group of Tyrell knights flanked. "Everyone," Viserys said, looking over the crowd. "Today, we're here for a great cause. A deserved justice. The last time you saw something like this was with Eddard Stark, an innocent man framed for false crimes. Today is something truer than that. Before that, let's welcome the Lannister whore." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as Cersei appeared next, dragged by 2 guards. "Arg, let me go." A heavy chain leash fastened to an iron collar around her neck clinked with every step. She wore an outfit more fit for a brothel than a once queen fabric so skimpy it barely covered her. Her once bright green eyes were red and wild, and her tangled golden hair clung to her sweaty face. "Please," she begged, lurching forward, voice cracking, "someone help us. I'll shower you with gold." The crowd answered with jeers and spit. "Whore queen," somebody yelled. "Lion bitch," another shouted. "Now, let's welcome the mistress of Whisper, who's bringing our main culprit," Viserys said. Then Ros stepped up onto the platform, dressed like a court official now instead of a prostitute. She hauled Joffrey behind her with help from 2 guards. His fancy clothes were in tatters, his wrists locked in heavy manacles. Terror filled his face as he darted his gaze around, seeking a way out. When he spotted Cersei, his composure fell away. "Mother, mother, do something," he cried, his voice shaky. Cersei tried to rush the platform, but the guards yanked the leash. She hit the cobblestones hard, chain rattling. "My baby," she wailed. "Please, not my son." Viserys climbed the steps calmly and deliberately. He drew a fancy sword from his belt, Joffrey's own blade, its golden lion pommel gleaming in the morning light. The courtyard went silent as he said, "Today, I am going to show respect to my northern friends and do this through their culture. Since I'm the one who called this execution, I'll swing the sword myself." At the edge of the crowd, Sansa stood with her mother, her brother Robb, and some grim northern lords. Not far off, Marjorie and Garland Tyrell looked on. Garland seemed uneasy at the scene but stayed firm by Viserys. Cersei collapsed to her knees, the chain rattling. "Why, your grace, please. He's just a boy, my firstborn, show mercy. Just lock him up in the dungeon, please." Viserys stared at her, letting the tension build, then spoke in a strong voice, "This is not a boy. This is a false king who tormented and murdered the realm's people. He starved them, abused them. His crimes go on and on. Is he truly Robert Baratheon's son, even?" He didn't wait for her answer and listed Joffrey's brutal deeds, killing off Robert's bastards, tormenting Sansa, and bringing chaos to King's Landing. With each crime, the crowd's anger grew. "Lies!" Joffrey screamed, voice cracking. "They're all lies." But the crowd's rage drowned him out. "I have the Baratheon blood. You filthy peasants! I am your king. Kneel before me." By the power of House Targaryen, Viserys cut through his voice, his tone deadly calm, "and with the North, the Reach, and this city watching, I sentence Joffrey Lannister, the incest-born son of Cersei and Jaime Lannister, to die." Joffrey's face lost all its color. His head snapped toward his mother's. Mother, you have to stop this. Tell them. Tell them I'm the king. Cersei's wail cut through the air. She clawed at her collar. No. Please, I'm begging you. Where's that mighty lion now? Ros muttered and stepped back, looking satisfied, while Viserys approached Joffrey. The boy tried to spit at him but only dribbled on his chin. His knees quivered as Viserys raised the lion-pummeled sword. Time seemed to slow. The crowd held its breath. Mommy! His legs trembled, and he pissed himself. The blade sliced down with a solid thud. Joffrey's head rolled across the platform, blood spurting in a harsh arc before his body collapsed. A gasp tore through the spectators, followed by scattered cheers. Flicking blood off the sword, Viserys locked eyes with Cersei. I know this angers you, bitch. But be careful. You'll watch the same thing happen to your other 2 children, he warned, voice cold, if you ever move against me. Cersei's eyes burned, but then they darkened in fear as she sank onto the stones, chain clanking as she sobbed. Above, Viserys let out a roar that rattled the keep's walls. Viserys tossed the bloody sword aside, not caring about the red stains on his cloak. He scanned the crowd, Northmen, Reachmen, and townsfolk radiating a power no one dared question. The dragons have reclaimed their throne. Let all who defy us meet the same fate. From now on, he announced, the Targaryen dynasty continues. Behind him, Joffrey's body lay cooling while Cersei wept at his feet.